Chapter 2261. The battle between the Cursed Palace and the old ancestor of Unity 1 had attracted everyone's attention. The Invincible Palace, which was originally in a mess, was forgotten by everyone. No one would pay attention to it, and this gave Lin Fei time to develop. After all, the rise of the Cursed Palace would soon affect the power structure of the Prefecture Cloud world. This was something that everyone could see clearly. More people were waiting for the Unity ancestor to come knocking on their door. No one believed that the Union ancestor would be able to tolerate this. Whether or not the Cursed Palace could withstand the wrath of the Unity sect master had undoubtedly become a topic of concern for many people. No one had expected that after a month had passed, the Unity ancestor still hadn't taken any action for revenge. This made everyone's jaws drop. This didn't make sense. After going through this battle, the United Sect had suffered a great blow. If they wanted to recover, they would need at least 1,000 years. And this was the shortest amount of time. If it was anyone else, they would definitely seek revenge on the Cursed Palace. The wrath of a sect master level expert was extremely terrifying. 1,000,000 miles of floating corpses was considered a light punishment. However, under such circumstances, the great ancestor of the Unity sect actually chose to swallow his anger. This was undoubtedly out of everyone's expectations. Could it be that the Cursed Palace was far more terrifying than what they saw now? Ancestor, we've become the laughing stock of the Saints' world now. I can't take this lying down. Closed gate, forbidden area. Yangzi couldn't control his emotions. He didn't understand why the Patriarch didn't go to the Cursed Palace for revenge. However, the person in front of him was the Patriarch, so he didn't dare to say anything. To be honest, it would be a lie if the Union old ancestor wasn't angry. He was tricked by the Cursed Palace and had to spend a month to expel the energy from his body. At the thought of this, he was burning with rage. Shut up. Unity ancestor shouted, look at yourself now, do you still look like a sect master? Yangzi shrunk his neck, not daring to breathe too loudly. How's the investigation of the matter I asked you to investigate? After suffering a small loss at the hands of Huan Chu, how could old ancestor He endure this? That day, he was ambushed and his strength was suppressed. He could only helplessly let the other party leave. Patriarch, please take a look. Yangzi didn't dare to go against the mission given by the old ancestor. He sent all the spies out to investigate. Everything that was related to the Cursed Palace was collected. There's actually no news about that group of half-step powerhouses with spears at all. Patriarch Unity frowned slightly. The Cursed Palace has really hidden themselves well. They've hidden such an elite force. Everyone is going to be shocked. Old Master, he flipped through it and his expression turned solemn. Does the Cursed Palace really not have any cult master experts holding the fort? Elder Ancestor, the Cursed Palace is just relying on the mysteriousness of curse techniques. I've never heard of a sect master level powerhouse holding down the fort. Yangzi was very sure. I can also guarantee that they don't have a sect master level expert. If they did, then Sacred Master Fu Yun wouldn't have an easy time. Don't look at the sacred world. There were 33 small saint realms, and the competition in each of them was very intense. However, the sacred lords who controlled the small saint realms would definitely not allow a sect to rise. After all, two tigers could not live on the same mountain. This applied no matter where it was. If the Cursed Palace were to rise, it would be like a ferocious tiger baring its fangs. Then this Cursed Palace is really not simple. The body of 10,000 curses has been broken. Sun and Moon double kill, upgrade successful. Dark Curse Finger, upgrade successful. The curse technique had been upgraded. It was far more difficult than Lin Fei had imagined. He spent an entire month to upgrade the top-notch curse technique. The expenditure during this period was huge. Fortunately, it wasn't a unit of origin energy. Lin Fei didn't feel that much pain. Lin Fei left the Invincible Palace, passed through the void, and arrived at the World Wall battlefield. The World Wall battlefield was more or less under Lin Fei's control. Other than the central region, there were basically no dead souls being born. The guards patrolling the battlefield were not to be trifled with. Once they encountered a soul, they would swarm over and kill it. Dark curse finger. Lin Fei started chanting. With a flick of his finger, an illusory finger silhouette condensed and shot out explosively. With a loud rumble, it forcibly tore apart the aura and pressure of the central domain. What a powerful curse technique. Its power is several times stronger than the last time. Lin Fei opened the system to analyze the data. It was indeed several times stronger than the last time. If word got out, the entire sacred world would definitely go crazy. Curse technique, sun and moon double kill. The aura of the central region was extremely terrifying. But now, under the attack of Lin Fei's curse technique, an opening was torn. It lasted for a long time until the curse technique's power was completely removed. The aura of the aura returned to its original state. Let's try this. Previously, Lin Fei had mastered high-level curse techniques. In terms of grade and power, they were far from these top-notch curse techniques. He could cast them at will. Body of 10,000 curses. This curse technique was the most troublesome to break. At the same time, it was also the curse technique that took the longest time to break. Lin Fei had high expectations for the body of 10,000 curses. Once Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses, he immediately experienced the profoundness of the body of 10,000 curses. It was a different kind of defense. Curses condensed into a terrifying world of curses behind him. In the center of the world of curses, there was a gigantic figure that could support the heavens. Lin Fei knew that this illusory figure was the ancestor that created the curse technique. Let me see the power of the body of 10,000 curses. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed into the central region. Wave after wave of aura of pressure came crushing over. The moment the aura of pressure met the body of 10,000 curses, it was immediately dispersed by the curse technique. Lin Fei did not need to do anything. The curse world behind him would automatically shatter the aura of pressure. This is not bad. Lin Fei rushed forward. The aura of pressure coming from the central region was blasted away by the curse technique of the body of 10,000 curses. It also made him realize why the body of 10,000 curses was the most difficult top-notch curse technique to cultivate. The curse technique's power consumption is not bad. It's much less than activating the invincible defense. As he advanced, he experimented. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. After persisting for a while, he turned and left the central region, returning to the invincible palace outside. Oh right, the body of 10,000 curses should be able to continue upgrading and strengthening, right? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. This is the most basic level. If Master wants to master a stronger body of 10,000 curses, you will need time to upgrade it. According to my calculations, the next level will take 3 months. 3 months? Lin Fei was not surprised. He had heard from Little Devil that the system could perform long-range calculations as long as there was sufficient energy. Then let's continue upgrading and strengthening it. 3 months? Lin Fei could afford to wait. After the curse technique was successfully upgraded, Lin Fei immediately contacted Curse Huan. In the past month, Curse Huan had been under a lot of pressure. She had become famous, but the pressure from the Fu Yun world was not small either. For example, Holy Lord Fu Yun had started to target her everywhere. She had even arranged for people to investigate the hidden strength of the Curse Palace. Chapter 2262. P.S. I've been very busy these past 2 days. Plus, I'm stuck with writing, so I haven't written much. I have no choice but to apologize. While Curse Huan was waiting anxiously, a piece of good news finally arrived. There were results on Di Tian's end. Great. When Chu Huan saw Di Tian again, she felt as she had wished. Even though there were not many changes to the upgraded curse technique, its might had unknowingly increased by several times. In fact, it even surpassed her expectations. Chu Huan could not help but smile. It was incredible to be able to push the power of the curse technique to a higher level in a short period of time. It was not that he had not tried the curse technique. Every time he deduced it, it would consume a lot of his mind. In the end, he could not hold on. After trying a few times, he completely gave up this method of hurting his mind. Could it be that this kid Tion has a sect leader backing him up? But even a sect master level powerhouse doesn't seem to be willing to expend a large amount of energy to deduce and upgrade a curse technique. Suspicion arose in Chu Huan's heart. She did not dare to underestimate Tion, placing him on the same level as her. In order to get on Tion's good side, Curses Huan had brought 20 corpses with him. For these corpses, the Curse Palace Fiend had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they have to carry them out secretly, but they also had to avoid the attention of the major factions. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the giant's corpse. He knew that it was not easy to obtain the giant's corpse. Palace Master Curse, if I may be so bold as to ask, if you learn the complete body of 10,000 curses, will it be the same as stepping into the unparalleled realm and gaining the strength to fight against a cult master? Now that the body of 10,000 curses has been cracked, Lin Fei will naturally have to promote it. If I don't promote it, where will I get the benefits from? Chu Huan's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils contracted slightly. It was a very subtle reaction, but it was all seen by Lin Fei. He himself did not notice it. Ah, the body of 10,000 curses. The Curse Palace had received the legacy. But when it came to the body of 10,000 curses, he had always been unable to grasp it well. Especially when it came to Mantra Joy's generation, the body of 10,000 curses seemed to have become a legend. Up until now, he had yet to grasp the threshold of the body of 10,000 curses. Yes, it's the body of 10,000 curses. Chu Huan was about to lose control of his emotions. Back then, he had suspected that Tion had mastered the body of 10,000 curses, but he didn't dare to say anything. As for forcefully demanding it, even if Chu Huan was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do something like that. Your Majesty Tion, the Curse Palace is willing to pay any price for the body of curses. No one knew better than Chu Huan that as long as he grasped the body of 10,000 curses, he would definitely reach supreme realms and become a renowned cult leader in the saints' world. Moreover, he would be one of the more powerful ones among the cult leaders. This was also why Mantra Joy had such a huge reaction. The body of 10,000 curses was very important to him. Once he successfully cultivated it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against Sacred Leader Fu Yun. Recently, Sacred Lord Fu Yun was extremely dissatisfied with the Curse Palace's commotion and the extraordinary strength it displayed. He had even given the Curse Palace a warning in secret. Ha ha ha, we are partners. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Lin Fei grinned. That's easy. The 10,000 incantations body cultivation technique. I can give them to Brother Curse, but Brother Curse needs to send me 100 giants within the next year. And they have to be alive. Yes, it's that simple. The dead giants were easy to deal with, but the living giants were all overlords of a region. Wanting to capture them alive was not an easy task. Once he failed to capture them, he would have to face the revenge of a giant powerhouse. That would be quite terrifying. Mantra Joy didn't hesitate. 100 living giant powerhouses. I agree. Every one of them must be at the mid-stage giant realm. Lin Fei added. I believe that Palace Master Curse, who has stepped into the cult leader realm, naturally wouldn't care about these people. Mantra Joy had indeed considered capturing early-stage giant powerhouses. After all, they were all giant powerhouses. After hearing what Lin Fei said, he laughed dryly. As you wish, fellow Daoist. After making the oath, Lin Fei gave the cultivation technique to Mantra Joy. This guy was very happy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left Invincible Palace. Sacred Leader Fu Yun, you're going to have a headache soon. Lin Fei grinned evilly. Everything in the sealed world was now under Lin Fei's control. Lin Fei had created a batch of giant puppets. There were about 50 of them, and they could easily kill ordinary early-stage giant powerhouses. Now, Lin Fei was about to start something important. He had to occupy a territory in the sacred world. The size of the territory could be or it could be. The system didn't force it. Finally, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These days, Lin Fei had arranged for spies to enter the various small sacred domains. Among them, the strongest was the first layer of the small sacred domain. It was called the Heavenly Mark Sacred Domain. It was above the other small sacred domains in every aspect. Lin Fei couldn't go to the Heavenly Mark Sacred Domain to occupy a territory. That would be looking for trouble, and he would be the unlucky one. Heaven Wasteland Domain. This was Lin Fei's final choice. The weakest of all the sacred domains. The sacred leader of Heaven Wasteland had also just stepped into the unparalleled realm. It was rumored that he was currently at the first small realm. He was the easiest to deal with among all the cult leaders. Last time, the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Domain caused a big fight between the two sacred domains. They suffered heavy losses. Compared to their usual strength, the strength of the two sacred domains was not what it used to be. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei. Heaven Wasteland Domain. The usually peaceful Heaven Wasteland Domain was not so peaceful recently. The reason was simple. The son of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was killed by the people of the Nether Palace. At the same time, they also lost several half-step giant experts. They naturally couldn't take this lying down. The big fight between the two forces caused the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain to panic. After a few months of fighting, both sides suffered heavy losses. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain didn't pay much attention to the Cursed Palace and the Unification Sect. Their attention was on the Nether Palace. From a small-scale battle at the beginning, it had almost broken out. What was originally a matter of half-step giant experts was now a matter of giant experts. Both forces wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy a certain territory in the other's sacred domain and obtain resources from the other's world. The bigger the fight, the better. Quietly, a figure appeared on a mountain peak in Heaven Wasteland Domain. "Master, we have chosen our target." Not long after, a few flowing lights flew over and landed in front of Lin Fei, reporting respectfully. How to occupy a piece of land was also very particular. For this matter, Lin Fei had spent a lot of time and effort. In the end, he chose to support a local power. This was the most common method, and if it was done secretly, no one would suspect it was the Invincible Palace. Who? The Zong family of Heaven Wasteland Domain. Before he came here, Lin Fei had done some research on the Heaven Wasteland Domain. If one were to talk about the inheritance that lasted the longest, it would be none other than the Zong family. Back then, the Heaven Wasteland Domain was controlled by the Zong family. Later on, the Saint Lord of the Zong family died, and the Zong family was constantly suppressed. Until now, they could only occupy a remote area. Chapter 2263. The battle between the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Netherworld Palace had caused a series of changes within the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Under the night sky, the Zong family was brightly lit. What a vicious and merciless move, they want to wipe out the Zong family. Patriarch, we can't just sit around and wait for death. Let's go all out, our Zong family is not that easy to deal with, we have to make them break a mouthful of teeth. The Zong family's upper echelon elders gathered together. At this moment, all the elders were furious, their eyes red and filled with murderous intent. Zong Xingtian's face was cold and gloomy. As the current clan leader of the Zong family, he had always hoped to lead the Zong family back to glory. Now that he had suddenly summoned all of them, the Zong family was undoubtedly pushed onto the path of no return. At the first moment, Zong Xingtian gathered the core elders of the family to discuss the next step. This was related to the future of the Zong family. Big brother, the Heaven Wasteland Palace is forcing us like this because they are afraid that we will rise again. Why don't we join the Netherworld Palace? Zong Xingshui was Zong Xingtian's younger brother and had a great influence in the Zong family. Join the Netherworld Palace? If it was not necessary, Zong Xingtian did not want to give up the foundation of his ancestor. The current situation was very bad. Zhang Dihao, the head of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, had ordered the major forces to send a team to deal with the Netherworld Palace. As the leader of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had the right to do so. Everyone knew what they were planning, which was to weaken the strength of the major forces. The Zong family had received the order to organize a team to join the battle at the border within a limited time. This team required 10 half-step giant experts, 3 early giant experts, and 1 mid-giant expert. It was equivalent to 2/3 of the Zong family's strength. If this team suffered heavy losses at the border, it would be a problem for the Zong family to protect their foundation in the future. Big brother. This is our only way out. Zong Xingshui advised. If we don't go to the Netherworld Palace, that bastard Zhang Dihao will definitely use us as cannon fodder. Song Xingtian smiled bitterly. It's difficult. Zhang Dihao arranged for people to monitor our Zong clan's every move. If there's any movement, Zhang Dihao will definitely send troops to attack our Zong clan. Do you think our Zong clan can withstand it? Lin Fei silently arrived in the air above the Zong clan's fief. The top forces of the past have declined. A divine sense swept over. The Zong clan's strength was fully displayed in Lin Fei's eyes. 2 late-stage big shots, 5 mid-stage big shots, and 15 early-stage big shots. Lin Fei smiled. It wasn't that difficult to control such a force. Master, they should be discussing orders from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. On the way here, Lin Fei had learned about the Zong family's situation. Currently, the Zong family was in a very bad position. If they sent troops, they would definitely become cannon fodder. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had an excuse to deal with the Zong family. Let's go meet the Zong clan. Right now, the Zong clan was in chaos. The elders continued to debate, but there was no good result. No matter which choice it wasn't a good choice for the Zong clan. It could be said that the Zong clan was in danger. If things went wrong, the Zong clan would disappear in the long river of history. This was also the reason why the Zong clan had always maintained a low profile. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. It was a pity that the Heaven Wasteland Palace didn't give them time to slowly increase their strength. Or if the Patriarch had advanced to the unrivaled realm, he would have the ability to contend with the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Boom! Just as Song Xingtian was feeling helpless, a terrifying aura came crushing down from the meeting room. The pressure was so strong that everyone felt suffocated. What was even more unacceptable was how the other party came in without them noticing. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Get down here. Zong Xingshui was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. His aura surged as he raised his palm, wanting to force the other party out. This was the Zong clan's territory. How could an outsider be allowed to enter? A palm strike filled with anger was extraordinarily powerful. After all, this was the attack of a late-stage hegemon. Lin Fei smiled, allowing the palm strike to land on his body. With a pang sound, the expected situation didn't happen. Instead, a calm voice rang out, "Your strength is too light." Zong Xingshui thought he could injure the other party, but the scene in front of him caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. A sect leader level expert? Is this the Zong clan's way of doing things? Lin Fei retracted his aura. The strength displayed by Lin Fei caused the Zong clan's elders to be shocked. To be able to block that palm strike so easily, his battle prowess was definitely close to that of a sect leader level expert. You guys leave first. Song Xingtian stopped his second brother from continuing. He had seen that palm strike clearly, but regrettably, even with his many years of experience, he couldn't see any changes in the other party. This was obviously the best proof that the other party was stronger than him. Song Xingtian didn't know the other party's purpose, but he didn't dare to offend him easily. He immediately made up his mind. No matter who the other party was, if they had evil intentions towards the Zong clan, no matter how strong they were, he wouldn't allow them to succeed. The elders in the meeting room all left, leaving only his second brother, Zong Xingshui, remaining behind. He kept surveying the black-robed fellow, trying to probe him with his divine sense several times, but it was blocked by a unique energy. He couldn't see through the other party's features, causing his heart to be filled with shock. He had never heard of such an expert before. "Sir, now that everyone has left, can you state your purpose for coming here tonight?" Song Xingtian stared at the black-robed figure in a low voice. After failing to see through the other party's features, he completely gave up. This black-robed figure was even more mysterious than he had imagined. "An opportunity, a chance for your Zong clan to rise again. I just don't know if your Zong clan has the interest or the courage to do so." Lin Fei smiled. Song Xingtian and his brother looked at each other, a strange light flashing in their eyes. "An opportunity?" Song Xingtian sneered. "I'm afraid our Zong clan will have to pay a high price. In this world, you have to pay to get something back." Lin Fei wasn't angry. "Don't your Zong clan want to regain the glory of the Zong clan? Or are you waiting for the Heaven Wasteland Palace to make a move on you? Whether you choose to submit to the Netherworld Palace or follow their orders, your Zong clan doesn't have a good choice. However, I have an opportunity for you that can help you get rid of the threat of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Are you willing to see the Zong clan decline in your hands?" Lin Fei's words were very simple, but they were very practical at this time. They were like a knife that stabbed into their hearts. "Humph, who said we are afraid of the Heaven Wasteland Palace? If they dare to make a move, we dare to fight with our lives." Zong Xingshui retorted, his heart feeling weak. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, "The Heaven Wasteland Palace has a sect leader. Can you win? Can they win?" The Zong clan brothers couldn't help but ask themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, who would be willing to fight with the Heaven Wasteland Palace? They had no chance of winning at all. Chapter 2264. Faced with the threat of Heaven Wasteland Palace, the Zong family indeed had no way to resist. Leave? Fight to the end? No matter which choice it was not a perfect choice. The person standing in front of them, from the very beginning, had displayed extraordinary strength that was shocking. Song Xingtian could not figure out the other party's strength, and most importantly, the other party must come from a great force, with a high position of power that the current Zong family could not compare to. "I want your Zong family to be loyal to me for 1,000 years. The reason why he proposed 1,000 years was to make it easier for them to accept. Loyalty? This result was within Song Xingtian's expectations. Fortunately, it was 1,000 years, which was still within the acceptable range. He only frowned slightly, but the second brother beside him was not too happy. "Why should our Zong family believe you?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Just based on the fact that I can help you rise in the Heaven Wasteland domain, even that person will not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, this is a good opportunity. If your Zong family rises again, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will definitely be caught in a pincer attack and it will definitely not be easy." Hua hua hua. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the spear puppets appeared in front of the two Zong family brothers. The instant the spear-wielding puppets appeared, killing intent gushed forth. Even the two brothers from the Zong clan couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air because they could sense a threatening aura from the spear-wielding puppets. This was an inconceivable matter, yet it actually happened right before their eyes. "Just a half-step giant," Zong Xingshui said. The conference room was not big, and there were thousands of spear puppets. "Hee, I have tens of thousands of such subordinates by my side. Even a giant powerhouse can be killed." Lin Fei put away the spear puppets, and replaced them with 20 giant puppets. This time, the two Zong family brothers were shocked. If it was such a force, it was indeed not something that any force could resist. The two could not help but swallow their saliva. "I'll give you 3 days to consider. You must think clearly. If you miss this opportunity, there is no more shop. The price you have to pay is only 1,000 years, in exchange for the glory of the past. This is a very good deal." Lin Fei turned and left. "Big brother, this person has disappeared." Zong Xingshui's spiritual sense had been locked onto the other party. In the blink of an eye, the other party disappeared without a trace. This was rather surprising. What terrifying strength! Song Xingtian smiled bitterly. His divine sense had also lost its target, as if the other party had never appeared. If he wants to kill us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Both of them fell silent. Big brother, what do you think we should do? Zhong Xingshui had always followed his big brother's opinion. He would only listen to his big brother on such a big matter. Song Xingtian's mood was very complicated. His opponent had displayed a terrifying strength right from the start. It was already shocking enough that he was able to resist a late-stage giant powerhouse's attack head-on. Not to mention, he had also released a spear puppet that contained the aura of a half-step giant. Who would dare to look down on the puppet of a giant? Let me think about it. Master, they are tempted. The little devil said. In the night sky, a figure emerged from the void. If they aren't tempted after taking on an attack, then they must be thinking of annihilation. Lin Fei smiled. As long as they are smart, they will know what to choose. Especially when the Zhong family was once the ruler of Heaven Wasteland domain. Their descendants have fought for the glory of the family. This time, I will definitely eat them. Lin Fei naturally could not only target the Zhong family if he wanted to obtain Heaven Wasteland domain. The matter of the Zhong family is half resolved. The other half is to make some common enemies to deal with Heaven Wasteland Palace together. The Nether Realm. Recently, the Nether Palace had launched hundreds of battles against Heaven Wasteland Palace. Both sides had suffered certain losses. Wars broke out at the border every day. Inside the Nether Realm, forces of all sizes sent out teams to cooperate with the Nether Palace in the battle. The one in control of the situation was a late-stage giant powerhouse of the Nether Palace, Elder Yu Jiutian, who was also one of the most powerful figures in the Nether Palace. You are really a bunch of trash. It has been so long, but you are still blocked by the people of Heaven Wasteland Palace. The palace master is very angry. A thunderous roar came from a valley at the border. The people outside subconsciously shrank their necks. This was Elder Yu's unique way of doing things. Every time there was a roar, it meant that Elder Yu was angry. Especially during this period of time, it had become normal for him to roar every day. Inside the palace, a group of people drooped their heads, not daring to look at the black-faced Elder Yu Jiutian. Tonight's roar lasted for an hour, and they were all scolded. You can all get out. Yu Jiutian was dressed in a white robe and his face was black. He looked at the people in front of him with anger. They were all a bunch of trash. Everyone ran out as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, only Yu Jiutian was left in the palace. This can't go on. The palace master is very angry. It seems that we have to attack with all our strength. No matter what, we have to put a nail in Heaven Wasteland Palace. Yu Jiutian said to himself. Elder Yu, I don't think your method will work. All of a sudden, a voice reverberated in the spacious palace. When Yu Jiutian heard this, his expression immediately changed, but he did not make a move. To be able to sneak into the palace and listen to him, the other party's realm must be higher than his. Even if it was not a sect master level figure, it was not far from it. After all, he had mastered a trace of the Great Path pattern to attack. Who are you? Yu Jiutian tried hard to find the other party, but the other party seemed to not exist, which scared him. You're not bad. You didn't act rashly like those damn guys. In the palace, a figure emerged, his body rippling with a trace of a terrifying aura. The unparalleled realm, sect master. As soon as he saw the other party, the trace of the aura that belonged to an unparalleled expert made Yu Jiutian's expression change, and his body trembled slightly. A sect master. I didn't disturb your thoughts, did I? As a giant late-stage expert, Yu Jiutian was infinitely close to the unparalleled realm, but he was still a step away. If a sect master level figure wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. He completely lost his temper, and a respectful expression appeared on his face. No. Lin Fei was secretly proud. Imitating the aura of an unparalleled expert really has a lot of benefits. Thanks to the old ancestor of the Unity sect, I really couldn't imitate it. That day, when Cursed Joy injured the old ancestor of the Unity sect, Lin Fei took the opportunity to obtain a trace of Essence blood. Through the system's analysis, he obtained some information about the unparalleled expert. The current aura imitation was thanks to that drop of Essence blood. If the old ancestor of the Unity sect knew about it, he would probably be furious. Chapter 2265. Netherworld Palace. Did that person really say so? Dressed in a black robe, Netherworld Z was shrouded in a door that looked like the entrance to hell. He emitted a sinister aura. It was the palace master of the Netherworld Palace. Yes, that person is very mysterious. Even I can't see through his background, but the sect master aura on him is not something that others can imitate. Yu Jiutian reported back immediately. The appearance of a sect master was definitely not a small matter, so he naturally did not dare to delay. The days of the Heaven Wasteland Holy Lord are coming to an end. Although Netherworld Z did not know who the other party was, he could clearly see that this sect master was not on the same side as the Heaven Wasteland Holy Lord. To him, there was no doubt that there was a certain degree of manipulation. Recently, what made Netherworld Z the most unhappy was the war started by the Heaven Wasteland domain. Killing the son of Emperor Hao. This was a big black pot. Until now, Netherworld Z was still full of anger, hating the person who had secretly attacked him. The war between us and the Heaven Wasteland Palace should not continue. If that sect master is here, we might have a chance to make him suffer. Yu Jiutian said worriedly. Wouldn't that help that mysterious sect master? Netherworld Z laughed. That depends on whether he has the ability or not. The next day. On a mountain peak at the border. Yuming Z had come personally to prevent himself from offending an expert of the same level as him. Another reason was to test if this person had truly entered that realm. You can show yourself now. Netherworld Z secretly checked. He was slightly shocked when he found nothing. This was the place they had agreed to meet. Daoist friend Netherworld, you're quite early. Without any warning, the black-robed Lin Fei appeared on a huge rock on the mountain peak, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He actually appeared? There is no fluctuation, no formation aura. What kind of technique is this? I can't see it. With just one glance, Netherworld Z was inwardly shocked. This technique was much more powerful than him. Apart from the sect master, who else could do it? At this moment, he had complete trust in this mysterious sect master level expert. Netherworld Z believed in his own judgment. No one could deceive him in front of him. Such a person had not been born yet. Fellow Daoist is quite capable. I didn't expect the sacred world to have another powerful sect master. Yuming Z said. It's just a small path. It's nothing. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. But fellow Daoist Netherworld was able to come. I made a good choice. For example, that person is going to be unlucky. Ha ha ha. Yuming Z laughed loudly. Fellow Daoist, I wonder what brilliant plan you have to make that person suffer. Why don't you tell me? It was impossible for Lin Fei to not be nervous when facing a sect leader level figure. Fortunately, he had the system to simulate everything. Light had appeared silently. It would definitely surprise the other party. In reality, it was just as Lin Fei had predicted. Even the slightest change in the other party would not be able to escape the system's monitoring. This is not a problem. Interesting fellow. From the beginning to the end, Yuming Z had never asked for the other party's name. There was no need. Unity Ancestor? From the aura released by the other party, Yuming Z was able to determine who the other party was. He knew all the sect leader level figures in the sacred world, except for those sect leaders who hid their names. Yuming Z was shocked. The Unity sect had suffered a great loss recently. They actually interfered with Heaven Wasteland domain at this time? What were they planning? He could not figure it out at this moment. But it was fine as long as he knew that the other party was the Unity Ancestor. Unity Ancestor, you are even more unfathomable than what the outside world says. With this concealment technique, everyone will be afraid of you. Yuming Z turned and left. Not long later, Yu Mingzi reappeared on the mountain peak. He looked left and right before leaving again. What a sneak attack. Unfortunately, you have underestimated me. Lin Fei remained near the mountain peak and did not leave. With the system's powerful shielding function, and using the unit of origin energy, it would be strange if Yu Mingzi could see through it. The Unity Sect. Such a big scapegoat. It will be hard for you to defend yourselves. Lin Fei purposely did not mind him, but he revealed the aura of a sect leader level expert. This was equivalent to a mark, the best proof in the circle of sect leaders in the sacred world. When he thought about how this matter would blow up, that Unity ancestor would probably vomit blood and wouldn't be able to clear his name. We promise you. 3 days later, Zong family. Song Xingtian personally agreed to the mysterious person's request. During these 3 days, it wasn't that the Zong family didn't investigate, but the other party was too mysterious. They mobilized some resources and still didn't find anything. But one thing was for sure, the other party was definitely a sect leader expert. Relying on an expert wasn't something they couldn't accept, and the time limit was just 1,000 years. The Zong family could accept this time limit. For any expert to cultivate, a small seclusion would take 200 to 300 years. 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and the price and rewards wouldn't be ordinary. Song Xingtian secretly had confidence in breaking through to the next realm. Perhaps in less than 1,000 years, he would be able to break through to the unparalleled realm, and become a sect leader expert of the sacred world. At that time, he would naturally have the capital to contend against this mysterious fellow. Patriarch Zong, you will definitely rejoice in the future. This is the most profitable deal you have done in your life. Ordinary people really don't have this opportunity. Lin Fei said with a smile. The following matters were simple. After Song Xingtian chose to agree, Lin Fei's task was half completed, and he inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Bring me to a secret place of yours. Before Song Xingtian broke through to the unparalleled realm, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the other party going back on his words. To break through to that realm wasn't an easy matter, and many monstrous geniuses were stuck at this step. Hua hua hua. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain and Nether Domain were fighting at the border, and Lin Fei would not miss the opportunity. Since he was going to make a move, this was undoubtedly the best time to do so. These are 20,000 heavy spear soldiers, each one of them is a half-step giant. They have the ability to kill half-step giants of the same level. They will be the sharpest knife for you to expand your territory. Lin Fei said. In addition, I will also leave 20 giant puppets for you. As for that person, you naturally don't need to do anything. With this power, you should know what to do. The dense mass of heavy spear soldiers exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. 20,000 heavy spear soldiers gathered together, even the two brothers Song Xingtian were inwardly shocked. Big brother, fortunately we made the right choice. If such a large army attacked our Zong family, the result would definitely be a great loss, and we might really be completely removed from the family. Zong Xingtian felt numb, and did not doubt the other party's words at all. This guy, what is his background, to take out 20,000 heavy spear soldiers in one go? This is too unbelievable. No force in Heaven Wasteland Domain can take out this kind of force. Song Xingtian was previously unwilling, but now he no longer had any thoughts. Chapter 2266. 3 days later, Heaven Wasteland Domain. A special envoy from the Heaven Wasteland Palace had come to inspect the recruitment mission arranged by the higher-ups. At the same time, he brought along an inspector from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It seemed that if Song Xingtian showed the slightest reluctance, they would act against the Zong family. The prepared Song Xingtian politely invited them into the Zong family. On the surface, he was very polite, but when they were unprepared, he killed all the special envoy and the inspector. Not long after the Zong family killed the special envoy, a dark cloud floated in the sky. On the dark cloud stood a giant expert, his face filled with killing intent. Song Xingtian, you have indeed rebelled. The palace lord had long expected this and specially arranged for me to deal with you, ha ha ha. On the dark cloud, the old man's eyes were like lightning, shooting over. After today, your Zong family will be completely erased from Heaven Wasteland domain. Wu Lang, erasing is not up to you to decide. Song Xingtian threw everything aside, rejoicing in his heart that he had made a choice. Otherwise, if he really had such thoughts, the Zong family would not be able to survive this disaster. Song Xingtian exploded with a tyrannical aura, charging towards Wu Lang. He raised his hand, and a treasure was thrown over. The Zong family has rebelled. We obey the orders of the Palace Lord, destroy the entire Zong family, kill without mercy. Wu Lang roared, his voice rumbling throughout Heaven Wasteland domain. In the surrounding void, a black shadow appeared. Heaven Wasteland Palace had already secretly arranged for people to be hidden within the formation, hiding from an expert like Song Xingtian. Wu Lang took out his treasure, and the two treasures constantly collided in the sky, setting off terrifying shockwaves. Song Xingtian, your Zong family is finished. This time, I have personally brought an order from the Palace Lord, and specially deployed 3,000 Heaven Wasteland domain soldiers, 50 giant experts. No matter how monstrous your strength is, don't even think of resisting. Wu Lang laughed loudly. Brother He, you can come out now. Black blood floated over from the sky, its blood chi soaring to the heavens. Those with lower strength felt as though their blood chi was about to burst out of their bodies. Heaven Wasteland Palace, Black Blood Consecrator. Song Xingtian's face darkened slightly, because the other party was also a late-stage giant expert. At the same time, he was also very powerful in the recruitment of Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Black Blood Giant stood on the Black Blood Mountain. Blood-colored shadows coiled around his body, forming a blood-colored cloak that fluttered in the wind. Clan leader Zong, so you still remember me? Wu Lang laughed. Do you see that? This is the power your Zong clan has no way to resist. The Empyrean has already said that as long as you all surrender, your entire Zong clan won't die. In the eyes of sovereign black waves, the Zong clan had no other choice. Resist? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Song Xingtian's eyes flashed with determination. The Zong clan won't allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. As for you guys, there's no need to leave. All of you can stay behind. Heavy gunner soldiers, move out. As the sound of his voice faded, numerous black shadows shot out from the Zong clan. Bang! A heavy gunner soldier stabbed a half-step giant with his spear. His sturdy armor could not withstand a single blow and was easily penetrated by the other party's spear. The other party was sent flying, smashing into a mountain top and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! 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 A series of air-piercing sounds were heard, followed by a figure. They blasted into the orderly ranks of Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers. Immediately after, the figures smashed into the ground like meteors. So fast. What a fierce attack. The two brothers, Song Xingtian, could not help but gasp. They were at the same realm, but they could completely crush the other party. In just one move, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers disappeared. This was simply unbelievable. Attack. Song Xingtian and Zong Xingshui were full of confidence. They each took out their treasures and attacked the Black Waves Giant and the Black Blood Giant. In an instant, the two sides were entangled. How is this possible? There's something wrong with the situation. The elders and masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were greatly shocked. They had not expected such a situation to occur. The 3,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers were the strongest force of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, yet they were defeated by the Zong family in a single move. Was this still the Zong family that was constantly being suppressed according to the information? The two of them blocked the attacks of the Zong brothers, and at the same time, mobilized the other hegemonic level experts to join the battle. First, they would kill the two Zong brothers. Once they were dead, they would then move on to kill the half-step hegemonic level experts. The 50 giant experts were immediately attacked by 10,000 heavy gunner soldiers. At the same time, there were also 20 giant puppets and a few giants of the Zong family. In less than an hour, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's momentum was lost. More than 1,000 of the 3,000 Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers were killed and the remaining 1,000 were captured. The heavy gunner soldiers surrounded the 50 giants and killed 15 of them. The rest were seriously injured and had no choice but to raise their hands and surrender. The two brothers, Sung Shing-tian, used all their trump cards and killed Elder Black Waves and Black Blood Master on the spot. The Zong family won. We've won. Zong Sheng took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say that the two brothers did not feel pressured in the face of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's encirclement. Who knew that the heavy gunner soldiers and the giant puppets that were left behind would be so ferocious and solve their worries? We need to act as soon as possible while the Heaven Wasteland Palace is still unaware of the situation. While they are reacting, we need to expand our territory and wipe out the forces of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Sung Shing-tian also revealed a smile. He was confident in this battle. Killing and arson is the golden belt, it's not fake at all. Lin Fei did not leave Heaven Wasteland domain. He had been paying attention to the development of the situation. From the day he entered the Zong family, he knew of the ambush in the void, but he did not tell them. Heaven Wasteland domain's rich people, sacrificing 3,000 half-step giants, 50 giants, and 2 late-stage giants. This is a great harvest. Lin Fei's heart was filled with elation. Such a good thing was really hard to come by. Lin Fei rejoiced that he had come to the right place. By the time the Heaven Wasteland Palace reacted, the strength around him would have increased greatly, and they would definitely regret it. Right now, let's first transform the 2 late-stage giants. These 2 late-stage giants were far weaker than Sung Shing-tian, so it was normal for them to be killed. To Lin Fei, these were the strongest corpses in history. If the transformation was successful, they would have the strength of a late-stage giant, provided that they were equipped with the corresponding equipment. Lin Fei now hoped that the Zong family would make a big fuss. The Zong family's attack was very sharp. No one knew better than them that these were forces controlled by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. On that day, the 20,000 heavy gunner soldiers were divided into 5 groups, each group had 4,000 gunner soldiers, and launched a fierce attack on 4 of the larger forces. A day later, the 4 forces suffered heavy casualties and were removed from Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 2267. P.S. There was a mistake yesterday. Let me correct it. It should be attacking 5 major powers, not 4. While the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Netherworld Palace were at war, the Zong family suddenly emerged and destroyed 5 major forces in one day, shocking the entire Heaven Wasteland domain. Crazy, crazy. What is the Zong family trying to do? Do they think they can fight against that person? Who would have thought that the Zong family would be defeated so quickly? Who would have thought that they would have such a card up their sleeves? They destroyed 5 major forces that the Heaven Wasteland Palace admired in one go. Zong Shing-tian is still too reckless. He is playing with fire and burning himself. The people of Heaven Wasteland domain were not optimistic about the sudden rise of the Zong family. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was able to control Heaven Wasteland domain because they had unparalleled experts, which was far from what the Zong family could compare to. Even if they caught the other party off guard, they would definitely suffer the revenge of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The result was predictable. After destroying 5 major powers, the Zong clan did not stop their advance. They gathered their scattered forces and once again fiercely attacked the direction of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. One after another, the territories of the major powers were destroyed, unable to withstand a single blow. By the time the Heaven Wasteland Palace reacted, the Zong clan had already destroyed over 100 major powers and controlled 1/3 of the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was naturally enraged. No one wanted their backyard to be on fire, especially when it was the Zong family who was once their archenemy. They immediately sent out 10,000 heavenly soldiers. It was not easy to mobilize such a force. The heavily armed troops and the heavenly soldiers clashed again. The result was the same. The heavily armed troops gathered together and attacked ferociously. 10,000 heavenly soldiers could turn the tide of the battle, but they were far inferior to the heavily armed troops. the 10,000 heavily armed troops were defeated. The Heaven Wasteland Palace once again left behind more than 10 corpses, including a giant late-stage expert. On the Zong family's side, they lost more than 1,000 heavily armed troops, most of whom were killed by giant experts. Compared to the losses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, it was really nothing. The Zong family had won this battle. The various forces that thought the Zong family would be defeated were once again dumbfounded. Especially when they knew that the Zong family had more than 10,000 heavily armed troops, they could no longer remain calm. After the second victory of the Zong clan, those powers who had been watching from the sidelines and weren't doing too well all chose to side with them. Wanting to have a good future, the strength of the Zong clan increased tremendously. On the border battlefield, when the backyard of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was on fire and the 10,000 soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were killed, Elder Yu Jiutian of the Netherworld Palace launched a surprise attack and tore open a gap, causing the Heaven Wasteland Palace to suffer heavy losses. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was a dazzling sight. What a good Zong clan, to think that they've hidden so deeply. Inside the palace, a low and deep voice reverberated. Palace Lord Zhang Dihao's face darkened when he heard the news from his subordinates. Ever since the Heaven Desolate Palace took control of the Little Saint World, they had never suffered such a great loss. For a declining ancestral clan to be able to turn into a sharp knife and stab the Heaven Desolate Palace at this time was no less than a ruthless slap to the Heaven Desolate Palace. Zhang Dihao was filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have held back so much. I would have directly annihilated the Zong clan, and there wouldn't be such trouble now. He had lost twice in a row. Once the flag of the Zong clan was raised, the Heaven Wasteland domain was in chaos. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost 13,000 soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, which had hurt their foundation. They were originally at the bottom of all the Little Saint domains. Now that they had suffered such heavy losses, Zhang Dihao didn't know where to put his face. The elders, deacons, and masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace all lowered their heads and endured Zhang Dihao's anger. Palace Lord, the plan now is to immediately annihilate the Zong clan. We can't let them continue to cause trouble. If this drags on, our Heaven Wasteland Palace will have no advantage at all. Zhang Difei stood up and said. As a powerful figure of the Zhang clan, Zhang Difei was more anxious than anyone else. I think that we should immediately mobilize the Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers to suppress the Zong clan. Zhang Difei continued, and I hope that the Holy Lord will bestow us with a saint rune to deal with that old fart, Song Xingtian. Once we get rid of them, the Zong clan will not be able to turn the situation around. Zhang Difei had a bad temper, and his battle strength was very strong. He was on the same level as Song Xingtian. The others in the palace agreed with him. Elder Zhan is right. As long as we annihilate Brother Song Xingtian, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. In fact, we can even capture and control those 10,000 heavy-armored spearmen, which can make up for our previous losses. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace all knew that the Zong clan's strongest force was that batch of heavy-armored spearmen. Every single one of them had extremely strong battle strength, surpassing even the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. If the Heaven Wasteland Palace could capture that batch of heavy-armored spearmen, they could indeed make up for their previous losses. However, there was still a doubt in their hearts. How did the Zong clan manage to pull out such a powerful group of heavy-armored spearmen? They even managed to hide it from the eyes and ears of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they didn't figure this out, everyone would feel a tinge of unease in their hearts. That was 20,000 heavy-armored spearmen, which was more than what a force could handle. Did they really think that they were cabbages? Zhang Dihao hated the Netherworld Palace, and he hated the Zong clan even more. They just had to create trouble at this time and bring them so much trouble. The losses they caused were also unforgivable. Di Fei, I'll leave the matters of the Zong clan to you. I'll get the Saint Talisman for you, but you must ensure that you destroy the Zong clan as soon as possible. Zhang Dihao said solemnly. As for the others, they'll all be at the borders to prevent the Netherworld Palace from continuing their invasion. This was something that could not be helped. The Heaven Wasteland Palace controlled a large amount of resources. Over the years, the number of Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers they had created was only about 50,000. At the same time, this was also the strongest trump card that the Heaven Wasteland Palace had used to deter the other major forces. The Saint Master's Saint Talisman was naturally a nuclear weapon that would not be used easily. The Zone clan's trump card had destroyed 13,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. It would have been fine if it had been any other time, but now that the Netherworld Palace had launched a large-scale invasion, they could easily destroy the Zone clan. Who would have thought that they would suffer such a huge setback at the hands of the Zone clan? For the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they only had a little more than 30,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers left. They did not have much confidence in themselves, so they had to ask for the Saint Talisman to kill the Songxing Tian brothers. This was also the fastest way. In order to resolve their worries, the Heaven Wasteland Palace mobilized the few remaining Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers they had and sent out another 10,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. At the same time, they asked for the Saint Talisman bestowed by the Saint Master. The Saint Talisman contained a powerful attack from the Saint Master, which was enough to kill a powerful figure like Songxing Tian. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had come again. The Zone clan had won twice in a row and destroyed 13,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. This kind of battle record was enough to make anyone proud, especially when it came from a clan like the Zone clan. In just a few days, a large number of people had gathered around the Zone clan. When it reached a certain scale, even the forces that had been watching from the sidelines began to have different ideas. The Zone clan organized a great army and marched forward, crushing everything in their path. For those powers and territories that blocked their way, they either surrendered or were completely annihilated. Chapter 2268. Heaven Wasteland Palace once again launched an attack on the Zone family, but this time, no one was optimistic about Heaven Wasteland Palace's chances. In these few days, Zone family had displayed terrifying strength and defeated Heaven Wasteland Palace twice. Other than the Holy Lord, they didn't believe that Heaven Wasteland Palace had the strength to deal with Zone family, especially under such circumstances. On the battlefield at the border, Netherworld Palace was eyeing them covetously. Zone family moved very quickly, subduing forces one by one and killing their way to Heaven Wasteland Palace's territory. On this day, Heaven Wasteland Palace and the main family met again. Old Man Zone, you really hid your strength well, but you won't be so lucky this time. Battle Di Fei was very angry with Songxing Tian, but he suppressed his anger and didn't arrange for the Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers to move out. Songxing Tian became more and more confident. With just the few of you, I advise you not to worry too much. Big brother, he is from the Zong family, let's kill him first. Zong Xingshui's battle intent surged as he took out a treasure and charged forward. You killed our Zong family's disciples back then, I will have my revenge today. Battle Di Fei was very strong. Even though they were at the same cultivation realm, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Not only did they not have any chance of winning, they even fell into a predicament. Zong Xingshui had already expected this, it was just to exhaust their energy. Saint Talisman, Icy Finger. The Saint Talisman was completely golden, and after Battle Di Fei tore it apart, an oppressive aura from an unparalleled expert instantly enveloped the entire area. Traces of coldness turned into frost and fell from the sky. Shameless. Songxing Tian and his brothers' expressions changed drastically as they desperately circulated the energy in their bodies to resist the oppressive aura. Their movements also became sluggish as frost covered their bodies. Old Man Zong, we could destroy you once back then, we can do the same to your Zong family now. Battle Di Fei revealed a look of joy. Amidst the endless frost, a snow-white finger jabbed at the two. Between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, it seemed to be quiet. Songxing Tian and his brother lost control of their bodies. Even though the great Tao runes appeared, they were still forcefully suppressed. I didn't expect it to be a Saint Talisman. Songxing Tian was still very proud of his own strength, and he believed that he could block the attack from the Holy Lord. Now, the attack from the Holy Talisman, with just a condensed finger, had caused them to lose the ability to resist. The Holy Lord was the Holy Lord. I hope that person can make a move. At this moment, Sung Tian pinned his hopes on the mysterious man. At this moment, only he could help her get through this calamity. The tyrannical aura of the saint symbol engulfed the entire heaven wasteland domain. All the forces, big and small, were moved, and some old ancestors who were in seclusion also came out. The Saint Lord had made a move. It was something that hadn't happened in a long time. These seclusion old ancestors couldn't sit still any longer. They had to pay attention to the development of the situation so that they could make the correct choice. As for those powers that had pledged their allegiance to the Zone clan, all of them were thinking that the two strongest experts of the Zone clan would soon be killed by the Saint Talisman. The Holy Talisman appeared. He would definitely die. No one had ever heard of anyone surviving under the attack of the Saint Talisman. Even if this Saint Talisman wasn't fully condensed, it could easily kill a late-stage giant-level expert, even if the other party had condensed Great Tao patterns. He has indeed made a move. The reason why Lin Fei didn't leave the Heaven Wasteland domain was because of that person from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Everything was as he had imagined. The other party had indeed made a move. Even though it wasn't his true body, a simple Saint Talisman was enough to solve all the problems. If the true body were to make a move, it would be more troublesome to deal with it. An attack from a Saint Talisman, I can still deal with it. It's just a waste of my origin energy. Lin Fei could imitate the aura of the Unity ancestor through the system, not to mention everything that was contained in the blood essence. Go. It was a very ordinary finger attack. Bang! The icy jade finger collided with the finger attack in the void, instantly setting off a terrifying wave of air. The two Zone clan brothers were sent flying. Battle D Fei, who had a smug look on his face, was also sent flying. A terrifying aura lingered at the scene and didn't dissipate for a long time. Cough, cough, cough. Sung Tian came out from the ruins. He had sustained serious injuries, and the frost between heaven and earth had also disappeared. Heavy armored troops, move out. The biggest problem had been solved. Sung Tian was completely relieved. Without any hesitation, he launched his attack. More than 10,000 heavy armored troops charged out. Sect Master level experts. Battle D Fei came out in a sorry state. He looked at the heavy armored troops in the sky. The Saint Talisman that he had high hopes for was dissolved just like that. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder they dared to attack. It turns out that they have backup. Before Battle D Fei could think any further, the two Sung Tian brothers charged over and used their two giant treasures to suppress him. After losing his biggest trump card, Battle D Fei was forced to retreat. Coupled with the impact of the air waves, he didn't last long before he was killed by the two brothers. Without Battle D Fei to hold the fort, the Heaven Wasteland domain's heavenly troops and magnate experts were utterly defeated. In just a short while, they were killed or captured. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had failed once again. Dead? When another aura appeared, Battle D Hao's expression changed. His heart sank as he realized that there was a mistake in the information. Zong family. The instant Battle D Fei's aura disappeared, a terrifying aura erupted from Battle D Hao's body. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace could feel the anger from the Palace Lord's aura. After this battle, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had suffered a huge blow. It wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. The Netherworld Palace, which had been under attack all this while, suddenly launched an attack without any warning. A battle broke out at the battlefield at the border. Elder Yu Jiotian also personally joined the battle. Battle D Hao, do you dare to come out and fight? A stern voice floated over from the sky. It turned out that Yu Mingzi had taken out a treasure and was charging over. A few of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's magnate experts were sent flying. All of them were heavily injured. Yu Mingzi, you are really good. A battle broke out at the border. Lin Fei, who had been observing the battle, passed down an order to the two brothers of the Zong family. They were to continue their attack and wipe out the major powers that were loyal to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It had to be said that the Zong family had the backing of a sect master level expert. This caused those who had pledged their allegiance to the Zong family to beam with joy and excitement. This caused the morale of the Zong family to soar. From their point of view, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would suffer a great defeat under the pincer attack. Even if that person appeared, he might not be able to block the attacks of the two armies. The forces that were loyal to the Heaven Wasteland Palace were all wiped out by the Zong family. In a short 2 days, the Zong family had wiped out and conquered 70% of the forces of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Almost as soon as the army arrived, those who surrendered. Now, everyone could see that the Zong family had the backing of a sect master-level expert. Their morale was high and they were far from being able to resist. If they didn't surrender, what else could they do? The major powers that were absolutely loyal to the Zong family wavered. After the first one surrendered, the second one immediately followed. On the third day, the army of the Zong family penetrated into the territory of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. On the other side, on the battlefield at the border, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was retreating step by step. Their forces were constantly shrinking and the people they had on hand became fewer and fewer. In the end, they retreated back into the territory of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Two forces appeared at the border of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's territory. Chapter 2269. A great battle was about to break out. The entire Heaven Wasteland domain was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the Heaven Desolate Palace would be in such a bad situation. Everyone had thought that the war between the Heaven Desolate Palace and the Netherworld Palace would end in a draw. The scene before them was beyond everyone's imagination. The rise of the Zong family involved the shadow of the sect master, which undoubtedly posed a very bad threat to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Everyone was waiting to see how the Heaven Wasteland Palace would deal with this threat. If they did not handle it well, the losses that the Heaven Wasteland Palace would suffer would be great. At the very least, they would not be able to stop the rise of the Zong clan for a long period of time. If not for the Saint Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, everyone believed that the Zong clan had the ability to remove the Zong clan from their lofty position. Good move, sir. Under the night sky, on a mountain peak. Yu Mingzi greatly admired the other party's methods. Previously, he had thought of using this method to support a few forces in order to cause some trouble for the Heaven Desolate Palace. Fortunately, he did not carry it out, or else all his efforts would have been in vain. The strength of the united sect undoubtedly caused Yu Mingzi to have all sorts of doubts. With such strength, why couldn't they block the attack of the Cursed Palace that day? Could it be a ruse to injure himself to gain confidence? No matter what, Yu Mingzi started to take this seriously. Average. Lin Fei appeared in a black robe. Thanks to the approach of your Netherworld Palace, a portion of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's forces have been dispersed. I hope that we can break into the Heaven Wasteland Palace tomorrow. At the very least, we will inflict great damage to their vitality. Yu Mingchild had never thought of approaching the headquarters of the Heaven Desolate Palace, but now that he was at the gates of the city, he naturally had other ideas. At the very least, he could make the Heaven Desolate Palace vomit blood. If the Holy Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace really makes a move, he will definitely not be able to gain any advantage. You can rest assured. Yu Mingzi would not boast. To be able to get so close to the Heaven Desolate Palace, even if the Heaven Desolate Palace was destroyed, the Netherworld Palace would be able to gain benefits from the Heaven Desolate Palace in the future. The other party could only helplessly swallow this bitter fruit. Yu Mingzi even thought back to when the other party had slandered them. He probably never thought that there would be a day when he would be in such a disadvantageous position. The two then discussed for a while about tomorrow's matters. They wanted to ensure that they would deal the greatest blow to the Heaven Desolate Palace's strength and not give them a chance to catch their breath. The next day, the two armies launched a fierce attack. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was suddenly caught in a pincer attack. The army crushed their way in. As they approached the main altar of the Heaven Desolate Palace, the other side was forced to retreat without any ability to resist. Lin Fei had killed more than half of the 50,000 Heaven Wasteland soldiers, and the Netherworld Palace had killed a few more. The remaining 20,000 or so soldiers of Heaven Wasteland domain were terrified. Even if the Heaven Wasteland Palace mobilized more troops, they still wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. In less than half a day, the army arrived outside the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The troops of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were holed up inside the palace, and at the same time, they opened their formations and created ripples to form a barrier, temporarily blocking the fierce attack of the army. At this time, everyone in the Heaven Wasteland Palace was in a state of panic. There were less than 9,000 soldiers of Heaven Wasteland Domain left, and their morale was particularly low. They had never thought that they would be suppressed by an opponent of the same realm. Palace Lord Jean, your men are not good enough. Yu Mingzi stood in the sky. If I were you, I would immediately close the formation and surrender, lest the Heaven Wasteland Palace turn into a river of blood. The morale of the Netherworld Palace was high, and they kept attacking the Heaven Desolate Palace's formation. Jean Di Hao's expression was very ugly. How long had it been, and they had already fallen into such a situation? Even if they could get out of this predicament today, they would become a big joke in the sacred world. Jean Di Hao blamed Song Xingtian for the Heaven Wasteland Palace's current predicament. If they hadn't been stabbed by them, would they have ended up in this situation today? Yu Mingzi. I didn't lose to you, so there's nothing for you to be proud of. Jean Di Hao stared at Song Xingtian in the distance with deep resentment. Song Xingtian, the only thing I didn't expect was that you would take this opportunity to attack. If I had known earlier, I would have destroyed your Zong family back then. Song Xingtian was in a very good mood today. This was a scene that he had wanted to realize even in his dreams. The current scene was very real, and it was something that he had never dared to imagine before. The army of the Zong family would one day kill their way to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Song Xingtian said coldly. Back then, your Zong family was only a subsidiary force of the Zong family. The winner takes all, there's nothing more to say. Today, it's your turn. Jean Di Hao's face darkened. You don't have the right to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Heaven Wasteland Domain is still controlled by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had a holy master. That was the ultimate threat to the outside world. Everyone knows how to talk big. Song Xingtian laughed. At the end of the day, it all depends on your ability. Let's see how you're going to defend once the formation of the Heaven Wasteland Palace is broken. Attack. The two great forces attacked together, and their attacks were very fierce. Yu Mingzi found a formation grandmaster, and on the Zong family side, Lin Fei secretly pointed out where to attack the formation. The formation of the Heaven Wasteland Palace could not last for more than 2 days before it was broken. The army charged in. The entire Heaven Wasteland Palace was in chaos, and the soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were no longer in the mood to fight. The big shots and elders of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were surrounded by experts the moment they arrived. Corpses of big shots fell continuously, and the battlefield was covered with corpses. The battle was very intense, and the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the side of the Nether Palace and the Zong family. Jean Di Hao was also in a sorry state. If your holy master still doesn't act, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will cease to exist. Yu Mingzi suppressed Jean Di Hao, forcing him to retreat step by step, and wounds were left on his body. At this time, Jean Di Hao knew that the situation of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was very bad. If they did not invite an ultimate existence, it would be very difficult to resolve this fierce battle. Gritting his teeth, he took out a golden saint talisman and squeezed it. A golden ripple spread out and disappeared without a trace. Yu Mingzi also stopped attacking, and his expression turned serious. To be able to force the other party to invite the Holy Master, no matter what the outcome was, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would become a big joke in the sacred world. This kind of sorry state was not something that could be resolved with just a few words. Lin Fei was also secretly observing. There was not much information about the Holy Master of the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Everyone only knew that he was a member of the Zhang family, and after claiming to be the ruler of the Heaven Wasteland Domain, he disappeared without a trace. It was said that this ancestor of the Zhang family was constantly in seclusion, in order to break through to a higher level. In these years, the Holy Master of the Heaven Wasteland domain basically did not make a move, and his specific strength was not known. Lin Fei had always been on guard. An awesome character that could control a small sacred world was not easy to deal with. No matter what, he had to suppress him today. At the very least, he had to fight to a draw. Lin Fei planned to bleed a lot this time. Haha. Chapter 2270. The chaos in Heaven Wasteland domain naturally attracted the attention of some sacred lords. Which sacred lord did not want to expand their territory, such as supporting a few forces in other small saint domains, or occupying a piece of land? No matter how much the other party gnashed their teeth, they could not do anything about it. As the weakest domain, it was very normal for Heaven Wasteland domain to be noticed. Right now, Heaven Wasteland Palace was forced to such an extent, which was very unbelievable to the sacred world. Deep within Heaven Wasteland Palace. As the ripples spread, a sharp aura suddenly descended above Heaven Wasteland Palace. Oppressive. In front of the sharp aura, everyone felt a strong sense of suffocation. This was unprecedented. Their bodies slowly became unable to move. Who allowed you to cause trouble? These simple words came from deep within Heaven Wasteland Palace, and immediately exploded in everyone's hearts like a bolt of lightning. Yuming Zi and the Songxing Tian brothers were the first to bear the brunt. Puff! The two Songxing Tian brothers vomited blood on the spot, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. The rest of the people also exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Without even seeing him, the infinite power of the Sacred Lord had already made everyone feel an invisible fear. This fear came from the Sacred Lord. What a terrifying attack! This should be a sound wave attack. Lin Fei, who was in the dark, saw clearly that when the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland spoke, his voice condensed into a long spear attack that pierced into the other party's mind without any ability to resist. Lin Fei thought that the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland would attack in anger, but it seemed that he had underestimated the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland. All hail the Sacred Lord! Zhang Di Hao and the rest finally revealed a look of joy. In front of the Sacred Lord, the Zong brothers were nothing, even if the Yuming Zi was of a higher level than them. The Yuming Zi's body swayed slightly, blocking most of the opponent's attack. As an unparalleled expert, although he had used a treasure to stabilize his realm, he was still a sect master level figure. This was also the reason why Zhang Di Hao did not dare to attack. In a one-on-one situation, he was far from being the Yuming Zi's opponent, and he was very unhappy. Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation. Yuming Zi had a certain understanding of the Sacred Master of Heaven Wasteland. The fact that the other party could turn his voice into a sound wave attack made Yuming Zi take him seriously. Yuming Zi, you have guts to actually dare to cause trouble in the Heaven Desolate Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand turned into an inescapable net and grabbed at him. Let me see what gives you the guts to be so arrogant. This grab. Yuming Zi was immediately enveloped by the palm. Humph, who's afraid of who? Yuming Zi took out his personal treasure and blasted it towards the palm in the sky. This time, he wasn't the only one making a move. The Union Old Ancestor would also make a move. The giant hand in the sky quickly flicked 3 times at the giant treasure. Bang! Bang! He flicked it 3 times in a row, each time hitting the giant treasure. The giant treasure was sent flying and smashed into a mountain. The mountain peak was torn apart, and rubble flew everywhere. You can't. If your Netherworld's Sacred Master came, I might be a little afraid, but you, a disdainful voice came from the sky again. That was the disdain of the Sacred Master of Heaven Wasteland. As expected, you still can't do it. Yuming Zi shook his head slightly and didn't show too much of a shock. After all, he wasn't a true unparalleled expert. Against a true Sacred Master, it was normal for him to be slightly weaker. Netherworld River. Yuming Zi shouted and the Great Tao appeared behind him. It was a long black river with surging waves and black fog, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The Netherworld River swept towards the source of the voice. In front of this Netherworld River, Jean de Hao's expression changed slightly. This netherworld river was almost entirely filled with netherworld aura. If one observed carefully, there was still a small portion that had yet to be completely transformed. Once all of it was transformed into netherworld aura, Yumingzi would be equivalent to stepping into the realm of an unparalleled expert. I heard that the strongest move of the Netherworld Palace is the Netherworld River. The Netherworld River specializes in corroding the physical body and destroying the Great Tao. Today, watch as I destroy your Netherworld River. This Holy Master of Heaven Desolate is terrifyingly powerful. He is 1 or 2 realms higher than Yumingzi. When Holy Master of Heaven Desolate easily destroyed the attack of the Netherworld River, Lin Fei knew that it was time for him to act. Until now, he still hadn't seen what Holy Master of Heaven Desolate looked like. Have you locked onto his position? Little Evil Demon replied. Yes, as long as Master gives the order, we will definitely be able to threaten him. Yumingzi was the vanguard while Lin Fei planned to attack from the shadows. No matter what, he had to give Holy Master of Heaven Desolate an unforgettable memory. Brother Yu, continue attacking. I will help you immediately. Lin Fei transmitted a message to Yumingzi. Yumingzi was indeed waiting for the other party to attack. Just him alone wasn't a match for Holy Master of Heaven Desolate, and he had suffered a small injury. All right. The Netherworld River once again transformed into a spear and a broadsword to attack the other party. In the depths of the Heaven Desolate Palace sat an old man. The old man had a head of white hair, but his face was rosy. His eyes were exceptionally spirited, as if he could see through everything. You're courting death. Even though Holy Master of Heaven Desolate didn't care too much about trivial matters, he was still enraged to be attacked at his doorstep. He decided to teach Yumingzi a lesson that he would never forget. This is... Just as Holy Master of Heaven Desolate was about to attack, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in his lair. It was a group of black shadows that quietly appeared in the surroundings without a trace of aura. Without any hesitation, hundreds of shadows charged at him. Holy Master of Heaven Desolate blew out a breath of air, and the golden Great Tao power killed hundreds of shadows. Not a single one could reach him, but a trace of doubt arose in his heart. How did these guys get here? Not just anyone could sneak into his lair. The current scene was too abnormal. Again? Before Holy Master of Heaven Desolate could look away, a dense group of figures appeared in his lair. They were all half-step giants, and there were more than 1,000 of them. They raised their spears, and the sound of the spears pierced through the air and enveloped him. Who is it? A half-step giant wasn't much, but the fact that the other party could sneak in without him noticing was the biggest problem. Curse art, numb. Curse art, een cursed finger. Curse art, weaken. Curse art, poison. While Holy Master of Heaven Desolate blocked the Netherworld River with one hand and killed the half-step giants with the other, Lin Fei quietly made his move. A curse enhanced by origin energy blasted towards Holy Master of Heaven Desolate. Boom! The curse poison exploded on Holy Master of Heaven Desolate. A golden energy appeared around Holy Master of Heaven Desolate, and a crack was created by the een cursed finger. Although it wasn't obvious, it was enough. Curse art numb and curse art weaken all drilled into Holy Master of Heaven Desolate's body. Chapter 2271. The curse technique cast by the origin energy was far more frightening than he had imagined, and he could not dispel it in a short time. The Holy Lord of Infinite Wasteland suffered a great loss on the spot. The curse power that had entered his body could not be expelled. It was as if the curse power had taken root in his body and was constantly attacking his internal strength. This is a curse technique. When did the Curse Palace produce such an expert? Just because the Infinite Wasteland Saint Sovereign didn't care about such matters didn't mean that he didn't know about the Curse Palace. The Curse Palace had a powerful background, and their curse arts were unfathomable and impossible to guard against. The Curse Palace was the hardest to deal with, and he had never heard of a peerless expert emerging from the Curse Palace. The curse came so suddenly that Sacred Lord Heaven Wasteland was immediately affected. Weakness, poison, paralysis, and other curse techniques were unleashed. Heaven Wasteland Saint took the initiative to slow down, and his strength was greatly reduced. Get out here. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's powerful divine sense swept out as he swore to find the culprit. No one. His vast and mighty spiritual sense entered an uninhabited realm, but he did not discover the existence of anyone. This time, he was dumbfounded. You actually managed to hide from my divine sense? Once, twice, 3 times. After searching for a few times, he still couldn't find any trace of the mysterious person who cast the spell, as if the person didn't exist. On the other side, Yuming Zi used all his strength and gradually blocked the attack from Infinite Desolate Sacred Lord. He understood in his heart, it must be the Union ancestor. Sacred Lord Tianhuang wasn't the strongest amongst the Sacred Lords, but he was much stronger than normal experts and wasn't easy to deal with. The moment the other party's attacks weakened, Yuming Zi immediately realized that his chance had come. He controlled the Netherworld River and charged straight into the depths of the Heaven Desolate Palace. No one dared to stop him. How could this be? Zhang Di Hao and the rest were all dumbfounded. How could that Yuming Zi be his opponent? Wasn't he barely able to unleash the power of an unparalleled expert? Even though he was unconvinced, Zhang Di Hao did not dare to go over. The shockwaves created by the 2 unparalleled martial artists had turned the area into a zone of death. Even an expert of Zhang Di Hao's level would not dare to recklessly charge in. Serious injuries were certain. In the depths of the old lair of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, earth-shattering noises were constantly erupting. The long river of the underworld came and went, and every strike was extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp go numb. The 2 peerless experts exchanged blows. No one dared to approach, and the battle outside continued. Sung Xingtian took a healing pill and once again fought against Di Hao. The casualties of the Heaven Desolate Palace increased once more. Sacred Lord is indeed more powerful than ordinary unparalleled experts. Lin Fei kept moving. His hands did not stop moving. The curse technique flew towards the other party's body. The origin energy consumed quickly, but the effect was still very obvious. If I'm not wrong, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland should be at the peak of the first small realm of the unparalleled realm. The small realm of the sacred transformation realm is indeed quite powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to withstand the curse technique and would have been killed. However, the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland was different. Even though he was slightly affected, he was still able to suppress the effects of the curse and maintain 60% of his combat strength. 60% of his combat power was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Lin Fei secretly cast a curse technique, and did not reveal his position. Yuming Zi's attacks were also extremely sharp, and being able to exchange blows with the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland undoubtedly increased his battle experience. This was a rare opportunity. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland was miserable. On one hand, he had to suppress the curse technique, and on the other hand, he had to defend against Yuming Zi's attack. Using 2 minds at the same time, he was barely able to fight to a draw with the other party. This was something he did not expect. Yuming Zi, this saint has still underestimated you. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland sent the Netherworld River flying with a palm. He said with a gloomy face, to think that you could invite such an expert. Yuming Zi was used to the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland's attack rhythm, and a smile appeared on his face. Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland, since your Heaven Desolate Palace can wrongly accuse our Netherworld Palace, we naturally have to make some preparations. With your strength, the outcome of our battle will not be decided in a short period of time. On the other hand, if your Heaven Desolate Palace continues. In this battle, Yuming Zi did not want to kill the other party. With his current strength, he did not have the ability to do so. He would be very satisfied if he could fight to a draw. This was also a kind of victory. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland's face darkened once again, the killing intent in his eyes turning cold. Do you really think that this saint does not dare to kill you? Yuming Zi was indeed certain that the other party did not dare to be ruthless. The price he had to pay was too great. He smiled and said, if you go all out, it will not be difficult for you to kill me. However, after you kill me, you might not have the ability to deal with my friend. In the end, both of us will suffer. Lin Fei, who was in the dark, admired Yu Mingzi for being able to say such words. In terms of martial arts, the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland was no longer able to do so. At the very least, the other party did not have the confidence to withstand 2 waves of attacks. Everything was beyond the control of the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland. An expert hiding in the dark was also at the sacred transformation realm like him. The other party was not at the peak of the small realm, nor was it easy to deal with. The other party cultivated the most difficult curse technique. Do I really have to give up? The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland was very helpless. He had not made a move for a long time, but he had suffered quite a bit. From the very beginning, the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland had treated this matter as a farce. Within the coverage of his divine sense, he was unable to find any traces of the incantation expert. Instead, the other party's incantations continued to bombard him. After another hour, the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland had consumed a lot of energy. The disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had long since been forced to retreat. Even Zhang Di Hao was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage. He had lost. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland knew that he had made a mistake this time. If not for the incantation expert in the dark, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Yu Mingzi. Yu Mingzi, your goal has been achieved. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland retreated with a single strike and stopped attacking. If this continued, the losses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace would continue to increase. It's finally over. Seeing the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland retreat, Yu Mingzi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely excited in his heart. He had actually made the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland stop. In this battle against the Heaven Wasteland Palace, his side had won. Yu Mingzi was not arrogant. In his heart, he was very clear that the old ancestor Yu Yi, who had not appeared yet, had been a great help in this battle. He was also shocked by the other party's methods. What methods had made the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland so obviously fearful? This was simply unbelievable. The battle has stopped. The 2 brothers, Song Xingtian, were evidently taken aback. Big brother, we've won. Zhong Xingshui reacted quickly. In an instant, everyone cheered. Master must have blocked the attack of the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland. We've won this battle. Song Xingtian's eyes were brimming with tears. This was something he dared not imagine. When Zhang Di Hao and the others received the Holy Lord's words, they were completely dazed. For a moment, they could not accept this result. The Holy Lord in their eyes, the existence that ruled the Heaven Wasteland domain, could not do anything to Yu Mingzi, and thus suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. Chapter 2272. The Netherworld Palace and Zong clan joined forces to attack the Heaven Desolate Palace, but the battle ended in a draw. The reason why it was a draw was actually very simple. The Heaven Desolate Palace was no match for the attack of the army, and it was simply impossible to destroy the Heaven Desolate Palace. The Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland was not just for show. On the other side, Yu Mingzi and Lin Fei weren't confident that they could truly kill the other party. They might have a chance to defeat an expert of this level, but it would be extremely difficult to kill the other party. This battle was destined to end in a draw. However, everyone was clear in their hearts that the victors of this round were the Netherworld Palace and the Zong clan. No matter what, the Netherworld Palace and the Zong clan had crushed the Heaven Desolate Palace's face. This was already a victory. A few days later, the Heaven Desolate Palace made several announcements that caused a huge uproar. The first thing was for the Heaven Wasteland Palace to give a piece of land to the Netherworld Palace. This was tantamount to letting the Netherworld Palace stick a nail in the Heaven Wasteland domain. More importantly, the territory was huge. The second matter was that the Zong clan was also given a huge piece of land, acknowledging the legitimacy of the Zong clan's land. This caused everyone to be shocked. Everyone knew that the Heaven Wasteland Palace would not do such a thing. He was definitely going to suffer this loss. At least, that was the case for now. Everyone knew that from now on, the Heaven Wasteland domain would no longer be ruled by the Heaven Wasteland Palace alone. The Netherworld Palace's interference in the Heaven Wasteland domain would soon lead to a situation where two tigers could not share one mountain. Thank you, boss. Without you, our Zone clan would have really declined. In the Zone clan's conferred land, the atmosphere was filled with excitement. The Songxing Tian brothers were extremely grateful to the mysterious man in front of them. If not for the mysterious person, although they had to pay a certain amount of time, in comparison, the Zong family would have gained more benefits. At the very least, they would be able to stand tall in Heaven Wasteland domain again. This was the lifelong wish of the Zong clan. Since you've paid the price, I, as your boss, will not disappoint you. Lin Fei laughed. He was very satisfied with the attitude of the two Zong brothers. The origin energy units were not wasted. Most importantly, he had finally completed the system's mission. Having a territory in Heaven Wasteland domain, although there were certain risks, this was not too big of a problem. What you need to do next is quite simple. I'll give you a list in a moment. After explaining everything, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. The internal affairs of the Zone clan also needed to be reorganized. Lin Fei wasn't interested in spending too much time on this. Hence, he left behind a batch of 30,000 heavy-armored spearmen. It could solve all the problems of Heaven Wasteland domain. As for the Sacred Master of Infinite Wasteland, he would not dare to act recklessly for the time being. Lin Fei was very relieved. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had suffered a great loss in this battle. The heavenly soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace that they had painstakingly gathered were almost all captured and killed, leaving them with less than a few thousand people. Even if the Heaven Desolate Palace wanted to take revenge, they would need a very long time. They didn't have the strength to suppress the Zone clan, while the Zone clan had 30,000 heavy-armored spearmen. The Heaven Wasteland Palace could only silently shed tears. This was a tough bone to chew. Now that the Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost the deterrence of the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers, the forces that had attached themselves to it were also restless and had other ideas. Happy cooperation. Yumingzi was in a very good mood. It was usually impossible to bite off a large piece of meat from the hands of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, but they had succeeded this time. They now had a chance to intervene in the Heaven Wasteland domain. In these few days, the Netherworld Palace did not stay idle and constantly deployed troops. They were stationed in the fiefdom that belonged to the Netherworld Palace, like a sharp knife that could fall on the head of the Heaven Wasteland Palace at any time. It was tantamount to an invisible threat. Even if the Heaven Wasteland Palace was unhappy, they could only stare helplessly. One knife in the front and one in the back, the threat was really not light. Happy cooperation. Lin Fei raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. At the same time, thank you for the gifts. The cooperation between Lin Fei and Yumingzi was very simple. Afterwards, Yumingzi received news from somewhere and sent over a batch of half-stepped giant and giant corpses, which made Lin Fei even more satisfied. The other party did not mention the use of the corpses at all. It's good that you're satisfied. After all, you've helped us a lot. A small gift is nothing. Yumingzi really did not care about this. After all, it was of no use to them. If not for the sudden appearance of the Zong family and disrupting the other party's plan, the Netherworld Palace would not be able to gain any advantage. In addition, Yumingzi was even more curious about this old ancestor He. To be able to invite a curse technique expert was completely beyond his imagination. Thinking back to what happened before, he felt that this old ancestor He was pretending to be a pig to eat an elephant. The meeting this time was much more cordial. The two talked about some other matters. The main point was to guard against the counterattack of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. They were not worried about anything else, but that Holy Lord. He might not be able to swallow this anger. He won't dare, at least not for the next few years. Yumingzi laughed. My Holy Lord said that when the time comes, he will personally make a move. As long as he dares to make a move, he will definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Lin Fei silently mourned for the Heaven Wasteland Palace. For a long period of time, at least for the next few decades, it would be difficult for the Heaven Wasteland Palace to regain control. The first Netherworld Palace would not allow it. Holy Lord, we can't swallow this anger. Heaven Wasteland Palace, Forbidden Grounds. Jean de Hao could not accept the blow of defeat, and even forced them to give up 2 territories. If not for the Zong family messing up the rhythm, he would not have lost. Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland's expression was very calm. You have no choice but to accept it. Be it the Netherworld Palace or the Zong family, they both have unparalleled experts. You have to swallow this anger. The Heaven Wasteland Palace's current strength is not enough to contend against them. You should be clear about this. You should know what to do next. Jean de Hao's heart was filled with bitterness. He could not let go of this anger. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had suffered a great loss. There were less than 8,000 soldiers left, and many elders and worshippers had died. They had suffered a crushing defeat, and the most important thing now was to recover. I understand. No matter how unwilling I am, I will endure it. Jean de Hao gritted his teeth. The Heaven Wasteland Palace will rise again. Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland said a few more things to Jean de Hao before he left the Forbidden Grounds. We really miscalculated this time. After he left, Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland let out a bitter sigh. The other party's curse technique is so terrifying, and I can't get rid of it in a short period of time. The Curse Palace is indeed ambitious, and they secretly set up a trap. You guys think that I won't dare to make a move, but that doesn't mean. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace, and there was no need to worry about the Heaven Wasteland domain. The passage to the World Wall battlefield was opened. The people of the Sacred World could freely enter the Sealed World. The number of cultivators registered in the Adventurers Association reached a huge number. Lin Fei was very satisfied after seeing this. The population of the mysterious Sky World also began to increase, and almost all of them were adventurers from the Sacred World. Those experts who initially looked down on the Adventurers Association, after seeing the good things that could be exchanged with points, were tempted and joined the Adventurers Association, and their influence continued to expand. Back at the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei could finally sort out the huge harvest this time. About 40,000 soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland domain was definitely an unimaginable windfall. After a little forging, 40,000 heavy spear soldiers appeared. This time, Lin Fei did not forge heavy spear soldiers, but refined the long spear into a horizontal blade. Fortunately, after the establishment of the Adventurers Association, he did not need to worry about resources. Chapter 2273. In the Cloud Domain. On this day, a distinguished guest arrived. He was here to see Sacred Lord Fu Yun, who personally received him and invited him to a courtyard on a mountain peak. Brother Amo, you seem to be living a good life. The visitor took a sip of fragrant tea and put down the cup. It's too leisurely. Everyone has a tiring life. Sacred Lord Fu Yun was a title in the outside world. His real name was Mo Yuan, and he maintained his middle-aged appearance. Mo Yuan and Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation were ordinary friends. They weren't very familiar with each other. Since the other had come to see him, he naturally had to welcome him. Even if the Heaven Wasteland domain was ranked last, he was still a Sacred Lord. Ha ha ha. The visitor was Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation. It had been half a year since the Heaven Wasteland Palace was besieged. The two chatted casually. Most of it was related to their circle. Even though they didn't go out, they were still very clear about what was going on in the circle. Nothing could escape their eyes. I heard that the Curse Palace in your cloud domain is expanding very quickly. Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation wouldn't come to see Sacred Lord Mo Yuan for no reason. A strange look flashed across Mo Yuan's eyes. If there was a word that he didn't want to hear the most recently, it would be Curse Palace. Ever since the Palace Lord of the Curse Palace injured the Unity Ancestor, the Curse Palace's strength had rapidly expanded. It caused quite a commotion in the cloud domain, which made Mo Yuan very uncomfortable. This was equivalent to seriously affecting the changes in the cloud domain. In particular, some forces had begun to contact the Curse Palace frequently. A mere curse palace is nothing. Mo Yuan smiled. In the cloud domain, this sacred lord is still the one who calls the shots. Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation naturally noticed the change in the other party. Brother Mo, you can't be too careful about this. Do you know the ancestral family in my territory? Who knew if they would make things difficult for him without any warning? Would it be troublesome? Even in my territory, many people are talking about it. They say that the Cursed Palace has the heart of a sacred lord. It was true that Mo Yuan was very concerned about the rise of the Cursed Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cursed Palace was not easy to deal with. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cursed Palace was difficult to deal with, he would have suppressed it long ago. Kiki, I don't think they have the courage. This is the Fu Yun world. What does the Cursed Palace amount to? Mo Yuan was very unhappy. If the other party wasn't a holy master, he would have already flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Yuan's anger was exactly what the sacred lord of Infinite Wasteland wanted to see. Brother Mo, why do I hear that a peerless expert has secretly appeared in the Cursed Palace? The Holy Master of Infinite Wasteland threw out another piece of shocking news. Mo Yuan's face darkened. Are you sure? After the Sacred Lord left, Mo Yuan immediately arranged for people to investigate the authenticity of the news. He did not believe that the Sacred Lord was simply passing by the Fuyan world. Everyone in the circle of Sacred Lords knew about what happened in Heaven Wasteland domain. If not for the fact that they had no way of defeating the other party, the Heaven Wasteland Palace might have lost the right to control the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and it would have been difficult for the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland to remain in his position. The Fuyan domain was not something that the Heaven Wasteland domain could compare to. After all, the Fuyan domain was ranked near the top, and there was more than one unparalleled expert guarding it. It was not a place that one could casually act presumptuously. Whether it was intentional or not, Mo Yuan had no choice but to take it seriously. He did not want to become a joke in the circle. The results of the investigation were soon out. The spies that Mo Yuan had sent out had indeed learned some inside information and guessed that there was a true unparalleled expert in the Cursed Palace. This is not good news. Mo Yuan frowned slightly after the spies left. I didn't expect the Cursed Palace to hide so deeply. The stronger the Cursed Palace was, the worse it was for Mo Yuan, who controlled the Fuyan domain. Sealed World, Invincible Palace. In the 6 months since Lin Fei returned, he basically did not go out much. Whether it was the Sealed World or the Heaven Wasteland domain, the current situation was very good. The Heaven Wasteland Palace maintained a low profile, and its disciples rarely went out. They were recuperating. The Zone family's influence was constantly increasing, and the Netherworld Palace was constantly recruiting experts from the Heaven Wasteland domain. Their forces were also expanding very quickly, and they had the momentum of the 3 countries. Lin Fei did not feel proud of this. To be honest, among the 3 forces, the Zone family should be the weakest, and it was not as strong as the Heaven Wasteland Palace or the Netherworld Palace. Fortunately, for a period of time, everyone did not interfere with each other and lived in harmony. During this half a year, Lin Fei did not idle around. For example, he explored the center of the boundary wall battlefield. His strength increased day by day, and he could get close to the center. That place was currently the best place for Lin Fei to improve his strength, because there were corpses that did not rot for tens of thousands of years there. As long as he accumulated enough origin energy, he believed that he would be able to break into that place. Master, I just received news that Holy Lord Fu Yun of the Fuyan domain has attacked the Cursed Palace. Lin Fei was enjoying a beautiful morning when he suddenly heard the news from his subordinates. He could not help but be slightly stunned. It can't be. There was indeed a conflict of interest between the Cursed Palace of the Fuyan domain and the current ruler, Holy Lord Fu Yun. Lin Fei had known about this a long time ago, but he did not expect it to erupt earlier. It's absolutely true. The Gue Yuan sect of the Fuyan domain has attacked with all their strength, and both sides have started a war. The Cursed Palace is also impressive, and almost 1/3 of the forces in the Fuyan domain have come to their side. Right now, the Fuyan domain is in chaos. The Gue Yuan sect is so powerful, much more powerful than the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Inside the Fuyan domain, many existences invisible to the naked eye were continuously transmitting information and images back. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei opened the system and observed the chaos in the Fuyan domain from a close distance. Logically speaking, the Gue Yuan sect should not have attacked so quickly. Lin Fei frowned. According to his original calculations, the conflict between the Cursed Palace and the Gue Yuan sect should have erupted 1 or 2 years later. It should not have happened now. The Cursed Palace bought a large number of curse mages from Lin Fei, and in addition to the cannon fodder warriors, such as battle emperors, their strength had greatly increased. In the beginning, the Cursed Palace had a slight upper hand. For the next few days, the Cursed Palace continuously defeated the attacks of the Gue Yuan sect. On the contrary, the morale of the Gue Yuan sect was somewhat low. Everyone knew that the Cursed Palace was powerful, but they did not expect it to be this powerful. The strength displayed by the Cursed Palace had shocked the entire Gue Yuan sect. They soon discovered one thing, and that was that the giant experts of the Cursed Palace were much stronger than before. When the same curse technique was used, the power was more than 10 times stronger. Lin Fei's name quickly appeared in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Gue Yuan sect. Curse mages and battle emperors were not people who could be easily cultivated. For the Cursed Palace to be so generous, they must have come from the sealed world. This was bad news for the Gue Yuan sect. Chapter 2274. The civil war in the Cloud Realm lasted for half a month. It started on a small scale at the beginning. Then, when the elders of the Cloud Realm took action, an all-out war broke out in the Cloud Realm. This caused quite a commotion in the sacred world. There was the incident in the Heaven Wasteland Realm, and now it was happening in the Cloud Realm. What was the meaning of this? The Gue Yuan clan and the Cursed Palace of the Fuyan realm fought fiercely and ended up in a stalemate. The Cursed Palace displayed their powerful battle prowess, especially the high-level elders of the Cursed Palace. All of them had mastered powerful curse techniques, and the elders of the Gue Yuan clan had a headache dealing with them. In the beginning, 7 or 8 great experts were killed consecutively. From then on, the consecrated elders of the Gue Yuan clan did not dare to fight against the experts of the Cursed Palace alone. This infuriated Mo Yuan, a holy lord. Ever since he suspected that the Cursed Palace had an unparalleled expert in their ranks, coupled with the fact that the other party was extremely ambitious, Mo Yuan had made use of this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Cursed Palace. Who would have thought that the news would leak out? Not only did the Cursed Palace not fall for his trap, they even launched a counterattack. Mo Yuan did not care too much about the loss at the beginning. In terms of strength, the Gue Yuan clan was more than 10 times stronger than the Cursed Palace. The Gue Yuan clan had 2 unparalleled experts, so it was not difficult for them to destroy the Cursed Palace. However, the battle continued to go out of control, and the Gue Yuan clan did not have any advantage. Mo Yuan, the Divine Lord, was thoroughly displeased. Tian Huang Holy Lord had indeed guessed correctly. The Cursed Palace's strength had reached such a level, and the curse techniques that he had seen in the past had also increased by several times. In a one-on-one battle, the leaders of the Gue Yuan sect had become helpless, and the influence of the Cursed Palace continued to expand. At this point, Mo Yuan had no choice but to mobilize all the strength of the Gue Yuan clan to attack the Cursed Palace. They were determined to completely defeat the Cursed Palace and remove it from the Cloud Realm. The two sides fought fiercely, attracting the attention of various forces in the sacred world. A month later, the leader of the Gue Yuan clan, Mo Wu, personally attacked the Cursed Palace as a powerful expert. He was prepared to defeat the Cursed Palace in one fell swoop and quickly end this farce. Just when everyone thought that the Cursed Palace could not avoid this and would be removed from the Cloud Realm, the Palace Lord of the Cursed Palace, Chu Huan, appeared. He faced the leader of the Gue Yuan clan, Mo Wu. Chu Huan, today is the day that the Cursed Palace perishes. As soon as Mo Wu came up, his great Dao patterns opened up and he slapped his palm towards Mantra Huan, blocking the power of the mantra technique in front of him. It was smashed into pieces with a single palm strike. This was the strength of an unparalleled expert. The curse technique was very strong, and unless it was used by an unparalleled expert, it would not be able to cause any harm to an unparalleled expert. We still don't know who will destroy who. Ever since Juan Mantra got the top-level incantation technique, even the body of 10,000 curses, he immediately went into closed-door training. Fortunately, he finally mastered all the top-level incantation techniques and even successfully cultivated the legendary body of 10,000 curses. Although it was not perfect for Juan Mantra, it was more than enough. The moment the two of them attacked, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Mo Wu's unparalleled strength was used at full force. The entire Fuyan world felt a terrifying pressure. That was the pressure from an unparalleled expert. 10,000 curse body. After Juan Mantra had cultivated the body of incantations, he had actually stepped into the unparalleled realm. Dense curses protected his body and blocked Mo Wu's attack. When Mo Wu saw the other party's body of 10,000 curses, he was greatly shocked. How could the joy incantation be successfully cultivated? Wasn't it said that it had long been lost? The Gue Yuan sect had never given up on monitoring the Curse Palace. They had arranged for many spies. Naturally, they knew some of the secrets of the Curse Palace. The Curse Palace had never produced an unparalleled expert because it lacked a top-level secret technique. They didn't think that the Curse Palace would have a chance to produce an unparalleled expert. Mo Wu couldn't accept the scene in front of him. The Curse Palace had actually produced an unparalleled expert. Coupled with the support of the treasures of the Curse Palace, Juan Mantra's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Dark Curse Finger. Cursed fire burns the heavens. With the protection of the body of 10,000 curses, Juan Mantra could finally hold his head high. Even if Mo Wu was an unparalleled expert, he could use the strangeness of the incantation techniques to completely suppress his opponent. At the very least, he could fight to a draw. To those who paid attention to the Fuyan world, the appearance of an unparalleled expert in the Curse Palace was definitely not a small matter. On the contrary, it was a huge matter. The other party had quietly made a breakthrough, which was unacceptable. The incantation techniques of the Curse Palace had always been something that various factions had tried to break. After so many years, they hadn't made much progress. Many sacred lords had once said that as long as the Curse Palace didn't produce an unparalleled expert, there was no need to worry. On the contrary, once an unparalleled expert broke through, he would definitely be a terrifying opponent among the unparalleled experts. Now that someone from the Curse Palace had made a breakthrough and mastered the long-lost top-level incantation techniques, the Curse Palace had immediately transformed into a powerful faction that could fight against the Gue Yuan sect. This battle had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The two experts from the Gue Yuan sect and the Curse Palace had fought to a draw. If one had to say who had won, it would naturally be Juan Mantra, who had mastered incantation techniques. Mo Wu attacked fiercely several times, but he still couldn't suppress his opponent. Instead, he used up a lot of energy and had no choice but to stop attacking. It's true indeed. After hearing the news, Mo Yuan's expression darkened. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The Curse Palace indeed had an unparalleled expert, and one that was extremely difficult to deal with. He's indeed difficult to deal with. Mo Wu had to admit that his opponent was difficult to deal with. He has also mastered the body of 10,000 curses, which can nullify most of our attacks. Just like the rumors say, he's extremely difficult to deal with. The worst-case scenario had occurred, and Mo Yuan had to accept it. Mobilize the prefectural soldiers in the mystery territory and attack the Curse Palace. We must exhaust their strength. Mo Yuan said to Mo Wu. Let's order 200,000 soldiers. Mo Wu's expression brightened. Once the prefectural soldiers attack, although the incantation techniques of the Curse Palace are powerful, they might not be able to withstand the attack of the prefectural soldiers. As long as we can eliminate their strength, the Curse Palace will not be able to survive. 200,000 prefectural soldiers were mobilized, and with a mighty momentum, they tore apart the defense line of the Curse Palace. The prefectural soldiers were the trump card that the Gue Yuan sect had nurtured. In fact, every one of them was half a step away from the gargantuan realm. Coupled with their full set of armor, their combat power increased exponentially, and they were an existence that gave everyone a headache. The Gui Yuan sect controlled the cloud world and obtained a large amount of resources. Naturally, the Cursed Palace could not compete with them. Once the 200,000 prefectural soldiers attacked, the Cursed Palace suffered heavy losses. The unparalleled expert, Huan Mantra, was also restrained by Mo Wu, and he couldn't alleviate the attacks of the prefectural soldiers. After a few days, the Cursed Palace suffered heavy losses. The Battle Emperor army and the Curse Masters all suffered heavy casualties. Palace Lord, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous for us. After 5 days, our Curse Palace has lost more than 1 million cultivators. 2/3 of the Curse Master army has also been killed. If this continues, our foundation will be gone. Huan Mantra didn't expect the other party to act so quickly. If it wasn't for the spies that he had arranged to send back news, the Cursed Palace might really have been devoured by the enemy. It's still not enough time. Huan Mantra saw the problem. If this matter wasn't resolved, the Cursed Palace would really be finished. We have to find him. Chapter 2275. Here's the May 1st update. Don't go and play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5/15 Fan Festival. You can also watch other events with red packets. Chu Huan's doppelganger came, and Lin Fei was no exception. The Fuyan realm was in chaos. If Chu Huan didn't know how to make a choice, he would be a failure. The Gui Yuan clan controlled the Fuyan realm and occupied 60 to 70% of the resources. Over the years, they had become unimaginably powerful. There weren't many top-notch experts, but the number of middle-level and high-level experts they trained was terrifying. Ever since the war broke out, the two sides were like fire and water. One side wanted to resist the attack of the Gui Yuan clan, while the other side wanted to destroy the Cursed Palace. At the very least, the Cursed Palace would suffer a great loss and struggle at death's door. Recently, the Gui Yuan clan's divine lord Mo Yuan had spread his intentions. The forces that were on good terms with the Cursed Palace became fearful and didn't dare to make any moves. Help? No one was willing to offend a divine lord. The Cursed Palace's plan to seek help from the outside world ended in failure. Without external help, the Cursed Palace was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. As time dragged on, the situation would get worse and worse. In the end, they would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by the Gui Yuan clan. Fellow Daoist D. Tian, you must help our Cursed Palace this time. Chu Huan came shamelessly. No one knew the strength of the Gui Yuan clan better than him. As long as you help the Cursed Palace block the attack of the Gui Yuan clan, we are willing to pay any price. Chu Huan could only count on D. Tian now. Although the Cursed Palace had displayed terrifying strength, there was still a gap between them and the Gui Yuan clan. It wasn't something that could be reversed in a short period of time. If not for the upgraded curse techniques provided by Lin Fei, the gap between the two sides would be even greater. Although they weren't completely vulnerable, the gap was almost the same. Chu Huan could only seek help from D. Tian. He believed that as long as D. Tian agreed to help, they would definitely be able to block the attack of the Gui Yuan clan. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the chaos in the Fuyan realm. He knew that this day would come. Ever since he attacked the Unity sect, he had paid a great price. The benefits were unimaginable. For example, the recent attack on the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The number of heavy gunners on hand had increased by a large amount, all of which were provided by the enemy. Fuyan world was in chaos. Lin Fei was the first to clap and cheer. His heavy armored troops could be used once more. Brother Curse, you think too highly of my invincible palace. Lin Fei laughed. The Gui Yuan sect is extremely powerful. My small arms and legs are no match for them. Chu Huan didn't believe D. Tian's bullshit. What small arms and legs? It was fine for D. Tian to bluff others, but to bluff in front of her? How shameless. Fellow Daoist, if your invincible palace is weak, then my cursed palace is nothing. Chu Huan smiled. This time, I came with sincerity. The cursed palace will do its best to fulfill any of your conditions. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get reinforcements, Chu Huan wouldn't be willing to come here. Lin Fei was just putting on airs. If he agreed so easily, it would be too obvious. It would be easy for others to guess some things, which he didn't want to see. Because of what you said, I have to help you no matter what. Lin Fei refused several times before finally agreeing. Recently, the Adventurer Guild has established a new department to organize mercenaries. Chu Huan's eyes lit up. Mercenaries? Chu Huan's eyes lit up. Mercenaries? Lin Fei already had an idea about mercenaries. He hadn't realized it. After the battle in the Heaven Wasteland domain ended, they provided him with a large number of half-step giant corpses. He could finally arrange for mercenaries. Actually, the meaning of mercenaries is very simple. Lin Fei explained with a smile. As long as the mercenaries fought well, from now on, the mercenaries would definitely become an existence that the sacred world couldn't ignore. Chu Huan gave him a thumbs up. His eyes were filled with joy. Mercenaries. What a good name. What are they? My mercenaries will all be of the half-step giant realm. Coupled with sharp weapons and armor, every half-step giant will be able to defeat their opponents of the same level. Brother Di Tian, don't make me drool. What's the price for you to arrange mercenaries? Chu Huan's eyes lit up. He secretly thought of something. It was about the Heaven Wasteland domain. He thought to himself, could it be that the heavy armored soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland domain were hired by the Zhong family to fight? If that's true. His face darkened. My mercenaries are all elites, so the price is naturally not cheap, said Lin Fei unhurriedly. No matter who wins or loses, your cursed palace will have to pay a certain amount of energy points. For example, this time, Brother Curse, you are facing a large force like the Gue Yuan sect. They will definitely send out their elites, but you only need to pay 5 billion energy points. 5 billion energy points was not a simple number. Back when they were exchanging resources, Lin Fei had secretly lowered the exchange rate. Every single energy point was extremely precious, and there was no room for error. Only a major organization like the Cursed Palace would be able to fork out 5 billion energy points. This was where Lin Fei was smart. Chu Huan was very clear about the size of 5 billion energy points. Even the Cursed Palace would need to expend a lot of effort to get 5 billion energy points. When he thought about the fact that the elite mercenaries were all half-step giant realm, they could become the prefecture soldiers of the Gue Yuan sect. That was a total of 200,000 soldiers. He was going all out in order to deal with the Cursed Palace. Can the number of mercenaries stop 200,000 prefecture soldiers? Chu Huan was not afraid of paying. He was just worried that the number of mercenaries was not enough. 200,000 prefecture soldiers were extremely powerful. If it was not for the 200,000 prefecture soldiers, the Cursed Palace might not be afraid of the Gue Yuan sect. After all, the Cursed Palace had about 20,000 Heaven Curse Masters. It's just 200,000 prefecture soldiers. I'm not bragging, but it's not difficult to deal with them. The purpose of our mercenaries is to help whoever has the money. Chu Huan did not know whether to laugh or cry. 5 billion energy points is a huge number. For the Cursed Palace, I will pay it even if I have to grit my teeth. In the end, Chu Huan still decided to listen to Di Tian. For the sake of the Cursed Palace, 5 billion energy points is a huge number. Lin Fei laughed. As our first client, you'll be satisfied. In the future, it won't be so easy to get mercenaries from the Adventurers Guild. A rare look of anticipation appeared in Chu Huan's eyes. Looking at the dense group of mercenaries, Chu Huan's eyes widened subconsciously. He could not believe what he was seeing. The aura that gathered together was like a sharp knife that could decide a person's life or death. There was no other choice. When Chu Huan first saw this, he thought he had seen a ghost. Such a powerful force was like a heavenly card. Do you believe me now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Congratulations, my friend. From now on, the mercenaries in your hands will shake the entire sacred realm. May I know the name of this mercenary? Chu Huan asked respectfully. The mercenary is called Nightmare. Chapter 2276. Here's the May 1st update. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double monthly tickets for the 515 fan day. You can also take a look at other activities that have red packets. A smile finally appeared on Mo Yuan's face when he heard the report. Ever since the Gue Yuan sect mobilized 200,000 prefectural soldiers, the disadvantageous situation had changed. The Gue Yuan sect was gradually suppressing the Cursed Palace's counterattack. It wouldn't take long before they would be able to completely defeat the Cursed Palace. This was a clever move by the Gue Yuan sect. As the Sacred Lord, Mo Yuan had personally spread the word. As long as one wasn't a fool, basically no one would be willing to offend such a colossus. Everything was under his control. As for the Cursed Palace's request for reinforcements, it was basically useless. No one was willing to lend a hand, and it was only a matter of time before the Gue Yuan clan defeated the Cursed Palace. The Gue Yuan clan finally had a chance to seize the powerful curse arts of the Cursed Palace. Obtaining the complete cultivation method from the Cursed Palace had always been the dream of the various major forces. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. The Cursed Palace is going to lose. That's right, the Gue Yuan sect controls the cloud world and has absolute power. The Cursed Palace is courting death. Who doesn't know that the Gue Yuan clan has 450,000 soldiers under their control? They can suppress all resistance. I heard that those organizations that are on good terms with the Cursed Palace have all chosen to remain silent. There are also some who have publicly announced that they are cutting off all ties with the Cursed Palace. Gue Yuan is about to reach the heavens in a single bound. I know, right? The Fuyun domain was much more powerful than the Heaven Wasteland domain. No one was optimistic about the Cursed Palace. Even though the Cursed Palace had great legacies that were not inferior to the 10 great techniques, they were still too weak in front of the ferocious Gue Yuan sect. Once the 200,000 prefecture soldiers moved out, their momentum was vast and mighty, crushing everything in their path. The powerhouses of the Cursed Palace were basically all fending them off. If one of them couldn't deal with them, they would send a few more powerhouses to hold back the rest of the Cursed Palace. Having lost their main force to counterattack, the remaining forces were no match for the prefecture soldiers. Over the past few days, only 20,000 of the 200,000 soldiers had been lost. They had gained the upper hand, and the Cursed Palace's forces were forced to retreat, all the way back to the Cursed Palace. 180,000 prefectural soldiers were already at the city gates. No matter what, the Cursed Palace was clearly at a disadvantage. The Cursed Palace would be completely removed from the Fuyun world. On this day, 180,000 prefectural soldiers surrounded the Cursed Palace, sealing off all exits. Cursed Joy, your Cursed Palace has been surrounded by us. You have half a day to come out and surrender. Otherwise, we will launch a frenzied attack and destroy your Cursed Palace. Mo Wu had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. The Cursed Palace was very powerful, but under the pressure of the great army, Mo Wu only needed to give the order, and the 180,000 prefecture soldiers would be able to break through the Cursed Palace's defensive array formation and charge into the palace. Exterminate all resistance. Sovereign Mo, isn't your Gue Yuan sect very powerful? If you have the ability, why don't you kill your way in? Chu Huan said coldly. You want our Cursed Palace to open the door and surrender? Who do you think you are? Mo Wu's face darkened. Stubborn fellow. This is giving you a chance, so don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. After half a day, we will attack. Kill without mercy. Attack. Attack. Mo Wu personally attacked the Cursed Palace formation. The Gue Yuan sect had long studied the Cursed Palace formation. This time, they attacked in a specific way, continuously attacking certain parts of the cursed palace. A series of ripples were blasted out. Sovereign, our formation can't hold on for much longer. Sovereign, let's fight it out with them. None of our cursed palace are cowards. The elders of the cursed palace were unafraid of death. If they lost this battle, the higher-ups of the cursed palace would not have a good ending. It was better to die on the battlefield than to surrender. Only Chu Huan was the calmest. Through his clone, he knew the situation of the mercenaries. When the mercenaries intervened, they would definitely be able to turn the situation around. 180,000 prefectural soldiers. Once they are heavily injured by the mercenaries, the Gue Yuan sect will definitely suffer a great loss. Their control over the Fuyan world will also decrease. This is an opportunity for the Cursed Palace. A cold light flashed in the Cursed Palace. A hint of joy disappeared in a flash. No one noticed this change. Boom, boom, boom. The Cursed Palace formation was on the verge of collapse. After a series of fierce attacks, the formation was broken. Kill. Once the formation was broken, the 180,000 prefectural soldiers and powerful cultivators all rushed in. Even Mo Yuan, the Divine Lord, appeared in person to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Sovereign Curse, I still have to thank you. Without your rebellion, we would not have a suitable reason to deal with you. Mo Wu activated his treasure and faced Chu Huan. It's still uncertain who will win. Chu Huan activated his god altar. His combat power increased exponentially. Powerful curse techniques blasted towards Mo Wu. The two of them fought fiercely. The momentum was earth-shattering. One side used strange curse techniques, while the other side used the Great Path attacks. For a moment, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Sovereign Curse, are you really going to resist to the end? Mo Wu pointed a finger and the Great Path appeared behind him. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In front of 180,000 prefectural soldiers, your Cursed Palace will soon be destroyed. From now on, the name Cursed Palace will no longer exist. Mo Wu once again used a killing move. The Great Path behind him surged and revealed its murderous intent. For a moment, it suppressed Chu Huan's curse techniques and forced him to go all out. Chu Huan was protected by the body of 10,000 curses. His opponent's attacks were fierce, but they could not hurt him for a while. It's about time. Mo Wu was taken aback when he suddenly said this. He did not understand what he meant. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, naturally knew what this meant. He looked at the dense mass of heavy spearmen, swordsmen, and swordsmen behind him and smiled. Nightmare, move out. After removing the system's protection, 100,000 mercenaries immediately appeared in everyone's field of vision. Kill. This time, Lin Fei had mobilized 100,000 heavy armored half-step giants. Lin Fei had personally refined armor and weapons for each of the half-step heavyweights. He had put in a lot of effort. The three different types of soldiers had almost the same combat power. There was not much difference. Who are those people? What a terrifying aura. They have the same aura as the 180,000 prefectural soldiers. This is unbelievable. Could they be helpers from the Cursed Palace? 100,000 nightmare mercenaries moved as one. Their murderous intent soared into the sky. At this moment, the 180,000 prefectural soldiers had split up. They did not gather together. They separated the people from the Cursed Palace into different areas and attacked them one by one. As soon as the nightmare mercenaries appeared, they turned into black shadows that filled the sky and charged toward the closest area. There were 30,000 prefectural soldiers in this area. They were slightly stunned when they saw the black armored soldiers charging out. Then, they revealed expressions of joy. One of the leaders shouted, "Kill them all." Bang! A ray of light came. The leader raised his saber and tried to slash, but he suddenly realized that he had slashed thin air. He could not block the opponent's attack. Then, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. How can he be more powerful than me? Blood gushed out of the leader's forehead. A spear had pierced through it. Chapter 2277. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the nightmare mercenaries appeared, they transformed into a sharp knife. One by one, the prefecture soldiers fell from the sky, creating large holes in the ground. Be it in terms of strength or equipment, the nightmare mercenaries were incomparable to the prefecture soldiers. The crowd could only see the prefecture soldiers falling from the sky. The sound of the prefecture soldiers falling from the sky echoed throughout the city. In just a short period of time, the prefecture soldiers in a certain area were all killed. Stop them. They are our reinforcements. Chu Huan's voice spread out, echoing in the ears of the disciples of the Cursed Palace. Kill. They can't hold on any longer. We will win for sure. The nightmare mercenaries displayed their tyrannical side. They crushed the invincible prefecture soldiers and immediately turned the situation around. Young Master Chu Lei, the eldest son of the Cursed Palace, took the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack on the cultivators of the Gui Yuan clan who were at a loss. He killed several prefecture soldiers on the spot. The cultivators of the Cursed Palace behind him also had expressions of joy on their faces. Stop them quickly. Mo Wu, the sect leader, was clearly stunned for a moment. It was a look of disbelief on his face. A dignified prefecture soldier had actually been killed in such a one-sided manner. When he came to his senses, he immediately gathered the major powers and prepared to blast away that mysterious army. How could the people of the Cursed Palace let them succeed? Curses blasted over, forming a barrier of curses. They forcefully suppressed the people of the Gui Yuan clan, making it impossible for them to help. In order to deal with the Cursed Palace, most of the strength of the Gui Yuan clan was gathered here. After all, they still needed to guard the rear. They couldn't let others take over their base. No, their curses are too powerful. We can't go up. The big shots of the Gui Yuan clan tried to break through the barrier. The attacks of the opponent were very aggressive. In addition, the curses were traceless. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Instead, they were left with many injuries. Where did these black armored soldiers come from? How can they be so powerful? Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He saw a terrifying scene. The 200,000 prefecture soldiers were decreasing rapidly. Almost every moment, there were prefecture soldiers dying. These were the reinforcements of the Cursed Palace. Mo Yuan had always thought that the Cursed Palace wouldn't have any reinforcements. When his words spread out, no one dared to not think twice. The consequences were unacceptable. However, the sudden appearance of the black armored army displayed an unparalleled power. No one dared to believe that this was real. The 100,000 black armored army had actually suppressed the prefectural soldiers. The 200,000 prefectural soldiers had been reduced to 150,000. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 prefectural soldiers had been killed. Sacred Lord Fu Yun. Your mansion soldiers are going to be finished. At this moment, Chu Huan finally smiled. Although she had to pay 5 billion energy points, the effect was still very good. The Gui Yuan sect soldiers could not stop the attack of the nightmare mercenaries at all. Even if you have reinforcements, it's only 100,000. Mo Yuan continued to attack Cursed Joy, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His treasures soared into the sky and bombarded the black armored army in the distance. Mo Yuan was no fool. He could see everything clearly. The black armored army in front of him was definitely a terrifying existence. Their individual combat strength was very strong, and the equipment they wore were all of high quality, completely superior to the prefecture soldiers they had trained. He really did not want to accept the scene in front of him, but the black armored army that was constantly slaughtering prefecture soldiers forced him to accept reality. We must destroy them. This was an urgent matter. He was clearly about to destroy the Cursed Palace, but this force suddenly appeared. In terms of strength and speed, they surpassed the prefecture soldiers. It was no less than a blow to his head. After the fierce attack, Mo Yuan prepared to deal with the black armored army. This was to regain his advantage. Bang! The powerful attack of the treasures was blocked by a treasure that appeared in the void. It's you, D. Tian. Mo Yuan did not understand why the other party was here. That treasure was the blood sky seal that D. Tian often used. It was completely blood red, and it blocked in front of Mo Yuan. Lin Fei stood on the blood sky seal. That's right. You guessed correctly. It's me. Mo Yuan had heard of D. Tian's name before. He did not pay much attention to him. D. Tian was just a nouveau riche. In a place like the Sacred Realm, he would be eaten up sooner or later. Mo Yuan had never paid much attention to him. As for the fact that the power of the Cursed Palace had increased, Mo Yuan did not believe that it was because of D. Tian. How dare you block my way? You can die now. Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he shot out 2 Jingguang rays that were filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. At this moment, even the void seemed to be frozen. Mo Yuan, the Sacred Lord, did not care about someone who was not even a giant yet. The Sacred Lord is indeed powerful. He is much more powerful than the Sacred Lord of Infinite Desolation. Lin Fei thought to himself. He did not dare to let his guard down. This person was not the Sacred Lord of Infinite Desolation. Body of 10,000 curses. Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses. Curse techniques filled the sky, forming a terrifying domain that blocked the 2 Jingguang rays. Another body of 10,000 curses. Mo Yuan's heart sank. The body of 10,000 curses was the most powerful curse technique of the Curse Palace. Once this curse technique was used, it could reduce the power of an attack by 60 to 70%. It was very difficult to break. While Lin Fei was delayed, Curse of Joy charged forward, forcing Mo Yuan to stop attacking Lin Fei. After all, Curse of Joy was not easy to deal with. It was quite difficult to deal with the strange curse technique. Curse technique, numb. Curse technique, Yin curse finger. Mo Yuan did not have time to deal with Lin Fei, but it did not mean that Lin Fei did not have time to attack. While Curse of Joy was using his curse technique to attack his opponent, he used his origin energy to cast a curse technique. How can his curse technique be so powerful? Its power is at least at the unparalleled realm. After being hit by the curse technique, Mo Yuan instantly felt that he had lost control of his body. Although it was only for a breath's time, the Yin curse finger poked his body. His body shook on the spot, and his blood and qi churned, almost spurting out. Good chance. Curse of Joy was overjoyed. He took advantage of the opportunity and slammed into Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan was sent flying and smashed into a mountain. Old ancestor, our prefecture army has suffered heavy losses. We have lost 100,000 soldiers. Mo Wu was forced to be unable to help. In a short period of time, they had lost 100,000 prefecture soldiers, while the other side had less than 5,000 casualties. It was a slap in the face. 100,000? The prefectural soldiers were the strongest trump card of the Gue Yuan sect. No faction could withstand the attack of the prefectural soldiers. However, in the blink of an eye, they had lost 100,000 soldiers. This was not a good number. It had been many years since the Gue Yuan sect had suffered such a heavy loss. Mo Yuan made a prompt decision. Retreat. The strength of the black armored army was beyond Mo Yuan's imagination. If this continued, it was not impossible that all 200,000 prefecture soldiers would be wiped out. Curse of Joy invited Di Tian, and the two of them worked together to threaten him. Mo Yuan did not have the upper hand at the moment, and there was no need to continue fighting. They could only retreat. Under Mo Yuan's command, the defeated soldiers gathered together and retreated. The battle in the sky stopped. Curse of Joy, you win this round. Mo Yuan was straightforward. Although he was unwilling, with the appearance of Di Tian, it was impossible to defeat his opponent. Let's wait and see the next round. Mo Yuan retreated with his people. We won. We won. All hail the Cursed Palace. Chapter 2278. The battle between the Cursed Palace and the Gue Yuan sect in the Cloud Realm had always been closely watched. Almost all the major powers in the sacred world were watching because of the Cursed Palace. Many powers in the sacred world were secretly watching the Cursed Palace. The conflict between the Cursed Palace and the Gue Yuan sect in the Cloud Realm was undoubtedly a hot topic for many people. If possible, they didn't mind taking a bite out of the Cursed Palace, but they had to have the opportunity. At the beginning, the Cursed Palace's strength shocked everyone. They were able to gain the upper hand at the beginning, and the person from the Cursed Palace had unknowingly advanced to an unparalleled level. This was beyond everyone's imagination. When the Gue Yuan sect sent out 200,000 strong prefecture soldiers and crushed the Cursed Palace, the situation changed day by day. In everyone's eyes, the Cursed Palace's weakness was that it didn't have enough prefecture soldiers. If the Cursed Palace had, the outcome of the battle would be difficult to determine. On the last day, when the Gue Yuan sect was at the gates of the city and the Cursed Palace was on the verge of collapsing, they sent out a group of reinforcements. The reinforcements crushed the 200,000 prefectural soldiers in a domineering manner. 100,000 prefectural soldiers were killed on the spot while less than 10,000 of their opponents were injured. This shocked all the factions that were paying attention. Who can tell me who those black armor soldiers are? They're too strong. 100,000 people wiped out 200,000 prefecture soldiers. How strong are they? How terrifying. From now on, who would dare to think that Di Tian can only hide in the sealed world? Di Tian's appearance with the black armor soldiers attracted a lot of attention. Even the fact that Bai Tian had cultivated the body of 10,000 curses attracted a lot of attention. After all, such a powerful black armored army was already at such a level with only 100,000 people. If there were 200,000 or 500,000, just how terrifying would that be? No one dared to imagine it. Perhaps, aside from those small sacred worlds that were close to the front, other forces would not be able to stop them. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Why is Di Tian in the Cursed Palace? Where did that black armor army come from? Mo Wu was filled with anger, and he kept roaring at his subordinates. In order to defeat the Cursed Palace, Missouri Wu had sealed off all exits. Even now, his subordinates couldn't give an explanation as to why Di Tian could still appear. Little Mo, you can't blame your subordinates for this. The Gue Yuan sect's temporary encampment was 500,000 miles away. After what happened during the day, the defenses around the Gue Yuan sect had increased by several times. You can leave now. As soon as Mo Yuan spoke, the people kneeling on the ground immediately disappeared, leaving only Sacred Lord Mo Yuan and Mo Wu behind. But Mo Wu was unwilling to give up. We were so close. It's all Di Tian's fault. He caused our Gue Yuan sect to lose 100,000 soldiers. The Gue Yuan sect had a total of 500,000 prefectural soldiers. This was accumulated over a long period of time and was their greatest asset in ruling the prefectural cloud world. Without this trump card, the strength of the Gue Yuan sect would be greatly reduced. Now, they had lost 100,000 soldiers in a single day. This was something that had never happened before. As the sect master, Mo Wu could not help but be angry. No one expected Di Tian to be so capable. Mo Yuan was still recalling, those black armored soldiers were extraordinary. They were wielding long spears, long blades, and long swords. The weapons in their hands should have been forged from special materials. It's extremely terrifying, and it's only a step away from a giant treasure. Mo Wu took a deep breath. Damn it, where did that Di Tian get it from? 100,000 strong black armored soldiers were mobilized. This was the first time they had ever heard of it. It was truly an incredible thing. Now we can only wait. Mo Wu said. Wait? Daoist Di Tian, thank you so much. The arrival of Lin Fei's mercenaries eased the pressure on the Cursed Palace and forced the Gue Yuan sect to retreat 500,000 li. They finally had a chance to catch their breath. After they left, Chu Huan came up to express his gratitude. This result was already within his expectations. He could finally relax. The nightmare mercenaries were stronger than he had imagined. This time, the cursed palace finally had a way to resist the Gue Yuan sect's prefectural soldiers. Lin Fei laughed, "Don't be too happy yet. The Gue Yuan sect suffered a loss. The loss of 100,000 soldiers isn't too heavy. They still have 400,000 soldiers." Chu Huan laughed dryly. "Then what do you think? While they are resting, we must take the initiative to attack them. It's best if we can eliminate the remaining 100,000 soldiers." Lin Fei said straightforwardly. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" The cursed palace had been under attack for a long time, and Chu Huan was exhausted. For a moment, he forgot that he could take the initiative to attack the Gue Yuan sect. "Yes, we should take the initiative to attack the Gue Yuan sect and eliminate the remaining 100,000 soldiers. They won't dare to act recklessly for a while." Chu Huan admired Di Tian's courage. After pondering for a while, she didn't hesitate at all. Just like what Di Tian had said, in the Cloud Prefecture realm, there were experts that were similar to the prefectural soldiers. If the Gue Yuan sect lost another 100,000 prefectural soldiers, the forces in the Cloud Prefecture realm would have different thoughts. "By the way, have you collected the corpses?" Lin Fei asked. Chu Huan did not dare to ask where the corpses were. The terrifying combat power displayed by the 100,000 nightmare mercenaries had made Chu Huan regard them as people on the same level as him. "I've collected them long ago. Also, I've collected all the corpses that I killed before. There are more than 133,000 corpses in total." Chu Huan took this matter very seriously. He collected the corpses of every half-step magnate and even the magnate. Not bad, not bad. Hearing that there were 130,000 corpses, Lin Fei was very satisfied. "Only through war can I obtain a large number of corpses of half-step magnate and magnate, which can increase my strength. If I can eliminate another 100,000 soldiers tonight." The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. It was destined to be a night suitable for killing. "Father, can Di Tian really sneak in? The Holy Lord is personally guarding the temporary encampment," Cursed Thunder said worriedly on a mountain peak. "We can only trust him." Chu Huan was very confident. "As long as we defeat the 100,000 soldiers of the Gue Yuan sect tonight, the Cursed Palace will be able to solve this crisis." Cursed Thunder suddenly asked, "Father, why do you think Di Tian collected the corpses? Could it be related to these mercenaries?" Chu Huan's face darkened, and he shouted, "Don't say such things in the future. You can only bury them in your heart. Di Tian is not someone you can offend, even if it's the Cursed Palace. The defense is several times tighter. The Gue Yuan sect is really careful. It's a pity that you..." Lin Fei sneaked into the encampment. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Fei quickly arrived at the resting area of the 100,000 soldiers. "I'm afraid you guys never thought that I would attack you at this time." Chapter 2279. In the battle during the day, more than 100,000 of the 200,000 prefecture soldiers had been killed. This had also traumatized the invincible prefecture soldiers. Even now, they still had lingering fears. In the temporary encampment, the prefecture soldiers gathered in groups of 3 to 5. "Damn, who knows where those black armored soldiers came from during the day? They're too terrifying. Their speed is faster than ours, and their strength is also much stronger than ours. That black armored soldier with a long spear is the same as the heavy spear soldiers in the sealed city. It can't be." Lin Fei snuck into the center of the 100,000 prefecture soldiers. Through the monitoring system, he saw that Holy Lord Fu Yun was some distance away. Lin Fei felt more at ease as he could carry out the night attack. "Nightmare mercenaries, move out." With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei recalled all the mercenaries and appeared in the center of the prefecture soldiers. Bang! The heavy spear soldier shot the head of the nearest prefecture soldier, causing a cloud of blood to explode. Not good. The nearest prefectural soldier suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then, a saber light chopped down, and he lost consciousness, sinking into boundless darkness. Lin Fei sent out the 90,000 nightmare mercenaries. As soon as the mercenaries appeared, everyone was caught off guard. One by one, the mansion soldiers fell into a pool of blood, their eyes wide open. They died with grievances. Kill. Kill. In the encampment, the nightmare mercenaries appeared and started a massacre. The prefecture soldiers had already been traumatized during the day. Now that they faced them again, they could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. Great, attack immediately. Chu Huan had been paying attention. The moment the flames shot into the sky, he knew that Di Tian had succeeded. Curse technique, meteor rain. As soon as Chu Huan appeared, he used his ultimate technique. The sky full of fire rained down like meteors. Anyone who was hit would have a bloody hole. At the same time, a scorching heat would burn their entire body. Dozens of meteor rain rained down on their bodies. They died on the spot. The entire encampment was in chaos. The great experts who had just flown out were attacked by the curse technique. They were completely stunned. Chu Huan, you're courting death. Mo Wu rushed up and saw the prefecture soldiers falling in the distance. That was the most important trump card of the Gue Yuan sect. Haha, you can't. The Gue Yuan sect had neglected the existence of Di Tian and was successfully attacked at night. In this battle, the Gue Yuan sect lost once again. Even Mo Yuan, a sacred lord, was unable to turn the situation around. As soon as he arrived, he was held back by others and had no way to eliminate the black armored army. Di Tian, I'll remember you. The 100,000 prefectural soldiers were quickly killed, with the exception of a few that managed to escape. The rest were all killed by the black armored army. With no other choice, Mo Yuan could only retreat once again. In less than 2 hours, the Gue Yuan sect retreated. This time, the Gue Yuan sect retreated from the area of the Cursed Palace. They retracted their defenses and retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. Let's go back. Mo Yuan let out a long sigh as he listened to his subordinate's report. We'll have to think about it at length. The 200,000 prefectural soldiers were almost annihilated, and the Gue Yuan sect suffered a great loss. There was no need to continue. As long as Di Tian's black armored army existed, it would be impossible for the Gue Yuan sect to defeat them. They've retreated. We've already retreated for billions of miles. They've started to retreat. According to the direction they're leaving in, they seem to be returning to Origin sect. News came one after another. That's great, we've won. Young Master Chu Lei couldn't help but shout. The Gue Yuan sect was pressing on, and the Cursed Palace was having a hard time. A dark cloud was constantly hanging over their heads, and no one knew how long the Cursed Palace could last. It wasn't until Di Tian appeared that the Cursed Palace finally saw hope. In just one day, the Cursed Palace had defeated the Gue Yuan sect's attack and even killed 200,000 prefectural soldiers. 200,000? Everyone knew what 200,000 prefectural soldiers represented. It was definitely a terrifying nightmare. Congratulations, my friend. Your nightmare mercenaries are about to shake the sacred world. Chu Huan walked over. Lin Fei was very satisfied with tonight's night attack. After losing 200,000 prefectural soldiers, the situation in the cloud domain had changed drastically. The Gue Yuan sect had to reconsider their future. Retreating was the best option for the Gue Yuan sect. Regarding the nightmare mercenaries, I'll have to trouble you to help me spread the news. Since we're doing business, we have to let everyone know about it. It's best to wait for 3 days before spreading the news. Lin Fei said. No problem, it's just a small matter. Chu Huan wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. The next day, the news that the Gue Yuan sect had lost 200,000 prefectural soldiers spread like wildfire. Everyone who was paying attention was shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't believe it was true. The Gue Yuan sect, with 200,000 prefectural soldiers, was defeated by 100,000 black armored soldiers? This piece of news was far too unreal. Everyone was trying to find out the truth of the news. After all, 100,000 black armored soldiers killing 200,000 prefectural soldiers was a big event that shook the sacred world. If it was 500,000 black armored soldiers, wouldn't they be able to kill 1 million or even 2 million prefectural soldiers? This was something that moved everyone. Some of them even started to plot against the black armored soldiers. The cloud domain temporarily calmed down. The Gui Yuan sect completely retreated, and the Curse Palace's reputation soared. To be able to force the Gui Yuan sect to retreat and kill 200,000 prefectural soldiers, everyone thought that the Curse Palace had the ability to fight against the Gui Yuan sect. At the very least, they were on the same level. Spies from various sacred worlds entered the cloud domain and kept investigating what happened yesterday. Gradually, one person after another appeared. Di Tian, who sealed the world, gradually entered everyone's vision. The black armored soldiers were brought here by Di Tian. Di Tian interfered? The Di Tian who sealed the world? How is that possible? Looking at the information that was sent to them, everyone was dumbfounded. Di Tian. It was a very ordinary name. He was not someone to be trifled with. He controlled a sealed world and was the local tyrant. No one was willing to let Di Tian come to the sacred world to cause trouble. Everyone knew that Di Tian had a secret trump card. He was not easy to deal with. Many of the sacred leaders' clones had been killed. Continue the investigation. Di Tian came to the cloud domain to help the Cursed Palace deal with the Gui Yuan sect. The strength that the black armored soldiers displayed was not to be underestimated. This was already a force that the sacred leader controlled. 100,000 black armored soldiers were able to kill 200,000 prefectural soldiers. This was very significant. More spies entered the cloud domain. This investigation lasted for 3 days, and the information they obtained was very little. Almost all of it was one-sided, and it was not the information they needed at all. On the 4th day, the palace lord of the Curse Palace, Curse Huan, personally announced a piece of news. When the news came out, countless people were dumbfounded. The Gui Yuan sect used their seniority to deal with the Curse Palace, but in the end, the Curse Palace still won. Here, the Curse Palace would like to thank the Adventurer Association of the Invincible Palace. It was because of the Adventurer Association that we launched the mercenary business that the Curse Palace was able to turn the situation around. Nightmare Mercenaries, good job. Chapter 2280. Mercenaries? What's that? Could it be that the black armored army provided by Di Tian can participate in the battle? The Nightmare Black Armored Army? As the palace lord, Chu Huan, personally announced it to the public, the spies were extremely excited. They finally collected important information and hurriedly reported it to their superiors. The Nightmare Mercenaries? Anyone can be hired? The first to know the news was the Gui Yuan clan. Their spies began to gather information. After Mo Wu knew, he immediately came to tell Mo Yuan, the sacred lord. After hearing the news, Mo Yuan could not digest it for a while. That's what Chu Huan announced. Mo Wu's hatred towards Chu Huan was average, but he was filled with boundless hatred towards Di Tian. 200,000 prefecture soldiers were gone. This wasn't something that could be vented in a short period of time. It should be true. Mo Yuan seemed to understand a little. He squinted his eyes and said, Di Tian, if it's true, the Gui Yuan clan is destined to become a joke. Moreover, we have become Di Tian's test subjects. Damn it. Mo Wu also understood immediately, the Gui Yuan clan's retreat is equivalent to making the Nightmare Mercenaries famous. I'm afraid that those big powers will be very interested in the Nightmare Mercenaries. Mo Yuan could not help but laugh bitterly. I didn't expect that bastard to play such a good show. The Nightmare Mercenaries will become famous after this battle. Old ancestor, are we just going to let this go? Mo Wu was still unwilling. They did not lose to the Cursed Palace, but to that bastard Di Tian. Mo Yuan, the sacred lord, had a better mentality than Mo Wu and was more farsighted. However, he gradually began to hate someone in his heart. It was the sacred lord of Infinite Wasteland who had passed by. Good, That sacred lord of infinite wasteland dared to trick the Gue Yuan clan. You guys must take this. If it was not for the sacred lord of infinite wasteland's provocation, Mo Yuan would not have attacked. It was all the sacred lord of infinite wasteland's fault. In his opinion, the sacred lord of infinite wasteland must have known about the existence of the mercenaries and wanted to see the Gue Yuan clan suffer. Mo Yuan was determined to vent his anger. Arrange for someone to send a message to the Cursed Palace. Tell them that this was done by the sacred lord of infinite wasteland. Black armored army with long spears. Nightmare mercenaries. Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland Saint Lord's face darkened as he heard the news. Could it be that the Zong family hired mercenaries from the sealed world? The sacred lord of Heaven Wasteland had not forgotten what had happened last time. If not for the support of the Zong family, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would not have suffered such a crushing defeat, and most of the Heaven Wasteland divine soldiers would have been wiped out. As a result, the Heaven Wasteland domain gradually lost control. Without a deterrent force, the powers that controlled the Zong clan and the Netherworld Palace became more and more subservient. Some even took the initiative to contact the Zong clan and the Netherworld Palace. Damnable D. Tian, damnable mercenaries, and damnable Zong clan. Sacred Lord Infinite Wasteland roared. When the various major powers found out about the nightmare mercenaries, they immediately contacted their spies in the sealed world to investigate whether adventurers' guilds provided mercenary services. Soon, the news spread back. The Adventurer Guild did have a mercenary service. Moreover, it had just been released recently. As long as one could afford it, they could hire experts to help them. For example, the first order was the Cursed Palace hiring the Nightmare Mercenaries. They had spent a total of 5 billion energy points. This made those people gasp. The exchange of energy points was not simple. 5 billion energy points was definitely an astronomical number. The comparison between the cost and the gain was unimaginable. In the end, everyone could see it clearly. This time, the major powers were moved, and even the small powers were completely moved. If they hired experts, would they be able to wipe out the enemy forces? It was just energy points, not anything else. They could easily scrape together the money. After the news spread, the number of people coming to the Adventurer Guild to exchange energy points increased almost non-stop. As a last resort, the Adventurer Guild added more than a dozen exchange machines to ease the flow of people. Now, the entire Holy Realm is talking about the Nightmare Mercenaries. This is really something worth celebrating. Chu Huan congratulated him as soon as she arrived. The impact that Lin Fei had on the Nightmare Mercenaries was already expected. For this group of mercenaries, Lin Fei had spent a lot of effort and got the materials to refine them. It was not easy. Fortunately, he had finally opened the door to the market. This is all thanks to your old rival, the Gue Yuan sect. Without their help, the Nightmare Mercenaries would not have had the chance to perform on stage. Lin Fei said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Chu Huan laughed. At this time, Cursed Thunder came in from outside and said, "Father, I just received news that the Gue Yuan sect was actually against us because of the instigation of Holy Lord Tian Huang." Chu Huan and the Gue Yuan sect did not have a good relationship, but the other party would not easily make a move. He had always been puzzled about this. After hearing his eldest son's words, he finally understood. Is this news confirmed? Cursed Thunder nodded. It came from the Gue Yuan sect. Lin Fei understood. No wonder the Gue Yuan sect would make a move on the Cursed Palace. It was because of the instigation of Holy Lord Tian Huang. It must be the result of the curse technique when they attacked the Heaven Wasteland Palace last time. The Cursed Palace was implicated even though they were not doing anything. Holy Lord Tian Huang is courting death. Chu Huan had mastered the body of 10,000 curses, which was equivalent to stepping into a higher realm. Normally, he would be afraid, but now he had the ability to compete with the other party. However, the Gue Yuan sect is too full of themselves. They want to use the Cursed Palace as a knife. Do they really think that we are 3-year-old children? Chu Huan had more or less guessed the situation of the Heaven Wasteland domain. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost its deterrent power. Not to mention anything else, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was almost completely exhausted, so how could it suppress them? At this time, the strength of the Cursed Palace was obviously stronger than that of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they really attacked the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chu Huan did not fall for it. Although he was angry, there was nothing to be afraid of in the current Heaven Wasteland Palace. Brother D, what do you think we should do now? Chu Huan was very concerned about Lin Fei's opinion. I think that Mo Yuan of the Gue Yuan sect must also hate Holy Lord Tian Huang. Why don't we join forces to deal with Holy Lord Tian Huang and give the Gue Yuan sect a way out? Lin Fei said after thinking for a while. Although the Gue Yuan sect had killed 200,000 soldiers, it was still very powerful. The shortcomings of the Cursed Palace could not be made up for in a short time. Moreover, the Gue Yuan sect would not start a war in a short time. This would be a peaceful period. Chapter 2281. Di Tian, who was in the sealed world, once again entered everyone's sight. His status skyrocketed and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. 100,000 nightmare mercenaries had killed 200,000 prefecture soldiers. How terrifying was that? No one knew how many nightmare mercenaries Di Tian had, but no matter how many he had, the young Di Tian had unknowingly gained an undeniable influence in the holy world from the moment the nightmare mercenaries had killed 200,000 prefectural soldiers. Some people even linked it to the civil strife in the Heaven Wasteland domain. There seemed to be a mysterious force that had entered the Heaven Wasteland domain. They were probably the mercenaries from the sealed world. Everyone firmly believed in this conjecture. That Di Tian had a terrifying influence. Spies and even experts who went to the sealed world to understand the mercenaries secretly went there. Perhaps the future of their families could really be built through the mercenaries. While everyone was paying attention to the prefecture cloud domain, the Gue Yuan sect and the Cursed Palace sat together and announced that there was a misunderstanding between the two forces and that the mastermind behind all this was Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland. They had decided to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace. This time, the two forces surprisingly agreed to target Heaven Wasteland Palace. After the news spread, both sides gathered 100,000 prefecture soldiers and charged into Heaven Wasteland domain with murderous intent. The Heaven Wasteland Palace bore the brunt of the attack and was once again attacked by the two forces. The Zong family and the Nether Palace took this opportunity to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace again. Old man Heaven Wasteland, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. You dared to trick the Gue Yuan sect. Today, I will destroy your Heaven Wasteland Palace. Holy Lord Mo Yuan personally attacked, forcing the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland to retreat. Mo Yuan was filled with anger at the mention of the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland. How long would it take for 200,000 prefecture soldiers to recover? He had to vent his anger. The Cursed Palace is not that easy to bully. Chu Huan attacked the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland, slowing down his reaction. Mo Yuan's Great Tao pattern attack shattered half of the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland's body. Damn it! The Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland panicked. They are too strong together. I have to leave immediately. The Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland couldn't care less. If he didn't leave now, he might not have the chance to leave. Poof! Just as the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland was feeling uneasy, a cold wind blew behind him and a palm imprint landed on his back. His body was badly mutilated. Tian Huang, you're dead this time. Yiming Zi had made his move. Ever since that war, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's control over Heaven Wasteland domain had almost disappeared. Without the deterrence of the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers, it was obvious that they could not rely on a few giant experts. The Infinite Wasteland Saint Lord panicked as the three supreme experts attacked. None of them were weaker than him. Run! Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Lin Fei did not make a move. But that didn't mean he wouldn't make a move. Ever since the Gue Yuan sect and the Cursed Palace had temporarily cooperated, the fate of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had been decided. They would lose control of the Heaven Wasteland domain from then on. With regards to these matters, Lin Fei was not too interested. Instead, he was very interested in the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland. After all, he was a supreme expert who had surpassed the realm of giants. Lin Fei planned to capture the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland, even if he had to sacrifice a corpse. Who asked him to not have a peerless expert, even if he was the weakest one? It would be good to use it to restrain the enemy. Ever since the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland escaped, Lin Fei had asked the little demon to keep an eye on him and not lose him no matter what. He believed that Chu Huan and the others would be very happy to kill the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland. A peerless expert would either kill or not do anything. Facing the revenge of a peerless expert was very terrifying. Run, run, run. This was the only thought that the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland had. He had never thought that he would use a borrowed knife to kill someone. In the end, this was the result. If I had known this would be the result, I would not have played this trick. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland did not dare to fight with them. Every time he fought, he would be injured and consume a part of his strength. And that damned sealed world. Without that bastard, the cursed palace would have been destroyed by the Gui Yuan sect long ago. It would be a lie if the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was not angry, especially that bastard Di Tian. He wanted to capture him, cut him into pieces, and grind his bones into ashes. No, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous to me. The Heaven Wasteland domain was not small. For an expert like the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland, there was no place for him to hide. 3 powerful divine senses locked onto him. Even if you want me to die, I won't let you pay the price. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was very clear about the current situation. No one was willing to let him go, and they would definitely eliminate him. A chill flashed across his eyes as he turned and fled in another direction. Chu Huan, Mo Yuan, and Yuming Zi chased after him. Not good, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland wants the wild sacred mountain, Yuming Zi exclaimed. We must not let him enter. Although that place is dangerous, it will not be easy for us to kill him once he enters. The wild sacred mountain. It was a very simple word. But in the eyes of these experts, it was still a place full of danger. It was the only sacred place left after the destruction of the wild world. Unfortunately, the battle back then had affected the wild sacred mountain, causing it to become the scariest ancient danger zone in the sacred world. The attacks of the 3 became even more fierce. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland bitterly endured, and even turned back to threaten them. As long as I don't die, you 3 forces will have to wait for my revenge. At this moment, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was covered in blood, and his flesh had been reconstructed countless times. His face was abnormally pale, due to his heavy injuries. Grabbing a handful of pills, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland swallowed them in large mouthfuls. He finally recovered some yuan qi and increased his speed. He ran for his life. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland entered a barren area. There was not a single blade of grass in this area, and it was filled with a gloomy aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. This area was the entrance to the wild sacred mountain. According to the ancient records, the wild sacred mountain was the most important earth vein in the wild world, and it connected the entire wild world. At the same time, it was one of the most special creatures in the wild world. After the destruction of the wild world, it was precisely because of the existence of the wild sacred mountain that the 33 sacred heavens was rebuilt. The wild sacred mountain had an unimaginable effect, and even if everyone was filled with endless fear of the wild sacred mountain, they could not erase its contributions. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As soon as they entered this gloomy area, black wind blades attacked them. Each wind blade had terrifying power, and they were actually at the level of a giant. The void was cut open one after another. Once they entered this area, they had to be careful. Not only did they have to be careful of the black wind blades, they also had to pay attention to the void cracks. Chapter 2282. Seeing that the other party was about to escape into the savage sacred mountain, Kurswan could not care less. He took out a scroll and tore it open, shooting a jingguang at Holy Lord Infinite Desolation. Another curse. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was furious. He struck out a blade radiance but failed to block the curse. He lost control of his body and could not break free from the curse even if he mobilized his strength. Good chance. In the eyes of experts like them, any opportunity could cause heavy damage to the other party. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was unlucky. He was attacked by the three. The moment he was paralyzed, their attacks landed on his body and he exploded into a bloody mist. I will definitely take revenge on you. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation reformed again. His face was abnormally pale. A doppelganger walked out with a ferocious face and a resentful gaze. It was not just one doppelganger. 7 or 8 doppelgangers walked out. Every time a doppelganger appeared, Holy Lord Infinite Desolation's chi and blood would weaken. After 8 doppelgangers appeared, he had almost become a dried corpse. Go to hell. Boom. Boom. 8 doppelgangers rushed forward, each with the strength of a late giant. The moment they rushed towards them, they revealed a ferocious smile and all the doppelgangers exploded. Terrifying waves exploded one after another, engulfing the 3 of them in the explosion range. Cough. Cough. We must go in immediately. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation coughed out blood. This was a move that killed 1,000 enemies and 800 allies. In order to enter the savage sacred mountain, this price was nothing. Once they were entangled, they would definitely die. The overbearing explosion caused a chain reaction. The sky was filled with wind blades, each more terrifying than the last. Wind blades that were 100 meters long and 1,000 meters long also appeared. I miscalculated. This guy actually has such a move. He is even willing to use the power of the Great Tao. Curse Huan and the other 2 rushed out. Faced with the changes caused by the explosion, their faces were very ugly. The power brought by the explosion of 8 doppelgangers was not that simple. If they were not at the unparalleled realm, they would have suffered a great loss. Old Devil Infinite Desolation is not any better. Mo Yuan coldly snorted, the wild sacred mountain is filled with dangers. Even at your peak, you might not be able to come out safely. Furthermore, he is heavily injured and only death awaits him. Let's wait here for a month and we will see the results. The 3 of them nodded. This was a good suggestion. A month was enough time to know whether the Heaven Wasteland Saint Lord was dead or alive. Outside the savage sacred mountain, the 3 of them sat down cross-legged. Their spiritual senses covered the entire area. Even the slightest change could not escape their eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland self-destructed 8 doppelgangers. His entire body shriveled up like a mummy. Fortunately, he managed to shake them off and barge into the savage sacred mountain. This was a gloomy space. Everything that entered one's eyes was barren. However, this barren land was filled with unimaginable dangers. If you think I'll die in there, then you're completely wrong. I'm just lucky. I once found an ascetic's cave in the savage sacred mountain. Sacred Lord Tianhuang revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. Wait for me to recover my strength. I'll definitely cause chaos among the 3 great forces. His eyes flashed with hatred as he took out a map. After staring at it for a moment, he flew in a certain direction. Damn, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's smugness did not escape Lin Fei's eyes. When the other party self-destructed his doppelgangers, he had quietly followed behind and heard the other party's words. Lin Fei was very clear on the origins of the savage sacred mountain. He had not read those secret manuals for nothing. He more or less knew the details of the savage sacred mountain. Back then, this was the most mysterious place in the savage world. Practically every peak faction built their sect on the savage sacred mountain. This showed how mysterious it was. Master, this space is very strange. You must be careful. Little Evil Demon reminded. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. He had seen the changes of the 3 supreme experts. Follow them. With Sacred Lord Tianhuang leading the way, Lin Fei was much more at ease. At the very least, he did not have to worry about running into danger. The dangers of the savage sacred mountain had exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. For example, the formless spatial cracks were terrifying. Sacred Lord Tianhuang had almost fallen into them several times, and their power was no weaker than a late-stage giant. Lin Fei followed Sacred Lord Tianhuang closely. For the other party, he had to follow no matter how dangerous it was. He had to risk it all for the other party. Sacred Lord Tianhuang was very careful along the way, but he still encountered many dangers. This was with the help of the map. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Soon. He took out a large amount of pills and swallowed them. After resting for a moment, Sacred Lord Tianhuang continued forward. Along the way, he stopped from time to time. After 3 days, he arrived at a mountain range. The mountains here were all black, and every single one of them exuded a majestic aura, as if they were supreme experts. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's complexion had recovered a lot after 3 days, but it was not much better. The loss of 8 doppelgangers self-destructing was unimaginable. It's on one of these mountains. Sacred Lord Tianhuang had come here by coincidence, and after searching for a while, he finally found a huge mountain and groped his way up. Sacred Lord Tianhuang carefully examined the uneven mountain wall and finally revealed a smile. It's here. He could recognize the marks left behind with a single glance. Open. Hand seal struck the stone wall, and the originally calm stone wall began to radiate light in all directions. Runes appeared one after another, and after a loud rumble, a human-sized hole appeared on the stone wall. After so many dangers along the way, Sacred Lord Tianhuang had completely let down his guard. As long as he could rest here for a period of time, he would be able to recover some of his strength. At that time, it would be the time for the 3 major forces to suffer. The revenge of a supreme expert was unimaginable. As long as the upper echelons of a force were killed, it would be like cutting off an arm of the other party, and they would not be able to recover for a long time. Now, Lin Fei had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, the other party was extremely vigilant. Even if he was in a hurry, he would still be careful. Without an absolute opportunity, Lin Fei did not make a move. The little fiend had been monitoring Sacred Lord Tianhuang, and when the other party let down his guard, Lin Fei knew that his chance had come, a perfect opportunity. Therefore, Lin Fei made his move. Curse technique, meteor rain. Curse technique, numb. Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere, and a large amount of origin energy was instantly consumed. Drops of fire appeared around Sacred Lord Heaven Wasteland, and when they landed on his body, they immediately created a bloody hole. Pft, 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 pft. Every drop of fire that landed on Sacred Lord Tianhuang's body quickly turned into a sieve, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Chapter 2283. Today's update, and at the same time, poll some votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also send some coins, begging for everyone's support and praise. Pft, pft, pft. Streaks of meteors rained down on Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's body, causing flesh and blood to pour out. In addition to the large attack range of the meteor rain, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was almost unable to escape the attack range. Every meteor rain attack consumed a large amount of Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's energy. Under the continuous rain of attacks, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's injuries rapidly worsened, and his face became abnormally pale. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Lin Fei laughed out loud and used another curse technique to paralyze him. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland, who had just pulled away, immediately lost control of his body and suffered another heavy injury. The sacred transformation realm is indeed not simple. Ordinary people would have died under this kind of attack long ago. Lin Fei attacked with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, the giant puppet appeared. Explode. Boom. Boom. Every single peerless expert was extremely powerful. Even if it was only the first small realm, they could not be underestimated. Lin Fei naturally would not let his guard down. After the curse technique attacked, he used the giant puppet to self-destruct. Damn it, the giant's self-destruct. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was hit by a terrifying force. His injuries were severe, and it was extremely difficult for him to resist. How can he make the giant self-destruct? How can he do this? How terrifying was the self-destruction of a giant? To Lin Fei, the self-destruction of the giant puppet was nothing. To be able to capture a peerless expert, the harvest was much greater than the cost. The huge impact of the self-destruction consumed the power of the great Tao behind Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland every time. More importantly, it came wave after wave, which was not something an ordinary person could accept. Cough, cough, cough. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland continuously vomited blood. The great Tao patterns behind him shrunk by a large amount and were no longer as powerful as before. The 10th giant puppet self-destructed. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall behind him. Under this kind of impact, the rock wall was as hard as a boulder and did not move at all. When he was at his peak, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland would definitely not be as powerless as he was now when dealing with the self-destruction of such a giant puppet. His vitality was greatly damaged. Cough, cough, cough. Holy Lord Infinite Wasteland vomited blood again. Everyone was fooled by you. I didn't expect you to have the courage to blow up 10 giants in one go. Cough, cough. Sacred Lord Tian Desolate leaned against the wall and said weakly. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Fei did not relax. Then, he summoned another giant puppet and charged forward with a puppet insect needle. Without saying a word, he injected the puppet insect into the other party's body. Tian, you bastard. What exactly did you do to me? The Sacred Lord of Infinite Desolation started to panic. He felt as if his head was about to explode, and his eyes lost their color. He soon regained his senses. Ha ha ha. Your things are useless to me. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The unparalleled realm is really powerful, to be able to resist the puppet worm's invasion. Curse, paralyze. Activating the incantation with origin energy, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland lost control of his body. This time, the amount of origin energy consumed was much greater, and the duration was much longer. Again. The puppet worm once again entered the other party's body. Ah, it hurts so much, I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. In front of the wall, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland's entire body was convulsing, and his face was pale. When he finished his last sentence, the heart-wrenching pain gradually disappeared. As long as you have the slightest dissatisfaction towards me, or even a trace of killing intent, as long as it involves me, the puppet worm in your body will launch an attack. After every attack, you are one step closer to death. You must understand that. Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to control the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Fei spent a lot of money, and at the same time, left a trace of origin energy in the puppet worm, enough to kill the other party. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland seemed to have lost all his strength. He knew that the other party was right. As long as he had a thought, the puppet worm in his mind would react. I'm convinced. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland adapted quickly. He never wanted to experience that kind of pain again in his life. After successfully controlling the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Fei was happier and more excited than anyone else. He finally had a peerless expert by his side, and after consuming 10 giant puppets, the harvest was unimaginable. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If he was at his peak, the self-detonation of 10 giant puppets might not have succeeded. You discovered this place back then? Inside the rock wall was actually a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling was very simple, and it fulfilled the meaning of the word ascetic. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland became honest. Yes, these mountains all contain the essence of heaven and earth, and are not attacked by the power of the savage sacred mountain. When I found it, this cave dwelling was empty. Essence of heaven and earth? Lin Fei really didn't notice this. These mountains were bare, and at a glance, they looked very ordinary, as if they had nothing to do with the essence of heaven and earth. Scan. The words of the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland piqued Lin Fei's interest in these black mountains. 1,000-star obsidian stone, excellent quality, can be used to refine weapons, half-step giant weapons. This result more or less surprised Lin Fei. Whether it was the heavy spearmen or the nightmare mercenaries, the weapons in their hands were half-step giant level, or to put it bluntly, pseudo-giant level weapons. They were incomparably sharp, and on the battlefield, they were superior to their opponents. These weapons had always been difficult to find, and it was a big gap for Lin Fei. If the Battle Emperor army could be matched with these pseudo-giant level weapons, they would be invincible on the battlefield. This accidental discovery made Lin Fei really want to thank the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland. With this source of materials, he would be able to continuously produce pseudo-giant level weapons. Not bad, you did a good thing. Lin Fei waved his hand like a blade and slashed at the rock wall. A surprising scene appeared. The rock wall didn't move at all, and only a white line was left on it. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland didn't dare to mock him. Your Majesty, this material comes from the savage sacred mountain, and is extremely hard. Ordinary people can't break it at all. Rumor has it that only third-step experts can break it. That's not necessarily true. Lin Fei was very clear about the significance of the third step. In the entire sacred world, there were probably only a few third-step experts. The unparalleled realm had a total of 5 small realms. People rarely divided them by small realms, and usually called them the first step, the second step, and so on. For example, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland was the first step, the Sacred Transformation small realm. After controlling the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, although he was only a first-step expert, Lin Fei had to show his powerful side. Another slash, and the blade light slashed the rock wall. But this time, it was different. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. You're a third-step expert? A piece of the hard rock wall was forcefully cut off. The place that was split open was as smooth as a painting, and stars appeared, extremely dazzling. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word, but his heart ached. Damn it, the origin energy can't be spent. Master, let me tell you a piece of good news. After Lin Fei showed off for a while, the little demon delivered a piece of good news. Chapter 2284. Today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and there are coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support and appreciation. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was convinced of his defeat. The third step. There weren't many supreme experts in the entire sacred world. The Sacred Lord knew very well how hard the 1,000-star obsidian stone was. Even he could only leave a faint white mark on it. If he wanted to dig it out, he would need to transform his strength to the second step. Only then would he have the ability to dig it out. This is too scary. How can Di Tian be at the third step? He hasn't advanced to the giant level yet. This is ridiculous. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was completely confused. At this moment, Lin Fei's mind was not on this, but on the little devil's words. What good news! It was definitely not a small matter for the little devil to say it was good news. Hee, Master, you sure are lucky. Just earlier, the system discovered a shocking piece of information through its in-depth analysis. The wall before us, or in other words, the 1,000-star obsidian rock, contains strands of origin energy. Its purity is even purer than in the saint's world, without any impurities. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The 1,000-star obsidian contains origin energy? After obtaining origin energy from the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei paid more attention to it than anyone else. He had been constantly searching for more origin energy. This thing could not be compared to the mandate energy. Be it in power or other aspects, it was not on the same level. Lin Fei paid more attention to the origin energy than anyone else. Yes, it does contain origin energy. According to the system's analysis, this wild sacred mountain should be the main vein of the wild world back then. It can continuously produce origin energy to sustain the consumption of a huge world. Lin Fei was stunned that he had encountered such a good thing. After the little devil's explanation, Lin Fei tried to calm down. No one knew that there was even purer origin energy in the wild sacred mountain. It even analyzed a deep topic, which was the importance of the wild sacred mountain in the wild world back then. That's not to say I can build an absorption point here. Currently, Lin Fei had quite a few places that could absorb origin energy. However, he lacked the quantity. As a result, normally, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to recklessly use the origin energy units. I can't go up for the time being. In this place, the origin energy doesn't flow. They're all hidden in these rocks. If Master wants to absorb them, you'll have to cut these materials and absorb them one by one. The little devil's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down, and Lin Fei's good mood was half gone. What a scam. Why isn't it circulating anymore? This kind of 1,000-star obsidian stone. It was incomparably tough. If an ordinary person wanted to mine it, they could only watch helplessly. Even Lin Fei himself would have to exhaust his origin energy to mine it. Lin Fei had a headache. This was truly an arduous and thankless task. They had clearly found a treasure bowl, but in the blink of an eye, the treasure bowl was sealed by someone else. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. Lin Fei gritted his teeth at the sight of these 1,000-star obsidian stones. Such a big piece of fat meat was right in front of him. There was nothing sadder than not having the strength to eat it. After putting this matter aside, Lin Fei learned some secrets and rumors about the ascetic cultivators from Tianhuang. These people lived near the wild sacred mountain and cultivated in seclusion all year round. Therefore, every ascetic cultivator was very powerful. The weakest was at the second step, unlike now, where a mere first step could control a small sacred world. Your Majesty, I even heard some secrets. I even received some secret information. Rumor has it that when the savage world was destroyed, those ascetics did not die. Instead, they chose to seal themselves in the savage sacred mountain. In other words, the savage sacred mountain that is connected to the 33 small sacred worlds. Tianhuang revealed a secret. Self-sealing? Lin Fei was shocked. This was definitely sensational news. Yes, they entered self-sealing and waited for a certain time to break out and continue the path of the ascetic cultivators. Once they appear, the entire sacred world will tremble. There was a trace of fear on Tianhuang's face. The reputation of the ascetic cultivators was terrifying in the past. I also heard that the big shots of the previous small sacred world seemed to have a certain connection with the ascetic cultivators. I don't know if it's true or not. Tianhuang said. Your Majesty, you'd better be careful of those small sacred worlds. Each of the top 10 small sacred worlds was extremely powerful. Just the army of half-step giants that they controlled was a terrifying number. At the same time, there were also law enforcement teams formed by some giants. I'm curious about one thing. Since those small sacred worlds are so powerful, why don't they expand their forces and control more small sacred worlds? Lin Fei was very interested to know the answer to this question. For the time being, there was no explanation for this in the secret records. Your Majesty, you don't know? Tianhuang looked at Di Tian strangely. Lin Fei kicked Tianhuang. If I knew, I wouldn't need to ask you. Tianhuang laughed dryly, climbing up. Your Majesty, it's normal that you don't know about it. After all, apart from the supreme experts, no one else knows about it. That's. Saying this, he subconsciously took a deep breath, his expression becoming incomparably solemn, completely different from before. We call them judgment, Tianhuang said seriously. Judgment? With Tianhuang's explanation, Lin Fei realized how terrifying this judgment was. It turned out that this judgment organization had a very mysterious origin. No one knew where they came from. Every time they appeared, there was no trace of them. Moreover, they were terrifyingly powerful. Rumor had it that when they first appeared, they send out experts of the third step to suppress the Saint Lords of the 33 sacred worlds. Moreover, they killed experts of the first step in 3 moves. Everyone is willing to be suppressed by a force? Lin Fei asked. Tian Huang laughed bitterly. Who is willing to be suppressed? Later on, some people joined forces and tried to resist the Judgment Organization. However, they were suppressed by the Judgment Organization. They sent out a 5th step expert to suppress the power of the sacred world. They killed 5 experts of the 4th step and more than 20 experts of the 3rd step. The current situation of the sacred world is actually caused by them. Otherwise, do you think that I, a first step expert, could control a small sacred world? That's impossible. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. From the very beginning, he had felt that the power of the saints' world was not as great as he had imagined. Now that he heard it, it was indeed as he had guessed. It turned out that the Judgment Organization had suppressed it in the past, and even the 4th step experts had been killed. The judgment is mysterious and unfathomable. Their strength is also unimaginable. They control the 33 sacred worlds and never show themselves. Their only request is that they don't allow battles between the small sacred worlds. However, since 500 years ago, the people of the Judgment Organization seem to have disappeared overnight and never appeared again. 500 years is enough for those Saint Lords to have different ideas, Lin Fei seemed to understand. Perhaps, this is a test of the Judgment Organization. Chapter 2285. Here is today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Heaven Wasteland Domain, outside the wild sacred mountain. Old man Heaven Wasteland should be dead. It's been a month, he must be dead. There's no need for us to continue guarding. No one has ever been able to last a month in the wild sacred mountain. The terrifying demonic black wind is enough to kill Heaven Wasteland. Outside, the 3 experts all stood up. They had been monitoring the entrance of the wild sacred mountain for a month, and their divine senses had not stopped for a single day. They were completely relieved when they did not see any trace of the Holy Lord. They were somewhat regretful that they did not kill the Holy Lord personally. From now on, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would be removed from the small saint domain. The 3 believed that the Holy Lord would not be able to come out in a month's time, so there was no need to continue monitoring. After a simple discussion, the 3 set up simple monitoring methods and left. Yuming Zi was the first to return to the palace, in a good mood. Perhaps, those people will not exist in a month's time. Otherwise, they would have already come out to organize. However, we still have to wait. Mo Yuan was very interested in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Without the Holy Lord, the Heaven Wasteland domain would become ownerless, and anyone would be able to control this small saint domain. After the 3 left, Mo Yuan did not return, but directly contacted Mo Wu. Some time ago, he had secretly dispatched a batch of prefecture soldiers, with a tentative number of about 50,000 people, enough to control an area. Ancestor. Mo Yuan arrived, and Mo Wu came out to greet him. How's the control of the territory? Mo Wu was very excited. In the first half of the month, we have controlled dozens of medium forces, and there are also 3 or 4 large forces that have come to our side. We have almost 1/5 of the territory. Mo Yuan was very satisfied. 1/5 of the territory was also a great improvement for the Gue Yuan sect. For the Gue Yuan sect, which had been injured, this was a very good opportunity to replenish their strength. Yuming Zi has already returned. In the next period of time, everyone will frantically expand their territory. They might even directly divide the Heaven Wasteland domain. You must always be vigilant, especially the 50,000 prefecture soldiers. Mo Yuan reminded. Mo Wu nodded. I understand this. Anyway, in the Heaven Wasteland domain, except for the Netherworld Palace, there is nothing to fear. Wrong, there's still the Zone clan. They aren't pushovers either. It's said that they spent a huge sum of money to hire a group of mercenaries. There's roughly 50,000 of them. We have to be on guard against them. Mo Yuan said. Zong Clan. The battle for territory in the Heaven Wasteland domain soon began. The Netherworld Palace, the Gue Yuan sect, and the Zong Clan. The Cursed Palace even sent people over to take control of an area, and the entire Heaven Wasteland domain was thrown into chaos. The death of the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland had also spread like wildfire. The forces that had pledged their allegiance to the Heaven Wasteland Palace all panicked. Having lost their backer, they really did not have any means to resist against a pack of wolves. The final outcome was either being annexed or being removed from the list. While everyone was in a state of panic, the Zong family, with lightning speed, devoured 7 or 8 major forces of Heaven Wasteland domain. His strength increased extremely quickly, and he possessed great influence. This was a huge blow to their heads. Cursed Palace, Gue Yuan sect. Only then did the Netherworld Palace react. They immediately entered the fray, but sadly, the majority of the loot was taken by the Zong clan, while the remaining 3 clans fought each other. My Heaven Wasteland Palace. Tian Huang once again returned to the chaotic Heaven Wasteland domain. His own Heaven Wasteland Palace had been completely wiped out, and the remaining forces had long been devoured by the major forces. The once illustrious Heaven Wasteland Palace had completely lost its meaning. This was not a small blow to Tian Huang. In just a month, 4 major forces had risen in Heaven Wasteland domain. Silence. Lin Fei coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. During this month, Lin Fei had not been idle. Other than continuously excavating the 1,000-star obsidian, he basically had no spare time. The only time he had was to contact the Songxing Tian brothers and take the opportunity to annex several major forces. Tian Huang was now completely obedient. After a month of torture, he did not have the slightest temper. Lin Fei had become a nightmare in his mind, and was still a terrifying existence that could not be erased. Lin Fei quietly brought Tian Huang to the Zong clan. Your Majesty, you're here. The Songxing Tian brothers had been very excited recently. Until now, the high and mighty Heaven Wasteland Palace had finally disappeared. After the Zong clan had annexed several major forces, their strength had greatly increased. If not for the fact that they did not have enough experts, the Zong clan would have almost recovered to 1/3 of their former strength. You guys have been doing a good job recently. Lin Fei praised. However, when the Songxing Tian brothers saw the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland behind them, their expressions changed drastically, their veins bulged, and they took out their weapons. It seemed that as long as the order was given, they would kill the other party, even if they had to pay the price. They had very complicated feelings towards Di Tian. The hope of the rise of the Zong clan rested on the other party. Lin Fei smiled and waved his hand. Put down your weapons, now he's my man, you can rest assured. Songxing Tian and Zong Xingshui both widened their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. That was a supreme expert who had taken the first step into the unrivaled realm, and now he had actually become His Majesty's man. Your Majesty, this, Songxing Tian was unable to digest it for a while. You were enemies before, from today onwards, you are all my people. I don't want you to have any conflicts with Heaven Wasteland. The Heaven Wasteland Palace has already been removed, let the matters of the past go with the wind. Lin Fei's simple words suppressed the hatred between the 3 of them. He believed that they would not be able to see the meaning behind it. Your Majesty, don't worry, we will get along peacefully. Songxing Tian suppressed his emotions and made the right choice. After seeing how powerful Di Tian was, the Zong clan did not have the slightest bit of strength to resist, even when they were at their peak. Tian Huang did not have a temper, and would not haggle with the Zong clan brothers. Tian Huang, during this period of time, you will stay in the Zong clan. Tian Huang nodded. Your Majesty, the Heaven Wasteland Palace has been removed, I am no longer Tian Huang. Yan Fei is my original name, while Tian Huang is a name that every palace lord must inherit. Lin Fei patted Yan Fei's shoulder. Not a bad name. After resting for a day or 2, you can take action against the Netherworld Palace and Gue Yuan sect. During normal times, you will hide in the Zong clan. A cold light flashed in Yan Fei's eyes. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely make the Gui Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace regret taking action this time. I will chase them all out. When Lin Fei left the Zone clan, he brought with him hundreds of corpses of half-step magnates and 8 magnates, all of whom were in the initial realm. On the 3rd day after he left, Yan Fei, the former Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland, a first-step expert, launched an attack on the Netherworld Palace on a windy night. Rumble. As an unparalleled first-step expert, if he really wanted to take revenge, it would definitely be a nightmare for everyone. Yan Fei killed his way in, and no one could stop him. Even if the magnates attacked, he would still suppress them with a wave of his hand. His Majesty said that as long as I kill a certain number of half-step magnates and magnates, he will teach me the complete incantation. This is a good opportunity for me to increase my strength. Half-step magnates, kill. Magnates, kill. Chapter 2286. Today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone had 8 votes, and there were coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support. It was a dark and windy night. Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord of Heaven Wasteland, launched a crazy revenge against the Netherworld Palace. He killed his way into the Netherworld Palace's sub-palace alone, showing the strength of a first-step expert. This was naturally one of Lin Fei's moves. He quickly helped the opponent recover his strength and heal all his injuries. The people of the Netherworld Palace were unlucky. Whether it was a half-step giant or a complete giant, every one of them was killed by Yan Fei on the spot, leaving behind a pair of unsatisfied eyes. In the end, Yumingzi was forced to show himself. The two fought fiercely and used all their skills. Half of the Netherworld Palace's sub-palace was turned into ruins. Yumingzi, that day, the 3 of you couldn't kill me even if you joined forces. Now, you can't do it alone. Yan Fei recovered from his injuries and attacked with resentment. His attacks were more terrifying than ever. Yumingzi's Great Tao, the Netherworld River, could not display the advantage of the Great Tao and was forcibly suppressed. I regret not killing my way in. Yumingzi regretted. Without the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the opponent was alone. Moreover, he was a first-step expert, which made him even more difficult to deal with. Heaven Wasteland, your Heaven Wasteland Palace has been removed. You don't have the right to control Heaven Wasteland domain. If you don't want to die, leave Heaven Wasteland domain. Ha ha ha, leave Heaven Wasteland domain. Don't even think about it. Yan Fei laughed. I have to correct one thing. Heaven Wasteland is no longer my name. Now, my name is Yan Fei. The massacre tonight is my first revenge against the Netherworld Palace. From now on, this revenge will not stop. Ha ha ha. Yan Fei made a feint and left. Yumingzi could only stare. This bastard, why didn't he die in there? Yumingzi had a headache. He's obviously trying to kill himself. The next night, Yan Fei sneaked into the Gui Yuan sect sub-palace again. He started a massacre and killed 2/3 of the forces, especially the half-step giant and giant-level experts. Mo Yuan of the Gui Yuan sect was furious. After that, the Cursed Palace had also suffered some attacks, but their losses were far less than the Gui Yuan clan and the Nether Palace. Yan Fei's name had become the nightmare of the 3 clans. In less than 5 days, more than half of the people stationed here had disappeared. This was a great loss to the Netherworld Palace and the Gui Yuan sect, especially the Gui Yuan sect. Every time they lost a part of their forces, it would indirectly affect the strength of the Gui Yuan sect. The 3 first-step experts gathered together once again to discuss how to deal with Yan Fei, the former Holy Master of Infinite Wasteland. He must kill the other party in Heaven Wasteland domain. Letting go of such a terrifying enemy was not a good thing. No one was willing to keep an eye on him at all times. It would be a lie if the 3 of them said they did not regret it. If it was possible, they really wanted to kill Yan Fei last time so that such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as they were about to kill Yan Fei, he disappeared without a trace, as if he did not exist. After searching for more than 10 days, they still could not find any trace of him. This time, The three big shots were having a headache. If Yan Fei attacked openly, they would have a chance to kill him. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most difficult to deal with, not to mention that the other party was a first-step expert. The encirclement against Yan Fei ended in vain. There was no trace of him at all. Half a month later, the encirclement failed. Under such circumstances, they could only personally oversee the situation. The situation in Heaven Wasteland Domain was more or less within Lin Fei's expectations. Yan Fei has arranged for him to stay in Heaven Wasteland Domain. He has directly restrained a part of the forces of the Gue Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace. If they do not retreat, the forces stationed here will be destroyed. This situation was very advantageous to Lin Fei. After returning, Lin Fei did not stay idle. A month of digging materials was not an easy task. Once he returned, he immediately refined the giant puppet. The half-step giant mercenaries were extremely busy. Lin Fei's forces were expanding very quickly. The number of nightmare mercenaries had reached more than 500,000. If news of this spread, it would definitely be a frightening force. It would not be difficult for them to exterminate the low-ranked small sacred worlds. At the very least, they would be able to greatly damage their vitality. The nightmare mercenaries went up. There were not many giant puppets for the time being. There were less than 200 of them, and most of them were at the early stage giant realm. More than 200 giant puppets sent a part of their consciousness to control and command the nightmare mercenaries. Recently, there had been people coming to ask about the nightmare mercenaries every day. It was necessary to have a magnate puppet leading the team. Fortunately, Yan Fei was always around and could secretly bring back the corpses of half-step magnate and magnate masters, which could temporarily satisfy the demand. The entire sacred domain was paying attention to the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Not long after, the big shots of the Small Saints Domain secretly went to the Adventurer Guild of the Invincible Palace to discuss the nightmare mercenaries. Lin Fei did not reject any of them, but there was a limit to the number of mercenaries, so the price was naturally not cheap. The big shots were unhappy, but they did not want to offend this rising star. Just 100,000 nightmare mercenaries was enough to greatly injure them. The employment business of the nightmare mercenaries was booming. You hired 10,000, I hired 3,000. They were either to deal with enemy forces or to compete for resources. The fierce reputation of the nightmare mercenaries spread throughout the sacred domain. Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger at Di Tian. This guy was shameless to the extreme. Whether they were enemies or not, he would not reject anyone, provided that they had energy points. The competition for resources in the Small Saints domain had also reached a fever pitch. Everyone was unhappy and wanted to use resources to exchange for resources, but in order to destroy enemy forces, paying resources was nothing. This kind of trade was too worthwhile. There were almost no Small Saints domains in the 33 sacred domains that were free. Either the force was destroyed, or another force was annexed. Di Tian's name was no longer dispensable. The sealed world had also become a rising star outside the sacred domain, and it was an existence that could not be ignored. They finally retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain. A year later, Lin Fei listened to Yan Fei's report and finally smiled. The Gue Yuan sect, the Netherworld Palace, and the Cursed Palace of the Heaven Wasteland Domain all retreated from the Heaven Wasteland Domain. In this year, they did not have an easy time. Yan Fei appeared and disappeared unpredictably, targeting them everywhere. Who knew how many experts he had killed? Every time he attacked, they bled. Was it easy to nurture a half-step giant? After the three forces retreated from the Heaven Wasteland Domain, Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Domain, announced to the public that he had decided to return the Heaven Wasteland Domain to the Zhong family because of what happened to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. When the three forces heard the news, the Netherworld Palace and the other two forces almost vomited blood. When had a first-step expert ever said such a thing? But they had no reason to refute. Back then, the Zhong family controlled the Heaven Wasteland Domain. Now that Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord, was returning it, it was reasonable. The Zhong family had really benefited. Chapter 2287. The commotion caused by Heaven Wasteland Domain was huge. Although Heaven Wasteland Domain was the weakest in the sacred domain, it was still a small sacred domain that once had an unparalleled first-step expert. Everyone could only mourn for the Gui Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace for a minute. Who asked them to be unlucky? When they were chasing after the previous Holy Lord, they did not manage to kill him. As a result, the Zong family ended up benefiting from the fight. This matter made countless people blind. The Zong family was King transported away after the previous Saint Lord, Yan Fei, returned the little saint world to the Zong clan. He completely vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the Gui origin sect and the Netherworld Palace were filled with trepidation. There was an enemy hiding in the darkness, and this enemy was even a supreme expert at the supreme realm. It was no different from a Dharma sword hanging above their heads. I can't accept this. Yumingzi sat in the palace, listening to the reports from his subordinates. Not long after, the Zong family would hold a grand ceremony. This was something that every holy lord had to do. As the neighbor, the Netherworld Palace had to know about it. The Zong family had specially sent an invitation. After returning from Heaven Wasteland Domain, Yumingzi could not relax. The palace was heavily guarded against Yan Fei. He even secretly set up many traps, but Yan Fei did not fall for it. An enemy hiding in the dark gave Yumingzi a headache. Yumingzi was extremely unwilling to let the Zong family take the position of the Holy Lord. If not for Yan Fei causing trouble, Heaven Wasteland Domain would not have fallen into the eyes of others. It would have long become his. A Zong family without an unparalleled expert was nothing. How could they control Heaven Wasteland Domain? The Zong family of the past might have some fear, but the current Zong family could not withstand a single blow. Brother Yuming, how have you been? Just as Yumingzi was having a headache, a strange yet familiar voice sounded. A mysterious person came from outside the Netherworld Palace. A strange look flashed across Yumingzi's eyes. Then he laughed loudly. Your Highness, it will be the day of the ceremony in half a month's time. I'm afraid, Song Xingtian said worriedly. Ever since the Gui Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace retreated, the Zong family naturally became the number one force. After eliminating some stubborn forces, the entire Heaven Wasteland Domain fell into the control of the Zong family. But as the news of the Ascension ceremony spread out, all sorts of rumors began to circulate. Many of them were targeted at the Zong clan. Wasn't this just saying that the Zong clan didn't have a supreme expert guarding it? What qualifications did they have to control the Zong clan? Could it be because of a single sentence from the previous Saint Lord? These rumors were naturally released by people with ulterior motives to attack the Zong family. Under the huge public opinion, it was very disadvantageous to the Zong family's control over the situation of Heaven Wasteland Domain. During these days, Song Xingtian was both happy and worried. Every time, it was as if he was sitting on a carriage. In a short period of time, the Zong family once again had hopes of controlling Heaven Wasteland Domain. That was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Just a bunch of clowns. Lin Fei did not care. Since I pushed you to the position of Sacred Lord, Heaven Wasteland Domain is my territory. Whoever dares to interfere, I will chop off their claws. With these words, Song Xingtian was completely relieved. In his eyes, since His Majesty was able to subdue the former Sacred Lord, his strength was unfathomable. Those clowns were really nothing. Now, you just need to do what you've been told. As for the remaining days, I'll be fine. As for the remaining days, I will help you solve it. The temptation of a little saint domain is still enough to make many people envious. As soon as Song Xingtian left, Lin Fei let out a light sigh. He had expected this situation from the beginning. It would be strange if they were not interested. Heaven Wasteland Domain. I am determined to take it. Lin Fei stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had paid such a huge price, he would not allow anyone to share the fruits of victory. Now is the time to find a few helpers. There was only half a month left until the Ascension ceremony. On that day, Lin Fei believed that all the major forces of the sacred domain would come. Among them, there would naturally be some forces that were prepared to take the opportunity to launch an attack. Once he could not display his tyrannical strength to deter them, those people would definitely bare their fangs and attack Heaven Wasteland domain. Yen Fei, come over. Your Majesty, it should be in this area. Yen Fei stood respectfully behind Lin Fei. They were now in a black swamp area. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Let me find it. This was a little saint domain in the sacred domain, called the Dead Water Domain. The Dead Water Domain was ranked 18th. The entire domain was filled with a deathly aura, which made people feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the system unfolded, the entire swamp was within the system's scanning range. In less than a moment, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The system had given him a result. At a location in the Dead Water Swamp, the system had captured a special aura. It's here. There was a loud rumble. Near a withered tree in the Dead Water Swamp, a tyrannical force blasted over. Fong Dingtian was sitting cross-legged in his cave residence, condensing traces of great Tao power, attempting to break through to the second step. There was a huge difference between the first and second step of an unparalleled expert. At the second step, all the power in one's body would be transformed into great Tao magic power. The second step of an unparalleled expert was actually a transformation of power, transforming all the energy into magic power, which was an even more powerful form of energy. This was the strength of a second step expert. Fong Dingtian was at the peak of the first step. He was just one step away, but it was a pity that this last step was not so easy to succeed. There was a loud rumble, and the entire cave residence was affected. Fong Dingtian opened his eyes. Lightning appeared and flickered up and down. He looked over with his huge divine sense and saw two people standing in the sky. His divine sense turned into a finger and struck the other party. You're courting death. Disturbing the cultivation of an unparalleled expert would result in a terrifying rage. Your opponent is me. Yen Fei threw a punch, smashing the other party's finger into pieces. Great Tao power rushed out, and an endless giant palm slammed into the other party's cave residence. There was a loud rumble, and the cave residence collapsed. Fong Dingtian rushed out. Who are you? Do you know that this is my territory? The other party was a first-step expert. Fong Dingtian's expression was extremely serious, and his eyes were locked onto the other party. As for the guy who was not a giant, he did not care at all. Fong Dingtian, loose ho, unparalleled first step. Yen Fei said. When Fong Dingtian heard this, he knew that the other party did not come with good intentions. The other party was only the first step, so there was nothing to worry about. I am Fong Dingtian. Yen Fei said. It's good that it is you. My master has taken a liking to you. Fong Dingtian was a loose ho, and it was not that there were no big forces that wanted to recruit him. However, he was not willing to join, and those big forces did not dare to do anything. After all, he was an unparalleled expert, and no one was willing to offend an unparalleled expert, even if it was just the first step. What a big tone. You want to recruit me? You are not qualified. Fong Dingtian laughed coldly. Scram. Yen Fei was furious. Reckless fool. Chapter 2288. The fight between the two unparalleled experts at the first step caused a huge commotion. The entire stagnant water swamp was quickly turned into ruins. The creatures that lived in the stagnant water swamp were killed by the power of the first step experts. Lin Fei stood quietly in the sky and activated the body of 10,000 curses to block the incoming energy impact. For this trip, Lin Fei was prepared to subdue some of the rogue cultivators among the unparalleled experts. Unwilling? Fight until you are willing. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. Yen Fei is still a little weaker. He is at the peak of the first step and is more proficient in the use of power. Lin Fei sized him up and saw the difference between them. Fong Dingtian was at the peak of the first step of the unparalleled realm. As time passed, his advantage became apparent. He attacked with great strength and suppressed his opponent. You can't do it. Fang Dingtian laughed proudly. Yan Fei was a little anxious. Since he knew that he was going to recruit the unparalleled experts, he knew that he had a worthy opponent. Hence, he was prepared to perform well. However, his opponent was not at the peak of the first step for nothing. He was not easy to deal with. Fight. In order to become the most useful fighter by Lin Fei's side, Yan Fei threw caution to the wind and took a palm strike from his opponent. Doppelgangers, explode. Clones appeared one after another and self-destructed in an instant. Rumble, rumble. Each doppelganger exploded, and the power blasted onto Fang Dingtian. Wave after wave, Fang Dingtian was immediately severely injured. Curse technique, paralyze. Curse technique, weaken. Lin Fei was no longer indifferent. He was very satisfied with Yan Fei's performance. Yan Fei was indeed a loyal fighter. He was even willing to use such a suicidal method. Fang Dingtian immediately realized that he was in big trouble. Not good, the top-notch curse technique of the Curse Palace. Ever since the battle between the Curse Palace and the Gue Yuan sect, the influence of the Curse Palace had been expanding. Even the unparalleled experts had heard of the power of the Curse Palace. At the same time, the Curse Palace was not someone to be trifled with. Giant puppet. Explode. Fang Dingtian was heavily injured, but he could still fight. Lin Fei was now a tycoon. He waved his hand and released the giant puppet. While Fang Dingtian was affected by the curse technique, they all exploded. Damn it, they don't want to live anymore, do they? His body couldn't move, and he was in a weakened state. What shocked him was that the giant wasn't afraid of death. The first thing he did was to self-destruct indiscriminately. Both of you are major powerhouses. Curse, great blessing. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and a sweet dew fell on Yan Fei's body like a spring breeze. Yan Fei's Yuan Qi was originally injured, but under the nourishment of the sweet dew, his strength recovered to its peak state. Thank you for your reward, Master. As soon as he recovered, Yan Fei activated the Great Path energy and pounced forward. Shadows of fists appeared and landed on Fang Dingtian's body. He was beaten until he vomited blood non-stop. Master? Fang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. His opponent had actually recovered from such an injury in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. That guy who wasn't a big shot was actually the master of an unparalleled expert? This was even more unacceptable to Fang Dingtian. Since when could a guy who wasn't a big shot command unparalleled experts? No, he's too strong. Now that he's fully recovered, I'm no match for him. Fang Dingtian realized that he had encountered a terrifying opponent. With his injuries, he would definitely lose. Leave immediately. As soon as the curse was suppressed. Fang Dingtian was about to leave, but he was immediately hit by the curse and lost control again. You still want to leave? Dream on. Yan Fei's attacks landed on Fang Dingtian's body without any regard for his life. Fang Dingtian was already heavily injured. After a dozen attacks, he smashed onto a rock and was on his last breath. You've lost. Yan Fei took out a puppet worm and inserted it into Fang Dingtian's body. It didn't take long for him to be controlled. After struggling for a while, Fang Dingtian completely lost his temper. Alright, from today onwards, Fang Dingtian is your subordinate. Let's change places immediately. The commotion here has attracted experts from the sacred world. Lin Fei had been using the system to monitor the commotion outside. The commotion here couldn't be hidden at all. Now that Fang Dingtian was under control, he naturally had to leave immediately. He didn't want to be exposed so quickly. After they left, a tyrannical divine sense covered the sky above this region. That's strange. This isn't Fang Dingtian's cave dwelling. Who actually found him? Also, his aura is actually gone, in another small sacred world. You guys are shameless. You won with numbers. In a valley deep in the forest, 3 figures were fighting intensely. The valley was razed to the ground, and the roars from before had completely quietened down. Two figures were attacking one person. That person was having a hard time resisting. If he was slightly careless, he would be attacked immediately. His face was a little pale. "Who asked you not to join us?" The two people attacking him were Yan Fei and Fong Dingtian. After their injuries were healed, they didn't stop and went straight to the next secluded cultivation place. "Today, you have no choice but to join us." In just half a month, Lin Fei didn't stop for even a moment. Using the connections he had, he found a few secluded cultivation places. If he was lucky, he would be able to find secluded cultivation places. If he was unlucky, he wouldn't be able to find any secluded cultivation places. Speaking of which, his luck was pretty good. In half a month, the number of unparalleled experts by Lin Fei's side had reached as many as 6. Every one of them was at the first step of the unparalleled realm. But those who were targeted by Lin Fei basically couldn't escape the fate of being controlled. After a series of tortures, everyone completely lost their temper. They couldn't even pretend to be obedient. It's about time to go back. For the sake of these 6 peerless experts, Lin Fei had used up 23 giant puppets. They had self-destructed as soon as they arrived, and they had succeeded almost every time. Who would have thought that the first move would be a suicidal one? Yan Fei's status skyrocketed. He could command 5 unparalleled experts. This was a privilege that he didn't have in the past. This was even more fortunate than being a Saint Lord. If anyone was disobedient, they would inevitably be tortured by Yan Fei. Today, Heaven Wasteland Domain was unusually lively. Heaven Wasteland City had been rebuilt. The disciples of the Zong family had all moved into Heaven Wasteland City. In a short period of time, Heaven Wasteland City had become very lively. Today was the coronation ceremony of the Zong family of Heaven Wasteland Domain. In the past 3 days, forces of various sacred domains, big and small, had come to participate. Today, Heaven Wasteland City was packed with people, bustling with noise and excitement. The square of Heaven Wasteland City had already been properly arranged, waiting for the enthronement ceremony to begin and become the new master of Heaven Wasteland Domain. "Have you heard? Something big is going to happen in Heaven Wasteland City today." "What big thing?" "The Zong family doesn't have experts. Do you think they can control Heaven Wasteland Domain?" "I also heard that several major forces are preparing to act today." "No way, then the Zong family is going to be unlucky." "Hee, that's right. Such a big fat piece of meat will be eaten by one person." "Look, the Netherworld child of the Netherworld Palace is here." "They're really here. Didn't they just leave? Isn't that the Gui Yuan sect?" Chapter 2289. Yu Ming Zi is here. Someone shouted, and everyone felt a heaven-piercing aura coming from the south. In the south, the Netherworld River turned into a ferocious black dragon. Its huge body moved, and endless pressure filled the air, making everyone gasp for breath. On the back of the black dragon, Yu Ming Zi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking straight ahead. Behind him were the elders of the Netherworld Palace. Each of them had an overbearing aura. The black dragon brought Yu Ming Zi and the others to the square. The scene was dead silent. The arrival of an unparalleled expert was not as simple as they had imagined. After arriving, the black dragon shook its body, and a black throne appeared. Yu Ming Zi turned around and sat on the throne. No one could tell what he was feeling. Moments after Yu Ming Zi arrived, Mo Yuan of the Origin Returning Sect stood on a flying mount. His aura was no weaker than Yu Ming Zi's. He also appeared above the square, found a place, and sat down quietly. Curses Huan of the Cursed Palace is here. The Vice Sect Master of the House of God Ordainment is here too. The Vice Sect Master of the Demon Fiend Sect is here. One had to admit that the coronation of a Holy Lord was the biggest event in the sacred world in 1,000 years. These great figures, who were rarely seen, had appeared in Heaven Wasteland Domain one after another, blinding the eyes of many people. These great figures, even if they were only deputy-level existences, were still people with great power. Everyone quickly realized that the forces that could come to the Heaven Wasteland domain were mostly from third-rate small saint domains. Forces from top-rate small saint domains did not appear in the Heaven Wasteland domain. The small saint domains of the sacred world were divided into 4 levels. For example, the 1st to 5th levels were top-rate small saint domains. No other small saint domains could compare to them in terms of foundation or other aspects. The 6th to 10th levels were first-rate small saint domains. The 11th to 25th levels were second-rate small saint domains. The 11th to 25th levels were second-rate small saint domains. From the 25th level onward, they were all third-rate small saint domains. But this time, they were all third-rate small saint domains. Even a third-rate small saint domain was a very terrifying existence. Especially for the Heaven Wasteland domain, which was ranked last, it was a great honor. Luckily, only people from third-rate small saint domains have appeared. Song Xingtian was very excited and nervous, even with a trace of worry. He was happy because the Heaven Wasteland domain was once again under the control of the Zong family. What worried him was that these third-rate small saint worlds that came to watch the battle weren't that kind-hearted. Luckily, Song Xingtian recovered very quickly. His Zong clan wasn't without a backer. As long as the Zong clan had His Majesty, they would be able to face any danger. Alright, get ready. It's almost time. Time ticked by. Basically, everyone who could come was here. During the Sacred Master Ascension ceremony, the neighboring Sacred Masters were very respectful, regardless of their motives. At this moment, everyone was smiling. Those who didn't know better would think that they were old friends. Under everyone's attention, Zong Xingshui's younger brother came up. As soon as he came up, he thanked everyone present for attending today's coronation ceremony. The enthronement ceremony was not a complicated affair. All that was needed was to offer sacrifices to the heavens and go through the process. Alright. Now, let's start the ceremony. At the step of offering sacrifices to the heavens, Song Xingtian had to appear. On the square, a high platform for offering sacrifices to the heavens had already been built. It was not the first time that the Zong clan had experienced this, so they were very good at it. Offering sacrifices to the heavens. Yu Mingzi sneered. If not for that bastard Yan Fei, it would be the Netherworld Palace that moved to Heaven Wasteland domain. How could a lowly Zong clan act so presumptuously here? When the ceremony began, Song Xingtian appeared. Today, Song Xingtian was dressed in a fine brocade robe. He seemed to have become 10 years younger. He symbolically received the offerings from others and was ready to begin the most important ceremony. Offering sacrifices to the heavens was a total of 9 times. 9 represented the limit. First, offering sacrifices to the heavens. Second, offering sacrifices to the heavens. After 9 times, the ceremony would be completed. However, today, it was destined that no one was willing to let the Zong clan take the position of the Sacred Master and control a small saint domain. Even if it was ranked last, it was still a small saint domain. Ha 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 ha! Without warning, a voice resounded throughout the entire Heaven Wasteland domain. The altar was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The formless sound wave attacked and the altar collapsed with a rumble, turning into ruins. A mere Zong clan, what qualifications does it have to become the Sacred Master and control Heaven Wasteland domain? In the void, a group of people appeared. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He was very eye-catching in the sky. The middle-aged man in a red robe held a folding fan in his hand as he appeared in the sky above the square. Everyone knew that the show against the Zong clan was about to begin. The only thing they did not expect was that the ones who attacked were not the Netherworld Palace that had suffered a great loss, but a group of unknown people. But from their aura, they were obviously not ordinary people. How dare you disrupt the ceremony of the altar? If you do not give a clear answer, don't think of leaving here easily today. Song Xingtian had long expected that today would not be peaceful. At this moment, he would not weaken his aura. This represented the face of the Zong clan, and also represented the face of His Majesty. Song Xingtian did not make a move. A Sacred Master should have the attitude of a Sacred Master. If he personally took action for every small matter, then what was a sacred master? This was what Lin Fei had repeatedly said. Today, he, the sacred master, could not make a move. It's just an altar. If I destroy it, then so be it. What can you do to me? The middle-aged man in a red robe laughed. I might as well tell you that I have my eyes on Heaven Wasteland Domain. Your Zong clan is not bad. As long as you surrender to me, I can spare your lives. Zong Xingshui sneered. You people have the nerve to say that you want Heaven Wasteland Domain? In my opinion, you are overestimating your own strength. Overestimating my own strength? The middle-aged man in a red robe shook his head and laughed even more cheerfully. Then, what about this? The middle-aged man in a red robe threw out a black token. 3 bright red ancient characters were imprinted in everyone's eyes. Thousand Secrets Palace. The 3 ancient characters were extraordinary and vicissitudes of life. Song Xingtian and Zong Xingshui's expressions immediately changed. Why were they here? That was a first-class small saint domain, and there was at least one third-step expert there. The 9th-ranked Thousand Secrets domain? This time, the Zong clan is out of luck. Who dares to offend the Thousand Secrets Palace? Needless to say, everyone understood the significance of having a third-step expert in a first-class small saint domain. Now, do you think we are qualified? The middle-aged man in a red robe sneered. Or do you plan to fight against our Thousand Secrets Palace? It's not that I look down on you, but in my eyes, cats and dogs like you can't withstand a single blow. Destroying your Zong clan is as easy as flipping my hand. If it was the Zong clan in the past, they might have bowed their heads, but now that they had His Majesty behind them, the 2 brothers were much more confident. Humph, the Thousand Secrets Palace is really arrogant. Heaven Wasteland Domain belongs to our Zong clan, even if you are the Thousand Secrets Palace. Song Xingtian said in a low voice. Today is a good day. If you want to use force, I don't mind letting your blood splatter across Heaven Wasteland Domain. There was an uproar. Chapter 2290. The intervention of the people of the Thousand Secrets Palace, who wanted to seize Heaven Wasteland Domain, was beyond the imagination of too many people. The Thousand Design Palace, which was ranked 9th, had a third-step expert. Once that expert made a move, any second-rate or third-rate small saint world would basically be nothing to him. Now that the Thousand Secrets Palace wanted the Heaven Wasteland Domain, the way everyone saw it, the Zong family would not be able to withstand their attack. If they did not call out the Heaven Wasteland Domain, perhaps the Zong family would really be completely erased from existence. The Netherworld Child, Mo Yuan, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Even if they couldn't obtain the Heaven Wasteland Domain, the Zong clan shouldn't be too happy. No one had ever dared to say the word no to the things that the Thousand Secrets Palace had set their eyes on. But this time around, the Zong clan actually dared to reject them. There was no hope left for them. The foundation of a first-rate small saint realm was unimaginable. The middle-aged man in the red robe from the Thousand Secrets Palace was only at the first step of the realm, but the Thousand Secrets Palace behind him was his greatest source of confidence. Apart from a few small sacred realms that he could not afford to offend, the rest were nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha, what a good, splashing blood on Heaven Wasteland Domain. The red-robed middle-aged man almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. You are the first person who dares to say this to me. I really want to know, how will you make our blood splatter across Heaven Wasteland Domain? Just the 2 of you? Ha ha ha. The red-robed middle-aged man had investigated the Zong clan's background thoroughly. The strongest expert in the Zong clan was merely Song Xingtian, and there were a few other hegemonic powers. There were no supreme experts guarding the Zong clan. Overall, the Zong clan was extremely weak, and it would be a piece of cake to destroy them. The Heaven Wasteland Domain was of great use to the Thousand Plans Palace. Others might not be interested, but their Thousand Plans Palace was very interested. A small ancestral family did not have the qualifications to contend with the Thousand Plans Palace. You're not qualified for me to make a move. Song Xingtian shook his head and said unhurriedly. The red-robed middle-aged man was not in a hurry. The heaven wasteland domain was right in front of them, and their relations with the outside world had already been established. No one would come out to be enemies with the Thousand Engineering Palace, as they were not qualified to do so. How interesting. The middle-aged man in red laughed. Who else can your Zone clan invite? Everyone laughed. Everyone was very clear that the Zone clan didn't have any experts. If it weren't for the mysterious figure helping them, the Zone clan would have long since been annihilated by the Sky Desolate Palace. How could he be qualified to rule over Heaven Wasteland Domain? In the eyes of everyone, the Zone clan was truly lucky. Among the tigers, the Zone clan had benefited greatly. Thousand Shadows. What about me? A voice that was neither light nor heavy immediately caused the faces of Netherchild, Mo Yuan, and the others to change drastically. They stood up. They would never forget this voice. Flying Cliff. The former sacred lord of Infinite Wasteland. In the void, Yan Fei walked out unhurriedly. He appeared before everyone's eyes. The red-robed middle-aged man's name was Qian Ying, and he was a member of the Qian clan. The great Tao that he had condensed was an extremely powerful existence among great Taos. Qian Ying's status in the Thousand Secrets Palace was not low. You didn't leave. Qian Ying was very surprised. According to the information she had gathered, the former Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland would not stay in the Heaven Wasteland domain. No one would be willing to expose themselves to danger while being chased by 3 first-step experts, so leaving was the best choice. What a surprise. Normally, Yan Fei would definitely be afraid of the Thousand Secrets Palace. However, after seeing how powerful His Majesty was, he became more confident. A mere third-step expert was nothing to him. His Majesty had the tyrannical strength to excavate 1,000-star obsidian stone. No matter how weak he was still a 4th-step expert. Old Ghost Yan, you've got guts. Netherchild was full of resentment as he stared at Yan Fei. I thought you found the right place. Are you planning to be a tortoise for the rest of your life? Not only are you a tortoise now, but since you're here today, let's settle our old scores. Isn't it time to settle our scores? Mo Yuan's killing intent was revealed. The Gue Yuan sect had suffered a huge setback because of Yan Fei. Not only did they not get to eat anything, but they also got into trouble. He could not let this go. Mo Yuan and Netherchild had never thought that Yan Fei would appear today. He even seemed to be helping the Zone clan. This was different from what they had imagined. After Yan Fei appeared, they knew that their chance for revenge had come. Qian Ying followed. Yan Fei, I see that you're in a bad situation. I don't even need to do anything, you can't even protect yourself. To be honest, it's really surprising that you're helping the Zone clan. Yan Fei laughed. I'll naturally get tired of being the Saint Lord for too long. However, the Heaven Wasteland domain came from my hands. I don't want it to fall into the hands of others. So, I've been out to meet some friends. It's a rare occasion today, let's all get to know each other. Qian Ying suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that she had underestimated the Zone clan. Could it be that the Zone clan had invited reinforcements? They did not seem to have the ability to do so. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the void, 5 figures appeared in succession. As each figure appeared, a thick and powerful aura pierced through the clouds. Heavens, this is the aura of an unparalleled expert. First-step experts. There's a total of 5 of them. Unbelievable, where did the Zone clan find such helpers? As soon as the 5 figures appeared, everyone subconsciously drew in a deep breath. They were truly shocked by the 5 unparalleled experts who had appeared. Didn't they see Mingzi and Mo Yuan's expressions change? You guys actually appeared together. Qian Ying recognized 1 or 2 of them. They were all rather famous unaffiliated cultivators. Even if they were unaffiliated cultivators, they were still first-step experts. Who could have done this? Could it be that the Zone clan knows some important people? Otherwise, these unaffiliated cultivators were all famous for their personalities. Almost every small saint domain had tried to recruit them, but no one had succeeded. But now, there was someone who could invite them. Who exactly had such a huge amount of resources? 5 unparalleled experts. In addition to Yan Fei himself, the Heaven Wasteland domain suddenly had a huge capital. At the very least, Qian Ying's expression changed as she looked at Song Xingtian. Song Xingtian more or less knew about this, but when he saw the appearance of 5 unparalleled experts, he was still extremely shocked. Even when the Zong clan was at its peak, they did not have a second first-step expert. But now, I wonder if it's okay now? Song Xingtian's gaze landed on Qian Ying. His entire body was filled with confidence. This was a power that no one dared to underestimate, especially in the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate small saint domains. Ordinary people would have to think carefully before they could make the right decision. Qian Ying cursed those scouts more than 100 times. They actually didn't manage to find out such important information. Also, there were a few who had tricked her. At this time, Qian Ying couldn't tarnish the reputation of the Thousand Secrets Palace. If news of this were to spread, she would be laughed at to death. Those people in the Thousand Secrets Palace would use this reason to attack her. Chapter 2291. The Zong clan had invited a total of 6 supreme experts, including the previous Saint Lord. The overwhelming visual impact caused many to be dumbfounded. Since when did a declining Zong clan become so powerful? Yes, they were powerful. Those who had planned to fish in troubled waters suddenly came to their senses. Fish in troubled waters? Were they courting death? Nobody could accept the rise of the Zong clan. No matter what the connection was, at least the Zong clan had displayed their strength. They were able to invite unaffiliated supreme experts. The Thousand Shadows of the Thousand Secrets Palace had some fear in his heart. He was unwilling to give up on the Heaven Wasteland domain so easily. Once they left today, who knew what rumors would spread in the outside world? People would definitely think that the Thousand Secrets Palace was afraid of the Zong clan of the Heaven Wasteland domain. At that time, they would definitely become a laughing stock. Thinking of the situation, the Thousand Shadows' face hardened. He believed that the Zong clan did not have the guts to go against the Thousand Secrets Palace to the end. It was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Heaven Wasteland domain is right here. You can act as you please. I dare to guarantee that the final victor will not be you. Song Xingtian said. His entire person was like a huge mountain, majestic and domineering. Qian Ying's gaze swept towards Yan Fei and the 5 unaffiliated peerless experts. Let me remind all of you one last time. Offending our Thousand Secrets Palace might not be a good thing for all of you. If I were you, I would turn around and leave immediately instead of putting myself in danger. If it was not necessary, the Thousand Shadows did not want to act. The impact would be too great, and the outcome would be hard to predict. The Thousand Shadows' first choice was to scare the other party away. If they were not supreme experts, everything would be fine. They could be killed with a single finger. What a pity, threats. Forget it. Yan Fei said indifferently. With this old man here today, you won't be able to gain any benefits. I heard that the Thousand Secrets Palace is proficient in divining the major events of the world. I wonder how strong you guys are. Yan Fei was the first to act. He moved left and right, slashing out 2 long and narrow rays of blade light. The sharp and domineering aura forcefully tore apart the void, causing astral winds to howl. Kill. The 5 unaffiliated supreme experts. With a loud roar, his voice reverberated throughout the Heaven Wasteland domain. The attack of the Great Path crushed forward and killed the giant expert of the Thousand Secrets Palace on the spot. In terms of matchless experts, the giant-level experts were clearly a great level lower. The other party's great Tao power enveloped them, and those giant-level experts' entire bodies evaporated, disappearing into thin air. They were ridiculously powerful. Elder Qian, let me help you. Yuming Zi controlled the Netherworld River and charged in. He had managed to stall a peerless expert, relieving the pressure on Qian Ying. Yan Fei, You killed a disciple of the Gue Yuan sect that day. Today, we will settle the old and new grudges together. Mo Yuan did not mention the Heaven Wasteland domain at all. Instead, he brought up the matter of the Gue Yuan sect's disciple and attacked him justifiably. Then, several other matchless experts made their moves. It was clear that they all had their eyes on Heaven Wasteland domain. No one wanted to miss it. The unparalleled experts had made their move. There were also some giant experts who weren't honest people. Since early in the morning, he had set his sights on the Zone clan, preparing to bite off a big piece of fat meat from them. A mere Zone clan doesn't even have the right to control Heaven Wasteland domain. What right do you have to control everything? I, your father, will be the first to be dissatisfied. A late giant-level expert with shifty eyes said. One look and you could tell that he wasn't a good person. Everyone, don't you think so? I, your father, have also heard that the Zone clan has plundered a large amount of treasures, piling them up like a mountain. These treasures are ours, let's snatch them together. The Zone clan doesn't have any experts, snatch them. Attack together, kill them all. Destroy the entire Zone clan, snatch all their treasures. There were many people who came to watch, but they didn't come with the intention of sightseeing. Following the provocation of some people, more than 10 late giant-level experts charged out, pouncing towards Song Xingtian in the distance. Song Xingtian, hand over the treasures. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill everyone in the Zone clan. The Zone clan's strength wasn't strong, this had long been spread out. Right now, the unparalleled experts were unable to interfere. These people all had different thoughts. If they could take this opportunity to obtain some treasures, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Therefore, the people who wanted to fish in troubled waters all came forward. For a moment, the scene was a complete mess. There really is a conspiracy. Song Xingtian already knew that there would be people coming to make trouble, but he didn't expect that after Yan Fei and the others changed the battlefield, another group of people would immediately appear. Master's calculations are accurate. Since you dared to come to Heaven Wasteland domain to make trouble, I'll make use of your strength. The people of the Zone clan didn't panic at all. Just as the 7 or 8 late giant-level experts were about to reach, Song Xingtian's figure suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the disciples of the Zone clan also disappeared. You're finished. Song Xingtian's cold words reverberated in everyone's ears. You still dare to threaten, a late giant-level expert said disdainfully. Before his voice faded, a black-armored person suddenly appeared in the void, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Boom boom boom. As soon as these black-armored people appeared, they launched a terrifying self-explosion, and the terrifying waves rushed towards the nearest late giant-level expert. Ah, bastard. This is a giant-level self-explosion. Quickly leave. The giant-level expert cursed. Wave after wave of self-explosion, a total of 7 times, the terrifying destructive energy shrouded this area. They had just blocked the first wave, and before they could retreat, the second wave of self-explosion came, crushing them, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. After the third and fourth wave of self-explosion, the early giant-level expert exploded into a mist of blood, and the middle giant-level expert was the same, dying at the 6th wave of self-explosion. Those experts who were not yet giant-level experts were directly killed by the aftermath, and not a single one survived. After the end of the self-explosion, the sky was silent. You dare to come to Heaven Wasteland domain to make trouble, whether you are a giant-level expert or not, you must pay the price. Song Xingtian reappeared, killing a late giant-level expert. This guy was on the verge of death, and his battle strength was less than 10%. As soon as a treasure appeared, he suppressed the other party. Trap. This is a trap. This is too crazy, giant-level experts, how can they self-explode? Shameless, too shameless. I can't accept this. The giant-level experts' self-explosion caught them off guard, and they felt very aggrieved. How could a giant-level expert be willing to self-destruct? This kind of suicidal move may not appear even once in 100 years. But now the giant-level experts who were lucky enough to survive had never seen such a big move in their lives, and were completely defeated before they even fought. This was too much. If they had known earlier, they would not have made a move, because the price was too high. Don't kill us, we surrender. We are willing to surrender to Heaven Wasteland Domain. Chapter 2292. After the appearance of the 6 supreme experts, some of the smarter ones secretly left the public square, afraid that they would be implicated. When the battle erupted, the supreme experts unleashed their great Tao energy, easily killing some of the unlucky ones. After that, the hegemon-level experts took the lead and took the opportunity to deal with the Zone clan. But in the end, they encountered an unimaginable scene. The spectators from afar felt their scalps turning numb as their eyes narrowed. They were completely terrified. Too terrifying. How crazy, they actually used the self-detonation of the hegemon-level experts. This is simply asking for their lives. Merely 8 or 9 hegemon-level experts. Didn't they see that even the late-phase hegemon-level experts couldn't block them? I've long heard that the self-detonation of hegemon-level experts is extremely terrifying. Today, I've seen it for myself. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Those hegemon-level experts are truly unlucky to have encountered the crazy Zone clan. Earlier, I saw them self-detonating twice in a row, killing an initial phase hegemon-level expert. This is simply too shocking. The spectators from afar wiped the sweat off their foreheads. It was unknown if they were rejoicing that they didn't act, or if they were shocked by the tyrannical methods displayed by the Zone clan. Regardless of whether they were shocked or had other thoughts, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate the Zone clan. The late-phase hegemon-level experts who took the lead were all killed by the Zone clan. When this news circulated out, everyone would go crazy. No one had ever commanded the hegemon-level experts to self-detonate. No matter what the reason was, everyone was afraid of the Zone clan. From today onwards, whenever the Zone clan was mentioned, everyone would never forget the self-detonation of the hegemon-level experts today. In truth, the methods of the Zone clan were soon circulated in the sacred world, forming a terrifying deterrent force. Regardless of the hegemon-level experts or others, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly when facing the Zone clan. Your Majesty is awesome. Sung Shengtian had seen the self-detonation of hegemon-level experts before. But he had never seen the scene of them self-detonating consecutively. It was incomparably shocking and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Even he himself didn't think that he would be able to block such a terrifying self-detonation. As for those fellows who took the opportunity to cause trouble, they all died in a daze. At this moment, Sung Shengtian turned his gaze to the battlefield in the distance. Yan Fei. Our 1,000 Secrets Palace will remember today's matter. In the air, Qianning led the only 2 experts by her side, shaking off Yan Fei's attack. However, her complexion was extremely unsightly, and her heart was filled with reluctance. In the end, her side was still no match for the other side. In this battle, their 1,000 Secrets Palace had lost. The people who attacked were very fierce and crazy. They basically risked getting injured. There was nothing to be afraid of if one was not crazy. Once one was crazy, everyone would be afraid. Qianning silently cursed Yan Fei for being a shameless bastard as she shook him off and put some distance between them. Heaven Wasteland Domain is not yours. As long as I am here, you will never have a chance. Yan Fei was not afraid in the slightest, his voice loud and clear. Qianning left unwillingly. Rather than gaining nothing, she might as well leave. There wouldn't be too much of a loss. The 1,000 Secrets Palace had completely lost its face. Just you wait. When the day comes, no one will be able to stop the footsteps of the 1,000 Secrets Palace. Qianning swore to herself. He disappeared into the distance. Trap. Yu Mingzi cursed inwardly. Old Yan, I have something to do today. I'll deal with you another day. After a feint, Yu Mingzi transformed into a long river of the netherworld and drilled into the void. He had no intention to continue fighting. One-on-one, they were no match for the other side. Moreover, now that those unaffiliated experts were free, it was not easy to deal with them. Even Qianying, a member of the Thousand Secrets Palace, had run away, let alone these people. One by one, they left. All kinds of treasures were taken out, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Only the void was torn open, and the howling astral winds were left. A bunch of cowards. Yan Fei sneered. They can run away, but they can't run away forever. Just wait and see. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress. Everything was under control. The appearance of the Thousand Secrets Palace, a first-rate force, was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectations. Although the Fuyun domain was ranked 10th, and in theory was a first-rate force, the Fuyun domain did not have any third-step experts. As for why, they themselves could not explain it clearly. They had heard some rumors that the experts of the Fuyun domain had died in a certain place, and some people said that they had been killed by a mysterious force. The current Fuyun domain only had an undeserved reputation. If one really wanted to calculate, it was at most a second-rate force. The Thousand Secrets domain was the name of the 9th small saint domain. It was completely different from the Fuyun domain, and the difference was huge. Lin Fei was quite surprised that the other side could appear here. Lin Fei was very unhappy that such a small fight was targeted. Fortunately, he had successfully defeated these ambitious fellows. Lin Fei had more or less some understanding of the 33 small saint domains. Although it was only the first step, it was enough to deter the majority of small saint domains. Those small saint domains that he could not deal with also looked down on a small place like the Heaven Wasteland domain. They wanted resources but did not have resources. They wanted under Lin Fei's calculations, he had blocked this wave of attacks. The harvest was also very pleasing. There were more than 10 late giant experts that he had captured. Their injuries were almost the same, all of them were heavily injured. Even if they went into seclusion to recuperate, it would take at least 50 years. Self-destruction is a good move. Lin Fei was very satisfied with using self-destruction to kill the enemy. After all, it was a giant puppet that had been modified, and its power was still very strong. In particular, there was a trace of origin energy hidden inside, which greatly increased its power. Otherwise, it would not have been able to seriously injure the late giant experts. These giant corpses can create another batch of self-destruction army. For the time being, only the self-destruction of giant puppets could affect the giant experts. The half-step giant experts were a long way off. Alright, from today onwards, the Heaven Wasteland domain belongs to me. Lin Fei smiled, the corners of his mouth also curling up slightly. When Yan Fei returned, Yu Mingzi and the others had disappeared. Everyone was shocked once again. The interrupted heaven worship was carried out again. This time, everyone was convinced. Even if they had big ideas, they still listened obediently. After the heaven worship ended, Sung Xingtian sat on the position of Holy Lord as he wished. From today onwards, he was the new Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland. No matter where he went, everyone had to give face to this Holy Lord. After Sung Xingtian ascended to the position of Holy Lord, he did not mention anything about what happened today. Even if he did not mention it, everyone knew how terrifying the Zong family was. It was no wonder that they could control Heaven Wasteland domain. Today, there were many unlucky people that helped the Zong family. Those who were lucky enough to not have participated could not wait to leave Heaven Wasteland domain. This place was too terrifying. Chapter 2293. Breaking news, the Zong family of Heaven Wasteland domain has risen again. Beware of the self-detonation of the mysterious Zong family of Heaven Wasteland domain. The alliance of the Netherworld Palace, Origin Gui sect and the other powers were defeated by the experts invited by the Zong clan. What kind of ability does the Zong family have? To be able to gain the favor of a peerless expert, and even take the initiative to join the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland domain has leaped from a third-rate little saint domain to a second-rate little saint domain. During this period of time, the entire saint world was filled with news regarding the Zong clan. The rise of the Zong clan was unstoppable, even the neighboring Netherworld Palace obediently gave way to them. 6 supreme experts joined the Zone clan, becoming their consecrators. This was especially so for those major powers. They couldn't understand why the Zone clan, which was weaker than them, would be able to attract so many supreme experts. No one had ever suspected that those rogue peerless experts were being controlled. Killing a peerless expert was easy, but controlling one was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Why did these unaffiliated experts join the Zone clan? This actually became a question that everyone couldn't understand. Other than this, the self-detonation of the hegemonic powers was also a question that caused everyone to be puzzled. The self-detonation of a powerhouse was a move that would destroy everything in its path. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would be willing to use it. The Zone clan was simply so overbearing, able to cause a hegemonic level expert to self-detonate, resulting in a terrifying amount of killing power. If a supreme expert self-detonated, many people didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. After the news circulated, the Zone clan became a target that couldn't be offended. At the very least, no one would be so foolish as to offend the Zone clan before they were clear of the situation. If the Zone clan arranged for a few hegemonic powers to self-destruct, wouldn't they have no choice but to return with their corpses? The Heaven Wasteland domain was smoothly controlled by the Zone family. Forces of all sizes sent people to visit them, especially the little saint domains that were ranked at the bottom. Every single one of them wanted to make friends with the Zone family. As their neighbor, the Netherworld Palace was having a hard time. They didn't have experts and subordinates. On the day of the registration ceremony, the people of their palace suffered heavy losses. When the giant powerhouses self-destructed, there were countless casualties, and only a few survived. A force that had been at odds with the Nether Palace. All of them secretly took action, causing the Nether Palace to suffer greatly. They couldn't come up with a good solution for a while. Those who had suffered losses suppressed their anger and did not come looking for trouble. This time around, they were the ones in the wrong. In addition to the domineering stance the Zone clan displayed, everyone retreated. After taking complete control of Heaven Wasteland domain, Lin Fei immediately set up small strongholds and placed large and small equipment to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. At the same time, there were also traces of flowing origin energy. Originally, Lin Fei relied on the sealed world to strengthen his strength, but after the Heaven Wasteland domain, the sealed world took a back seat, and the Heaven Wasteland domain took the lead. It provided him with an endless supply of energy units. Lin Fei kept a low profile for once after gaining control of the Heaven Wasteland domain. He planned to properly digest the Heaven Wasteland domain and no longer interfere with the matters of the Saints' world. He did not want to be exposed so soon. Lin Fei quickly kept a low profile. Even the sealed world was the same. Very few matters related to Lin Fei spread in the Saints' world. Only the influence of the Association of Adventurers grew day by day. Boom boom boom. Sealed world, boundary wall battlefield. Central region. Waves of destructive power crashed towards the barrier in the central region. This thing is really hard to deal with. It has already consumed 5 million War Emperor rankers. Far away from the central area, a man in black stood with his hands behind his back, his brows slightly furrowed. Your Majesty. This place was left behind from the Great War of the Wasteland continent. It will not be easy to break in. Fang Dingtian stood at the side and said in a low voice. Lin Fei sighed softly, it's been 10 years, but I'm still one step away. Ever since he took control of the Heaven Wasteland domain, it had only been a short period of time. 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had never given up on entering the central region of the boundary wall battlefield. The system was also looking for loopholes, but it was a pity that there were no results. Your Majesty will succeed sooner or later. Yan Fei, who was standing on the other side, also said, compared to the last time, Master has advanced by quite a bit. In these 10 years, Lin Fei was infinitely close to the central region. 3 years ago, he had successfully broken through to the giant realm, and was now an early-stage giant expert. Coming out from the sealed world, Lin Fei brought his subordinates and quietly arrived at the Heaven Wasteland domain. In these 10 years, the overall strength of the Heaven Wasteland domain had increased very quickly. Lin Fei had secretly dispatched War Emperor rankers to join in, avoiding the eyes of the public. The strength of the Heaven Wasteland domain was changing day by day. The outside world did not have much suspicion. After all, the Heaven Wasteland domain was ranked at the bottom. The Zong family had always remained mysterious. During this period, it was not that there were no people who came to cause trouble. The people behind the scenes were none other than the major forces that had suffered losses last time. Every time their conspiracy was disrupted, many of their people were eaten. Since 2 years ago, no one dared to plot against the Zong family. Until now, no one had figured out the methods of the Zong family. Instead, the self-destruction of a giant expert had appeared several times, and every time it happened, it shocked everyone. The Zong family was invincible, and had a reputation. No one knew who it was, but there was a joke. Giant, what's there to be arrogant about? Just a trip to Heaven Wasteland domain, shit and urine will fly everywhere. Your Majesty, you're finally here. As soon as Lin Fei appeared in the secret room of Heaven Wasteland domain, the ruddy-faced Song Xingtian came to greet him. In these 10 years, Song Xingtian's strength had not improved further. This step was not so easy, but the power of the great Tao behind him had grown a lot stronger. In these 10 years, Song Xingtian had strengthened Heaven Wasteland domain a lot. No matter how powerful he was always polite in front of Lin Fei. Only he knew how terrifying His Majesty was. Didn't I tell you not to contact me if there's nothing? Lin Fei sat down. Lin Fei had never been interested in the management of Heaven Wasteland domain, and did not want to expose any traces. His control of the sealed world had already made them very unhappy. If he controlled another Heaven Wasteland domain, there would definitely be people who would come out to deal with him. Song Xingtian gave a wry smile. Your Majesty, there's nothing I can do. This matter is too important, and I have to inform Your Majesty. That person is coming. Lin Fei was a little confused. What, that person is coming? Speak clearly. Lin Fei's tone sank slightly. The ranking of the small saint domains is about to begin. Song Xingtian hurriedly said, it's a ranking that happens once every 5,000 years. Not long ago, the 5 top small saint domains released the news. Lin Fei really did not pay attention to this matter. He knew about the ranking competition, but did not know that it was this year. Oh, so it's about this matter. Lin Fei said, anyway, it's a ranking competition. You can arrange for your subordinates to go there. There's no need to inform me. Lin Fei was not too interested in the ranking of the small saint domains that happened once every 5,000 years. If he had the time to worry about it, he might as well get a few more giant corpses or subdue a matchless first-step expert. Your Majesty, the ranking this time is different. Song Xingtian hurriedly said, I heard that the 5 top forces will join forces to open an ancient relic located in the wild sacred mountain. Lin Fei's eyes finally lit up. Chapter 2294. In these 10 years, Lin Fei did not stay idle. Through Heaven Wasteland domain, he learned many secrets about the sacred domain. Every matchless expert knew some things that belonged to their circle. In the eyes of outsiders, these were secrets that they would never know in their lifetime. Lin Fei had heard of the ranking that happened once every 5,000 years, but he did not pay too much attention to it. The reason for the ranking was in fact because a mysterious force had initiated it. This mysterious force, in Lin Fei's opinion, should be the Judgment Organization. Whether it was Cloud Prefecture domain or Heaven Wasteland domain, they were all ranked in the top 5,000 years ago. In the beginning, the rankings of the small sacred worlds weren't too exaggerated. However, after that incident, the rankings of the small sacred worlds had become unworthy of their name. They were full of exaggerations. From Yan Fei's mouth, Lin Fei knew that the mysterious Judgment Organization had disappeared for thousands of years. This time, the ranking of the top 5 forces was indeed not a small matter. The sacred domain was the combination of the 33 small saint domains. The top 5 forces were at the top and enjoyed the best resources. Lin Fei had personally seen it. Compared to them, Heaven Wasteland Domain was simply trash. There's such an existence in the secret domain of the wild sacred mountain? Lin Fei knew very little about this matter. Secret, it was definitely a secret. Song Xingtian said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our ancestors were fortunate enough to enter. It is said that these secret domains were the lair of the top forces of the wild continent before it was destroyed." "Oh, so there's such a thing." Lin Fei nodded. Could it be that the secret domains of the wild sacred mountain have not been opened for a long time? You don't know about these secret domains? Lin Fei was more or less aware of the secret domains in the wild sacred mountain. For example, the existence of the ascetics. If they could exist, it was reasonable for the major forces to establish their lair. Song Xingtian laughed bitterly. "Your Majesty. Before the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, it was the most sacred main vein of the wild continent. There was no one else who could establish a force on the sacred mountain. Without exception, they were all incomparably tyrannical existences. After it was destroyed, no one knew its exact location. Even the ancestors did not know of the existence of the secret realm. Every secret realm is very mysterious, and the entrance is also very difficult to find. Currently, only a few top forces and first-rate forces know some of the locations. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not be too interested. However, when it came to such a big matter, it was impossible for him not to be interested. When the wild continent was still intact, there were many clans and experts. There were countless powerhouses, and it was not too difficult to break through to the unrivaled realm. Back then, it was like now. The number of first-step experts was also very limited, not to mention those that would exist in the future. Let's talk about the ranking of the small sacred realms. It did not take long for the ranking of the small saints' world to spread across the saints' world. It turned out that the 5 top forces did not suppress the news this time. Therefore, the news of the ranking had spread like wildfire. It was the first time for many people to learn about it. Apart from that, there was nothing to hide about the secret realm. The 5 top forces did not only announce some things about the secret realm. They even allowed the forces of the saints' world to enter. This shocked a large number of people. When did the 5 top forces become so kind and willing to give up such a large part of the benefits? There were different opinions in the outside world. Some were good, and some were bad. No matter what, everyone was very interested in the secret realm. It was the most sacred place before the continent was destroyed. The forces that could establish on the sacred mountain were all famous people. The prestige of the 5 top forces had reached a terrifying level. The ranking of the small saints' world was jointly promoted by the 5 top forces. No one dared to not give face to the other. Moreover, no force was willing to miss the secret realm that was involved after the ranking. Perhaps one opportunity could change the future of a force. Wealth came from danger. They had to take the risk. This had become the idea of almost all the forces, big and small. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The day of the ranking was getting closer and closer. This time, the ranking competition would be held in the Yan Huang world, one of the top 5 forces. The Yan Huang world was ranked second, and the strength of the entire Yan Huang world was unfathomable. As the controlling force of the Yan Huang world, the Ba family was extremely powerful, and everyone knew of them. On the way to the Yan Huang world, all the first and second-rate forces took the initiative to go and witness the ranking that happened once every 5,000 years. The current ranking of the small saints' world was in name only. In everyone's view, after this ranking, the strength of the small saints' world would become real. There would no longer be any exaggeration. This was a good thing for any small saints' world. Those who were at the back would fight for the position in front. Those who were originally at the front would protect their current position no matter what. Everyone was full of energy, ready to rise to the sky in one step and rearrange the ranking. The saints' world would also usher in a great change of power. Everyone knew that in the 33 small saints' worlds, the most intense competition should be from 6th to 10th. The top forces would fight for it. Outsiders did not need to think about the existence of the top 5. Sung Tian set off with his people. Lin Fei did not set off with them. Instead, he led a group of people to the Yan Huang world. The ranking involved the 33 small saints worlds. In addition, it also involved the replacement of the old and the new. After figuring out the ranking, Lin Fei had an idea. After all, this was a rare opportunity. For example, he could make a holy lord of a small saints world. There were not many rules in the ranking of the small saints worlds. At the same time, forces were allowed to fight for the right to control the small saints world. This existed in every ranking. To obtain the opportunity to control the small saints world was not an ordinary level of difficulty. After the news spread, all the major forces were moved. The opportunity to make a comeback had come. After confirming it, Lin Fei also became interested in the small saints world. Who asked him to be in dire need of origin energy? A heaven wasteland domain could obtain a lot of origin energy units, but it could not satisfy Lin Fei's needs. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Fei did not want to give it up. No matter what, he had to fight for it. There was still a chance. These people should all be going to the Yan Huang world. Lin Fei brought a few of his subordinates along the teleportation formation of the small saints world, teleporting one by one. The 33 small saints worlds formed a saints world. From the last small saints world to the second-ranked Yan Huang world, the journey was endless. Lin Fei was now rich, and did not care about spending money. He directly used the teleportation formation to go to the small saints world. Along the way, those who had some money basically chose the teleportation formation. There was no need to waste time on the journey. In less than 3 days, Lin Fei brought his subordinates to the Yan Huang world, the second-ranked small saints world. Whoosh! As soon as they came out of the teleportation formation, the rich energy made people's eyes light up. Lin Fei immediately felt the origin energy floating between heaven and earth. Master, this is a good place. The energy of heaven and earth contains about 20% of the origin energy units. The little devil analyzed immediately. Chapter 2295. Broadcast, follow, Chidian reading, and get first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Yan Huang World, the second-ranked small sage realm. Lin Fei heard the little devil's analysis and could not help but be surprised. He asked eagerly, "Are you sure?" In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had not been to the 5 peak small sacred worlds. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Before he had enough power, Lin Fei would never take risks. Lin Fei really did not know the differences between the top 5 small sage realms. Yes, there is 20% of the energy of heaven and earth. The little devil said. And, according to the analysis, there should be a mysterious item in Yan Huang world that can collect the energy of heaven and earth. Such locations are all concentrated in the center of Yan Huang world. There are about 4 or 5 such locations. When Lin Fei heard that there was 20% more energy of heaven and earth, his first thought was to take it back. But when he heard the little devil's words, his expression changed. They also know how to extract energy of heaven and earth? This was not a good thing, and Lin Fei did not want to see this. Their extraction method should not be as good as Master's equipment. The little devil said. It is not impossible for Master to steal energy of heaven and earth in Yan Huang world. If you do it secretly, as long as you do not attract the attention of those people, the success rate is very high. Lin Fei was very bold. Even if he was standing in the territory of the top 5 forces, as long as there was a chance to obtain energy of heaven and earth, he would not miss it. There weren't many opportunities like this. Moreover, for the ranking competition of the small saints world this time, countless forces had gathered here. Whether they were here to watch the show or to participate, the commotion would be bigger than any other time. Lin Fei felt that it should not be a problem to use some tricks to fool the people of the Yan Huang world. The conversation between Lin Fei and the little devil was just a matter of a moment. Those who did not know would think that they were surprised at the difference in the energy of heaven and earth in Yan Huang world. There was no doubt, because most people who came here for the first time had this expression. The biggest city in Yan Huang world was called Yan Huang City. In this huge city, it stood for a long time. It was passed down from generation to generation. Outside Yan Huang City, there was a huge statue. It was a warhammer in hand, clad in armor, and standing on a golden chariot. A tall and sturdy man with a fierce gaze that pierced through the clouds. This was the first sage master of the Yan Huang world. His name was Yan Huang, and he was an unparalleled expert of the wasteland continent. It was rumored that he had reached the 5th step. Everyone who came to Yan Huang City was shocked by this Yan Huang divine ancestor at first sight. It was a formless pressure. It was rumored that this statue contained the power of generations of holy masters, until it became what it was today. This statue of the Yan Huang realm was exceptionally famous throughout the entire sacred realm. Lin Fei brought his people to the outskirts of Yan Huang City and was also shocked by this statue. That sharp gaze was like a sharp knife that could take a person's life with a single slash. This was Lin Fei's biggest feeling. Yan Huang holy ancestor. Lin Fei muttered to himself. This was the 3rd day since he came to the Yan Huang world. The little devil suddenly said, "Master, the people of the Yan Huang world are really generous. They actually injected a trace of origin energy into the statue, so that the Yan Huang holy ancestor statue has a terrifying deterrent power. The heaven and earth energy contain 20% more origin energy." Lin Fei was very excited. Now that he heard another piece of good news, he wondered if he had come to a blessed place. No way. That's possible. From the beginning, Lin Fei felt that this statue was extraordinary. It vaguely had a great power, and it was the strongest statue he had seen so far. Origin energy is originally a high-level energy between heaven and earth. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place where the origin energy is concentrated. This Yan Huang holy ancestor statue can not only absorb origin energy, but it can also release terrifying combat power when it is in danger. According to analysis, it can release at least 5 attacks of the 4th step. This time, Lin Fei was completely moved. This is too shocking. Lin Fei absolutely believed in the little devil's words. At least 5 attacks of the 4th step. Lin Fei could not help but be shocked. In these 10 years, various spies had collected a lot of information, but there was very little information about the 4th step. Currently, the most powerful cultivators were 3rd step experts. There was almost no news of 4th step experts. There were none on the surface, but no one dared to guarantee that they did not have any 4th step experts. Every time an unparalleled expert took a step forward, their strength would increase by at least several times. The gap between a 3rd step expert and a 4th step expert was another insurmountable gap. According to the news, the Yan Huang world was very powerful. For example, the first force, the Yan Huang sect, had a 3rd step expert, as many as 10 2nd step experts, and about 31st step experts. The entire Yan Huang world was the territory of the Yan Huang sect. The Yan Huang world was different from the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland domain had other forces, but the Yan Huang sect did not. The Yan Huang sect was the only force, and the other forces were vassals. They had no ability to resist at all. They had perfect control. Even if the Yan Huang world was seriously injured, it would not be able to shake the foundation of the other party. Right now, before they had even reached Yan Huang City, Lin Fei had already learned of a shocking secret. If one didn't know the ins and outs of the statue, perhaps one wouldn't even suspect that a mere statue could have such terrifying combat power. The strength of the Yan Huang world was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. At least 5 explosive attacks. Even if it was a 4th step expert of the same level, they would probably have to avoid the limelight and not dare to face the other party. After all, one mistake could mean death. The people of the Yan Huang sect are good. Fortunately, I was not so ambitious. If I was really rash, I would definitely be hit in the head. Lin Fei took a deep breath. I just don't know what the other places are like. Could it be related to this as well? If it's true, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine. If the second place in the Yan Huang world was so strong, then what about the first place? At the very least, they had mysterious existences that had the combat power of a fourth-step expert. There was one thing that Lin Fei could barely confirm. At the very least, the first and second small sage realms should not have fifth-step experts. For the current sacred world, once a fifth-step expert appeared, the sacred world would definitely be in turmoil. The entire sacred world would be quickly unified, and a new era would begin. It would not be like now, where everyone lived in harmony. This was good news for Lin Fei. I was originally planning to secretly absorb the origin energy, but now that I see this statue, it seems that I have to change my mind. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the Yan Huang Saint Ancestor statue. If I want to absorb the origin energy in the statue, I can sleep peacefully for a long time. Chapter 2296. Broadcast, follow, Chidian reading, and receive first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. Lin Fei originally wanted to steal a portion of the origin energy secretly. When he saw the Yan Huang Saint Ancestor statue, a strong idea emerged in his mind. No matter what, he had to eat this origin energy. In order not to be suspected, Lin Fei did not stay for long. Come up with a good method for me right now. I want this origin energy. Right now, nothing could compare to the origin energy in this statue. This was related to the improvement of his strength. To be able to explode with the attack of a fourth-step expert, the accumulation was definitely an unimaginable number. Lin Fei felt that if he could get his hands on it, it would be equivalent to having a terrifying trump card, and a trump card to kill whoever came. Even if Lin Fei was very anxious now and had to leave this place first. In Yan Huang City, people came and went like a tide. People from various forces gathered in Yan Huang City. Even if they were enemies, they could only stare at them in Yan Huang City. No one dared to act wildly in Yan Huang City. This was also the rule of Yan Huang City. Otherwise, they would not mind mobilizing the law enforcement team to kill both parties on the spot. The law enforcement team of Yan Huang City was also famous for being terrifying. Lin Fei paid and sighed inwardly at how black-hearted Yan Huang City was. Just the entrance fee alone could earn a huge amount of money, not to mention other things. Usually, it is rare to see first-step experts, but now there are so many. It seems like the sacred world is far from as simple as it seems. Browsing around Yan Huang City, Lin Fei met many first-step experts along the way. There were countless giants and experts. The matter of the small saints' world and secret realms had attracted many experts who were cultivating in seclusion. Let's go register. After losing interest in appreciation, Lin Fei changed his route and prepared to register and participate in the competition of the small saints' world. Sung Xing Tian from Heaven Wasteland Domain came one step ahead and inquired about the news. Without Lin Fei going over, he could also receive news about Yan Huang City, including matters regarding registration. Yan Huang VIP Tower. This place was used to entertain the major forces from the various small saints' world. Sung Xing Tian checked into the Yan Huang VIP Tower, but the location was not very good. After all, the Heaven Wasteland Domain was ranked last. If not for the Zhong family erupting in power 10 years ago and displaying their valiant strength, the Heaven Wasteland Domain would most likely be a weak and easily bullied target in the eyes of everyone. When Lin Fei arrived outside the VIP building, it was overcrowded. Young masters in luxurious clothes and young ladies from rich families were everywhere. All of them had arrogance written on their faces, as if they didn't want strangers to get close to them. Spring Wind Gate, building number 9. At the door, there was someone to serve them. At this moment, a force just happened to enter the VIP building, and its face was filled with pride. Isn't it just the 9th building? What's so special about it? Who doesn't know that the 9th building is the lowest level? That's right. If you have the guts, go to building 1 or building 2. Look, they've entered the 7th building. Lin Fei had heard from Sung Xing Tian that the Yan Huang VIP Tower had strict requirements, and not just anyone could enter. The VIP building was divided into Building 1 to Building 9, with Building 1 being the highest and Building 9 being the lowest. The number of the VIP building that one stayed in also represented the influence of one in the sacred world. Everyone could see the standard from the VIP building. Interesting. Being able to stay in the VIP building was equivalent to being qualified to participate in the competition of the small sacred world. I'm a nouveau riche from the sealed world. It's time for me to perform. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose, revealing a smile. It's been 10 years. I'm afraid that many people have forgotten the existence of the sealed world. Since Lin Fei's nightmare mercenaries showed terrifying strength 10 years ago, Lin Fei had become a nouveau riche in everyone's eyes. The sealed world was not as large as the small sacred world, but it was not much different. From another perspective, the sealed world was equivalent to a small sacred world, and Lin Fei was the local tyrant inside. Lin Fei's appearance was not very eye-catching, but it still shocked the people nearby. He's Di Tian, the nouveau riche of the sealed world. I don't think he's that great. Early giant level? He also wants to stay in the 9th building? He doesn't even think about whether he's qualified or not. Seeing Lin Fei appear with his people, many people showed disdain. Although Di Tian was quite famous 10 years ago, he had not appeared for 10 years. Many people thought that Di Tian was a flash in the pan, especially when they saw that he was only at the early giant level. Everyone could not help but sneer. No one believed that Di Tian could stay in the VIP building. I'm Di Tian, representing the sealed world. I wonder if I'm qualified to stay in the VIP building. As soon as Lin Fei came up, he said to the person in charge unhurriedly. He believed that the Yan Huang world would definitely make arrangements for him. In 10 years, the outside world might have forgotten about him, but the Yan Huang sect of the 5 top forces would definitely not. The person in charge's expression was a little cold. The Yan Huang sect had seen all the big forces. It was impossible for a mere local tyrant of the sealed world to show respect. Please wait a moment. Despite the disdain in his heart, the person in charge said politely. After a moment, the person in charge raised his head. Di Tian, the controller of the sealed world, can stay in the 9th building. His voice wasn't very loud, but the people in the surroundings could still hear it clearly. A series of hush sounds rang out. Evidently, they didn't expect that Di Tian, who had sealed his sister's name, would actually be qualified to stay in the 9th building. Even if it was the 9th building, the distance between them and the rest of them instantly widened. Many late-stage hegemonic characters didn't even have the qualifications to stay there. This was a matter of class. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Yan Huang City was such a big force that they would definitely not ignore such a small matter. He took the pass from the other party and said to the person in charge, "Please help me register. Our invincible palace of the sealed world will be competing for the small sage world." The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it instantly exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Crazy, crazy. He actually wants to compete for the small sage world. Is he going to rely on those half-step giants and mercenaries? Competing for the small sage world was not a small matter, and it was not something that could be achieved by just having a lot of half-step giants. This involved a comprehensive strength, and many forces were powerless. To be able to register successfully, the most important condition was that many people could not participate. Sir Di Tian, as long as you have 2 first-step experts, your invincible palace will be qualified to register. The person in charge really did not believe that the sealed world could have 2 first-step experts. In order to prevent everyone from registering, a simple restriction was put in place. 2 first-step experts formed a not small threshold, blocking the majority of the forces. Lin Fei smiled. No problem. 2 black-robed men walked out from behind him and instantly released the aura of a first-step expert. This shocked the crowd, and they could not figure out where Di Tian had found first-step experts. Invincible Palace, 2 first-step experts can participate in the Small Sage World competition. The person in charge was also slightly stunned. He was quite surprised. Alright, you can retract your aura. Just as the person in charge finished speaking, a low voice came from the crowd. "D. Tian, you will definitely lose." Chapter 2297. Tomorrow was 515, the anniversary celebration of Qidian. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets were definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock, not only will you lose, but you will definitely die. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and a frivolous young man led a group of people to the entrance. He looked at Lin Fei with a mocking gaze. Lin Fei had thought that he would meet a sworn enemy, but he had no impression of the person in front of him. He could not find any memory of him. The system scanned him. The beginner level of a giant was only average. I know who he is. Young Master Mo Hu of the Gui Yuan sect from the Fuyan world. So he is Mo Hu. Rumor has it that he is qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect. Who would have thought it would be him? Many people around immediately recognized him. Mo Hu liked to hear this kind of voice, but Di Tian's reaction made him very unhappy. As one of the successors of the Gui Yuan sect, he naturally knew that the reason why the Gui Yuan sect's strength had been weakened 10 years ago was all because of Di Tian, which was why the scene from before had occurred. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who needed to deliberately show off. Hearing the words around him, he suddenly realized that they were from the Gui Yuan sect. No wonder they were so angry with him. Over the years, the Cursed Palace and the Gui Yuan sect had been fighting non-stop. The Gui Yuan sect had a slight advantage, but suppressing the Cursed Palace was still a long way off. The Gui Yuan sect did not have a good attitude towards Di Tian from the sealed world. As one of the successors, Mo Hu realized that his chance had come. If he could perform well in this matter, he might be able to rope in more elders of the Gui Yuan sect to support him. You're quite bold. Just because of what you said, I'll definitely send you to hell the next time we meet. Lin Fei turned around and tossed out these words in a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. The surrounding people were excited. The ranking competition had not started, and Di Tian from the sealed world had already made a threat. This was definitely a big deal. Mo Hu was someone who could control his emotions well. I will remember your words. In Yanhuang City, Mo Hu did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as the other party entered the VIP building. The invincible palace of the sealed world will participate in the battle of the small sacred world. Di Tian wants to kill the successor of the Gui Yuan sect, Mo Hu. The new noble of the sealed world, Di Tian, is going against the Gui Yuan sect as soon as he arrived. Let's wait and see who will win. The news about the sealed world and the Gui Yuan sect spread like wildfire. Naturally, there were some people who were pushing this. Before long, the news had spread throughout Yanhuang City. Everyone knew about Di Tian, the upstart. Over the years, the Nightmare Mercenaries had displayed terrifying strength, and had become a force to be reckoned with in the sacred realm. Everyone had a love-hate relationship with the Nightmare Mercenaries. As soon as the news spread, it immediately became a topic of discussion. More people realized that another wolf had come, especially since they knew that there were two unparalleled first-step experts in the sealed world. The invincible palace of the sealed world was considered a ruthless character. Everyone had to take them seriously. Their Nightmare Mercenaries were famous. While everyone was talking about it, Lin Fei lived in a quiet courtyard in the 9th building. In the evening, Chu Huan of the Cursed Palace came, and he brought the young master, Chu Lei. I'm really sorry that you were dragged into this, Chu Huan said as soon as he came in. After the news spread, he came immediately. 10 years. It was enough to make the relationship between him and Di Tian even closer. Chu Huan knew that the reason why the Cursed Palace could remain invincible in 10 years was because of their extraordinary strength. The biggest help was from Lin Fei. It's just a small matter. I don't care. Lin Fei really didn't care about Mo Hu's provocation. Chu Huan was indeed worried that Lin Fei would be angry because of this, which would affect the cooperation between the two. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't look angry, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After 10 years. At least he knew some of Lin Fei's character. By the way, this is the news I just received. It's about the small sacred world reserve. It's about to start. Chu Huan took out a document and handed it to Lin Fei. The small sacred world reserve was actually targeted at the forces that wanted to challenge the small sacred world. The Saints' world was very large. It was not impossible for two supreme first-step experts to watch over the Saints' world. Now that there were many organizations taking part, they had to filter through them first, which became a matter of great importance. The competition is so fierce. There are actually more than 80 major forces participating. Lin Fei casually flipped through the document. There were more than 80 major forces listed, including the Invincible Palace, which sealed the world. According to the rules, a total of 33 candidate forces were selected, and each candidate force had a chance to challenge the small sacred world. The rules were not very strict. However, the selection method was somewhat beyond Lin Fei's expectations. A large group battle? Chu Huan nodded, and this is the result of the 5 forces discussion. They will use a spatial treasure to select 33 forces. In this independent space, everyone can fight each other or form an alliance. Many forces can also besiege one force until there are only 33 forces left. This method was actually not very good. Lin Fei could see the drawbacks at a glance. Does this mean that this method is very disadvantageous to me? Chu Huan smiled bitterly. In the past 10 years, your sealed world has shown extraordinary potential. You have also become a rising star. Not long after the news came out, my people found out that many powerful forces who are qualified to participate in the competition are preparing to join hands to kill all the people in your sealed world. That's right. That's right. After reading the rules, Lin Fei knew that he would definitely face this kind of trouble. A large group battle did not distinguish between you and me. It was about who would have the last laugh. Humph, their idea is good, but I am not that easy to bully. A large group battle, hee hee. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even Chu Huan, who was sitting in front of him, felt a great pressure. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than before. I don't know what level his real strength is. Why does he always give people a feeling that I can't see through him? It's like seeing a ghost. After the selection rules came out, more than 80 forces qualified to participate began to take action. It was definitely not an easy task to persevere to the last moment under the siege of more than 80 major forces. The alliance, cooperation, and other matters had to be put on the agenda immediately. In this kind of environment, it was impossible to persevere to the end alone. Every day, there would be news coming out. If it wasn't someone forming an alliance with someone, then it was someone forming an alliance with someone else. The news was mixed between truth and falsehood, causing many people to be at a loss. Imperceptibly, more than 80 forces were shrouded in a shadow. In order to compete for the qualification to enter the small sacred world, it was not impossible to stab someone in the back. If they took this step, they could change the future of a force. Among everyone, only Lin Fei remained silent. When the sun rose again, the selection battle was about to begin. Chapter 2298. Latest broadcast. Tomorrow was 515, Qidian's anniversary celebration, and the day with the most benefits. Besides the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets were definitely a must. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock. The new sun rose, and the most intense group battle was about to begin. Yanhuang City was ushering in its most exciting moment. The final ownership of the 33 candidates was debated incessantly. There were even people who set up bets, listing out the 89 major powers and giving them a certain ratio of odds. Lin Fei received the notice the day before and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he brought his men to the Yanhuang Square. The Yanhuang Square was huge, and it had been sealed early in the morning. Besides the major powers that were participating, no one else was allowed to enter. In Yanhuang City, no one would be stupid enough to challenge the rules. Not to mention this, just the black-armored enforcers were frightening. The enforcers of Yan Huang City were famous for being terrifying. They were made up of all the major powers. Although there were not many of them, with the appropriate equipment, they were definitely a terrifying existence. For example, right now, sharp gazes swept across, and no one dared to look directly at them. The square was divided into 89 regions according to the region. Lin Fei took out his entry pass and came to the square. Instantly, unfriendly gazes shot over, with a hint of provocation. Someone brought Lin Fei to the designated spot. The surrounding spots were filled with people, and their gazes were very cold, as though they were looking at a dead man. And at this time, in the tallest building in Yan Huang City, the big shots of the 5 major powers of the sacred world were gathered together, which was a rare sight. The atmosphere was a little tense, and that was from their invisible, tyrannical aura. 5,000 years have passed, and we are about to usher in a new era. We are old. Yan Zixing of Yan Huang City said mildly. Yan Zixing was the holy master of Yan Huang world. He was now at the peak of the 3rd step, and it was not impossible for him to reach the 4th step. He was a very candid person. Yes, we are old. A white, fat, middle-aged man sighed. This person was the holy master of the broken wave realm, Bai Lang. He was ranked 4th. Old Bai, look at what you're saying. You're white and chubby. You haven't changed at all in the past few thousand years. A middle-aged man at the side laughed. Compared to you, the rest of us are far inferior. The 5 people present all laughed. Bai Lang laughed, there's nothing I can do about it. Instead, why don't you come to my broken wave realm and stay there for a period of time? That way, I won't have to look at you every time. My broken wave realm is definitely a good place for you to stay healthy. Then forget it, your place is not good at all, I still prefer my own myriad sun world, a dark-skinned middle-aged man said. Don't you two get bored every time you do this? Ha ha ha. A white-haired middle-aged man laughed. Unlike the others, his white hair was particularly eye-catching. As for his appearance, it was ordinary. After chatting for a while, the topic shifted to today's big battle. Alright, the 100-team battle is about to begin. I wonder how many formidable forces will emerge this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Yan Zixing flicked his finger, and a treasure tore through the sky. The treasure passed through the void of space and appeared in the air above the square. The treasure appeared in the air above the square. A misty light shrouded it. Yan Huang City's spatial treasure, the life and death space. I heard that the life and death space was created by the holy master of the Yan Huang world. It's used to solve problems that can't be solved normally. It's also called the life and death arena. The life and death space appeared. This meant that it was about to begin. Congratulations to the forces from the different small saint realms. You are now qualified to participate in the big battle and fight for your glory, a voice sounded in the air above the square. When Lin Fei heard this voice, he could not conceal the tyrannical aura under the heavy voice. Master, this is the voice of a 3rd step expert. The little devil analyzed the result immediately. Then it should be Yan Zixing. Lin Fei had heard of the holy master of Yan Huang City. As expected, he's not simple. Alright, everyone should know the rules. Out of the 89 forces, 56 forces will be eliminated now. You have an hour to prepare. The number of people in the big battle was also discussed by the 5 forces. The number of battle emperors was allowed to be 100,000, the number of half-step giant experts was about 50,000, and the number of giant experts was allowed to be 100 regardless of cultivation level. Unparalleled first-step experts were not allowed to appear. This was also to prevent a one-sided situation. Everyone's strength was about the same, and they were at the same level. Winning and losing would appear to be fair. Lin Fei had long prepared his people. With such a name, Lin Fei believed that he could easily enter the 33 forces. Even if they surrounded and attacked him, they would not be able to gain any advantage. From the beginning, Lin Fei had thought of a way to deal with it. Look at the sealed world side. Their giant experts are so lousy. There are only 5 late giant experts, 15 middle giant experts, and 80 early giant experts. They are clearly at a disadvantage. The sealed world is going to lose. Look at the few forces beside them. They are almost all middle and late giant experts. Just this level of strength alone is enough to suppress the sealed world. Compared to the other great forces, Lin Fei was a little weaker in terms of giant experts. The others were mainly at the late giant stage, assisted by the middle giant stage, and there was basically no one at the early giant stage. Di Tian, you country bumpkin, when we enter the life and death space, I will be the first to greet you. Mo, who was not far away. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he was extremely proud. 80 early giant experts, what a joke. There's no hope. When the battle starts, these people will not be able to withstand the attacks. They will be killed very quickly. The rise of the sealed world was something that many forces in the sacred world did not want to see. Unfortunately, the other party had always been hiding, and they could not cause trouble. Now, the opportunity had come. There were many people who thought like this. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he must take care of Di Tian. If he could kill the other party, the sealed world would be a big fat piece of meat. Everyone, prepare yourselves. There will be a power to guide you in later. Remember not to resist, the voice echoed again. Lin Fei was still very calm, but the corner of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The life and death space released a ray of light, and the light enveloped the 89 forces in the square. In the next second, all 89 forces disappeared and appeared in the life and death space. A huge sky screen appeared on the square, and the scene of the life and death space appeared on the sky screen. The life and death space was divided into 89 areas, and each area had a force. After a moment of panic, everyone recovered. They were all on guard. The group battle begins. Chapter 2299. The life and death space wasn't very big. With 89 major forces entering, the life and death space was still very spacious. With the announcement of the start of the battle, the intense moment began. The distance between each of the major forces was about a few dozen miles. For any of the experts present, this distance was not a big deal. They could cover it in the blink of an eye. Little devil, check the attributes of the life and death space immediately. I want to know everything. Lin Fei stood on a round platform. Below the platform were his subordinates. His heart was also calm. The expert who could move everyone in and activate the life and death space was really terrifying. Although he was surprised, Lin Fei was very clear about what he had to do next. He had to persist until the last moment and obtain the qualification to participate in the small sacred world competition. Master, the result of the analysis is out. The life and death space is a space refined using a special method. At the same time, it contains the magic power of a certain expert. It will be difficult for Master to summon subordinates from the system. You must first break through the seal of magic power. Little devil quickly got the answer. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. In this kind of public competition, any possibility of cheating would be blocked. He also didn't plan to summon subordinates from the system. The corpse that controls the life and death space shouldn't be affected, right? This was the thing that Lin Fei was most concerned about. Whether he could persist to the end depended on this. No problem, the life and death space doesn't restrict this. That's good. Lin Fei was relieved. Immediately monitor the situation within a radius of 500 miles. I want to turn this area into an impregnable kingdom. Any forces that come in will suffer a big loss. Master, the forces on your left are attacking. Moreover, the forces on your right are also coming. It seems that they plan to take you down first. They should have discussed this outside. Within a radius of 500 miles. Dozens of tyrannical auras were the first to rush over. It was the same on the other side. More than 100 late-stage experts have joined hands. They really underestimate me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei sneered. 100,000 battle emperors, listen to my command. Kill them all. The most powerful weapon that Lin Fei had now was the heavy armor half-step giant. With the precious materials from the wild sacred mountain, he could refine even more terrifying weapons. Di Tian is in front. Kill. The late-stage powerhouses of the two forces took the lead and prepared to catch the other party off guard. After they entered their designated positions, the life and death dimension transmitted the names of the organizations to their left and right. After knowing that there was a sealed world next to them, they immediately decided to attack Di Tian's sealed world first. There were close to 200 magnates, and 60 of them were late-stage magnates. After all, not all forces had that many late-stage magnates. Even so, the combined attack of two forces was extremely terrifying. A junior. He really doesn't know how to command. One of the great magnate mid-stage powerhouses at the very front couldn't help but sneer when he saw that the opponent had sent out a combat emperor powerhouse. Too childish. The sealed world doesn't live up to its name. If we kill Di Tian, we might even be able to obtain a large amount of treasures from him. In the square. The huge canopy in the sky showed the situation of the life and death dimension. Everyone, look. Di Tian is in big trouble. Two forces are attacking. What, using a war emperor to block a great rancor, are you crazy? We can't stop them at all. Many people's gazes landed on one of the positions. That was the location of the sealed world. Two forces besieged Di Tian, but at this time, Di Tian actually used 100,000 war emperors to face the enemy. It was completely out of everyone's imagination. Anyone who knew how to command would not do such a thing. Could 100,000 war emperors stop a great rancor? The answer was that they couldn't stop them at all. An egg hitting a rock. 100,000 war emperors were divided into 50,000. They faced the great rancors head-on, and those great rancors sneered. Their palms were like blades, killing more than 10 war emperors. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Some of the early-stage great rancors coldly snorted. At this moment, the war emperors all chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. Boom boom boom. Blocking a war emperor's self-destruction was not a problem. But tens of thousands of war emperors self-destructed. Everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The war emperors who rushed forward self-destructed one after another. Wave after wave of energy impact formed a terrifying tearing area. This spectacular scene, even the spectators at the plaza, sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they had personally experienced it, their scalps tingling. This is the move of the Heaven Wasteland Domain's Zong family. Di Tian is so scary, how did he make the war emperors willingly self-destruct? If I were to meet him, I would probably be killed on the spot. Within the space of life and death. The great rancors who rushed up, in fact, all wanted to be the first to kill Di Tian, so that they could obtain the rumored treasure from him. The sudden self-destruction, the terrifying power struck their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn, and their expressions to instantly turn ugly. Shameless bastard. One by one, the great rancors took out their treasures to block. Cough cough cough. The early-stage great rancors couldn't withstand this kind of self-destruction. They started to spit out blood, and their faces became abnormally pale. Basically, everyone looked the same. More than 100 great rancors were hit in the head, and the energy impact that spread out caused a disaster to the war emperors who rushed up. One by one, they fell from the sky, and completely lost their breath. Lin Fei sneered. When the war emperors self-destructed, Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses, blocking the impact. Looking at the great rancors who had fallen into a panic, this was only the first step. Heavy soldiers, move out. Lin Fei didn't stay idle, he commanded the half-step great rancors, which were the current heavy soldiers. This was the name he specially gave them, to distinguish them from the great puppet. Kill. There were a total of 50,000 heavy soldiers. Their combat power was several times stronger than the heavy spear soldiers. They were on a completely different level. This was also the first time they participated in this kind of battle. The 50,000 heavy soldiers had the same aura, a layer of transparent light barrier appeared on their bodies, blocking the energy impact of the War Emperor's self-destruction, and rushed to the front of the great rankers. Kill. More than a dozen heavy soldiers raised the butcher's knife in their hands and slashed down. The early-stage great rankers didn't care at all. The defense of a great ranker wasn't something an ordinary half-step ranker could break. However, at this time, they had to face the impact of the self-destruction. Crash. More than a dozen heavy soldiers slashed down, and this early-stage great ranker was dismembered, dying in the underworld. This is possible. Chapter 2300. This was only the beginning. With the self-destruction of the war emperors and the powerful battle strength of the heavy armored soldiers, the massacre began. The people outside could only see that the heavy armored soldiers were unstoppable as they continuously killed the great experts. One after another, the great experts fell down, and their blood dyed the ground red. After a few charges, more than a third of the great experts had died, and the rest were also exhausted from dealing with them. Those half-step great experts who cooperated with them had suffered heavy casualties. When most of the 100,000 war emperors had self-destructed, the number of people left from the two great forces could be counted on one hand, and almost all of them were injured. The great experts beside Lin Fei were all wearing black masks, and their faces could not be seen. After the order was given, all of them rushed forward and killed their way into the panicking crowd. When these great experts wearing masks rushed in, they were like fierce tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. They were not afraid of the opponent's attacks, and their attacks were wide open, revealing their terrifying side. Die. A late-stage great expert could only watch helplessly as he was surrounded and killed by a few people. His corpse fell from the sky, and when he was about to fall into endless darkness, he still could not understand why they were so fierce. In fact, Lin Fei and the other great experts were all exceptionally fierce. They were built with a lot of money, and were definitely the most fierce great experts in the history of the sacred world. Damn it, my armor can't defend against the opponent's attack. Mine is broken too. It's over. Wearing masks and holding sharp divine weapons in their hands, they broke through the defense of the armor that they were proud of the moment they attacked. Their flesh and blood became unable to withstand a single blow, and one great expert after another fell. On the round platform, Lin Fei laughed coldly. This is the result of being besieged. The entire attack lasted for less than an hour, and the alliance of the two forces was completely defeated by Lin Fei. Other than a few who escaped, the rest all died in this area. Immediately collect the corpses of the great experts. Lin Fei was prepared to transform. A simple transformation was not a troublesome matter, it was nothing more than the consumption of some energy units. I never thought that Di Tian of the sealed world would have such tyrannical strength. To be able to break through the defense of a late-stage great expert so easily. Yan Zixing exclaimed. As one of the 5 peak organizations of the Saints' World, they knew about the entire Saints' World, including the rise of the sealed world. This kid had caused quite a lot of trouble in the Saints' World. He was like a rising star in the Saints' World. Seems like this Di Tian is much more mysterious than I had imagined. I'm afraid that the self-destructing giant from the Zhong clan was the work of Di Tian. Bai Lang chuckled. To be able to force his subordinate to use the most brutal self-detonation move, he's not simple. This method is indispensable. Wan Taijun, who had always been at loggerheads, was the dark-skinned fellow from before. Although they managed to catch the other party off guard with their sudden outburst, they aren't the only two forces on the battlefield of life and death. This brat Di Tian is too reckless. Luo Xing of the Blackwater realm was shrouded in a huge cloak, and his emotions could not be seen. On the life and death battlefield, there were very few things that could interest them. Lin Fei immediately ordered the War Emperor to self-destruct. This undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. In the eyes of the 5 top forces, this kind of method that could make a combat emperor expert self-destruct was very tempting. Another self-detonation. Yuming Zi sat in the exclusive courtyard of the VIP building. When he saw the self-detonation from the sealed world, he immediately thought of what had happened 10 years ago. It was precisely because of the self-detonation of the experts from the Zhong clan that they had suffered great losses and had no choice but to abandon the Heaven Wasteland domain. Could it be that Tion of the sealed world is related to the Zong clan of the Heaven Wasteland domain? Yu Mingzi's face darkened. Yu Mingzi had never figured out what had happened in the past, but he instantly understood just now. The Zong clan must be related to Tion of the sealed world. If that's true, the Netherworld Palace and the sealed world will fight to the death. Several important figures looked at this scene thoughtfully. The Gui Yuan sect, the Cursed Palace, and the others all had different ideas. This was definitely something unique in the Saints' world. It was a pity that no one had been able to figure it out. As for controlling them to self-detonate, how powerful was that person? The self-detonation of 100,000 combat emperors was definitely a shocking scene. This was the first time that everyone had witnessed how terrifying the upstart of the sealed world was. This was only 100,000 combat emperors. If 10,000 half-step giants self-detonated, giant powerhouses would be dead the moment they came up, not to mention exchanging blows. Father, our understanding of Tion is still too low. He must have something to do with what happened in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Cursed Thunder's mouth was wide open. As a partner of the Invincible Palace in the sealed world, Cursed One had suffered a loss from the self-detonation. He immediately realized the connection. Fortunately, we have always maintained a good relationship with Tion. Cursed One let out a long sigh. It seems that our Cursed Palace needs to strengthen our relationship with Tion. In the beginning, Cursed One had the idea of attacking Tion. However, as time passed, he gradually changed his mind. He was secretly glad that he did not attack Tion from behind. Strengthen our relationship? Cursed Thunder was puzzled and did not understand. Cursed One smiled but did not say anything. He then frowned slightly. They self-detonated as soon as they arrived. What is Tion trying to do? There are dozens of forces here. Cursed One was not the only one who had this idea. Basically, all the important figures present had the same idea. After the self-detonation of 100,000 combat emperors, Lin Fei was left with more than 40,000 heavy armored soldiers and more than 100 giant powerhouses. Hee, I'm guessing that those people have their eyes on me now. Ever since his self-detonation, Lin Fei had not been afraid. He had nothing to worry about if people suspected what happened 10 years ago. 10 years was enough time for him to improve his strength to an extremely terrifying level. After killing the two forces, Lin Fei did not continue to attack. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the round platform and moved the corpses of the giant powerhouses and half-step giant powerhouses over. As long as the body was intact, Lin Fei would not let go of it. This was the foundation of his life. No one knew what the corpses around the round platform were for. The battle for the life and death space was still in progress. Waves of energy erupted in the entire life and death space, forming many death zones. After 2 hours, only 71 of the 89 forces were left. 4 hours later, only 50 were left. At this time, the competition was getting more and more intense. Everyone wanted to stay in the last 33 candidates. Lin Fei's area had also become the main target of attack. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fei was reckless and would lose his qualification, a shocking scene appeared once again. A powerful force had their eyes on Lin Fei. Chapter 2301. The stronger forces came up and targeted the weak Tion. They were prepared to take him down in one bite so that they could get one of the last 33 places. No one thought that Tion could withstand the attack. In comparison, he had no chance of winning. Frankly speaking, he had too little strength. In this kind of life and death battle, whoever had more experts would be able to last until the end. Especially in this kind of situation where the rules were set, it was normal that no one thought that Tion would win. However, just when everyone thought that Tion couldn't do it, Lin Fei's side exploded. Explode. When the giant experts of this force came up, they encountered an unbelievable scene. The broken giant experts self-destructed as soon as they came up. The self-destruction of a combat emperor and a giant expert were on a completely different level. The destructive power was more than 10 times stronger, and these giant experts were heavily injured on the spot. Boom boom boom. One after another, self-detonations engulfed the entire battlefield. All the magnates who rushed in suffered the destructive impact, falling from the sky one by one. The half-step magnates who were behind them suffered a complete disaster. One of them self-detonated, turning into ashes. The casualties were disastrous. Those corpses can actually self-destruct. How is this possible? Are we seeing things? What kind of technique is this? Can they still continue? Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't digest the scene in front of them. Was this still the weak D-Tion in their eyes? In this attack, D-Tion reversed the situation. He killed one of the opponents, and all the giant experts were killed. The scene was filled with blood, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. No one had ever tried to use this method in a battle. It might be possible for ordinary people to self-destruct, but it was extremely difficult to make a giant expert self-destruct. No one who cultivated to this level would be willing to die like this. Even if they wanted to live, self-destructing was an extreme method that they would never choose. However, today, D-Tion brought everyone a different scene. The movement caused by the self-destruction of 20 to 30 giant experts. Even though the power was reduced, it was still a scene that could destroy the world. Seeing the half-step giant experts who hadn't even made a move being killed by the terrifying energy, no matter who it was, they would feel fear and terror. The 5 top forces were completely moved. Everyone had different expressions. They only stared at D-Tion, who was on the round platform. From this moment onwards, D-Tion was no longer an upstart, but an existence worthy of their attention. Attack, attack again. Relying on the modified corpses, Lin Fei quickly destroyed the 5 nearby forces with lightning speed. The other party didn't even have time to react before they were enveloped by the self-destruction of the giant powerhouses. After destroying 5 factions, Lin Fei stopped and did not take the initiative to attack. There was a commotion in the life and death battlefield. Especially when a giant powerhouse self-destructs, it would be hard not to know about it. Even a giant powerhouse wouldn't have the confidence to block such a power. Isn't that where the sealed world is located? This is self-destruction. Too scary. The commotion caused by this had stimulated the other forces. Especially from those who were lucky enough to survive, they roughly understood the situation. After that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How could such a terrifying scene happen? Controlling a corpse to self-destruct? Terrifyingly powerful? The powers that originally had thoughts about D-Tion started to feel conflicted. With such an extreme method of self-destruction, even they didn't dare to take the risk. If one of them died, his vitality would be damaged. Test him as a lab rat? No one would have such an idea. The nightmare mercenaries of the sealed world were famous. If they sent a half-step giant powerhouse to attack, it would basically be useless. It would be a waste of effort. Instead, it would affect their strength. Everyone was very straightforward and decided to observe the situation first. In fact, these forces didn't dare to attack anymore. The self-destruction of a giant powerhouse would cover a large area. It was definitely an attack that no one wanted to see the most. Lin Fei's position became quiet. No forces attacked. Lin Fei was happy that he didn't have to worry. They were smart enough to take advantage of this time to continue modifying the corpses. The more corpses they had, the more deterrent they would be. After 3 days of intense competition, finally, they decided on 33 places. By the time the 33 forces emerged, all of them had suffered heavy losses, especially in the final battle. Everyone had used all sorts of methods, with the determination that it was either you die or I live. The final competition was very intense. The only place that was easy was Lin Fei's position. During this period, there were forces that came up to attack, but unfortunately, they were heavily injured by the self-destruction. From then on, no one dared to attack. No one was willing to see such an all-out attack. After coming out of the life and death space, Lin Fei put away the heavy armored soldiers and corpses. He didn't look the slightest bit disheveled. It was hard to imagine that this Di Tian had lasted for 3 days and finally obtained the qualification. When everyone looked at Di Tian again, there was fear and wariness in their eyes. This method of controlling a giant powerhouse to self-destruct was like a sharp sword, threatening everyone. Some forces also came up to greet him. This was a good opportunity to get to know him. No one was a fool. Just with this method alone, from now on, Di Tian would no longer be restricted to the sealed world, but to the entire sacred world. To those small sacred world, this was a headache. Compared to other forces, this rising genius emperor was undoubtedly the most terrifying. No one could defend against the self-destruction of a powerhouse. There was no need for too many powerhouses to self-destruct. Just the self-destruction of a dozen powerhouses would be enough to settle a battle. Your Majesty Di Tian, a few days ago, due to the mistake of our subordinates, we arranged the wrong courtyard. This is the new courtyard we've arranged for you. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the VIP building, the person in charge immediately came up to him warmly, apologizing and saying something else. He insisted on changing his position. He didn't refuse, and was arranged to move from the 9th building to the courtyard in the 3rd building. There was a certain difference between the 3rd building and the 9th building. This courtyard was located on a dense vein of earth, and the purity was increased by several times. Cultivating in such a place would yield twice the results with half the effort. Most importantly, the origin energy contained in these places was also several times more than in other places. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to set up equipment to secretly steal the origin energy. He controlled the size of the origin energy to be within a certain range, and no one would notice. That night, Chu Huan came. Congratulations, Brother Di. Your name has shaken the entire sacred world. Chu Huan clasped her hands and congratulated him as soon as she came up. You've put on a great show for everyone. Even I was shocked. Sigh, I can't help it. If I don't spend some capital, I really can't keep them. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 2302. After the team battle, Di Tian from the sealed world became famous. After moving from the 9th building to the 3rd building, all the big shots from the major and minor forces came to congratulate him. Everyone knew what they were thinking. Di Tian was definitely a dark horse among the 33 candidates. No one doubted that if Di Tian continued to make a move, how many of the 33 remaining forces would be able to survive. This was a very high evaluation. Some people wanted to refute, but they couldn't find a reason. A great killing move like self-detonation was simply taking one's life. Lin Fei kept a smile on his face towards the various forces that came to congratulate him. When it came to self-detonation, he started to laugh and leave without success. However, everyone had to keep a smile on their faces and couldn't say anything. No one was willing to offend a person like Di Tian. Lin Fei was in the limelight in the holy world. A banquet at night? Lin Fei received the invitation. It turned out that the banquet was specially organized by the 5 major forces. All the 33 candidates had the right to participate in this banquet. Early in the morning, Lin Fei received the invitation. A banquet before the ranking competition. Interesting. Lin Fei knew that this wouldn't be a simple banquet. In the afternoon, Song Xingtian came quietly and saw Lin Fei. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have displayed your might and shaken the entire holy world. Song Xingtian congratulated him the moment he came in. Now, anyone who mentions Your Majesty is afraid. During these 10 years, Song Xingtian gradually gained an imposing aura. Every time he was in front of Lin Fei, he would still feel a trace of fear. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei gestured for Song Xingtian to sit down. Did you hear something? Otherwise, you shouldn't have come. Your Majesty has displayed his might. As the Holy Lord, I definitely have to pay a visit. If I don't come, people will really suspect me. Song Xingtian said with a smile. He was very clear about this point. Lin Fei smiled. That makes sense. Your Majesty. I heard that tonight's banquet won't be simple. Zhong Xingtian had made many friends in the past 10 years. His network had expanded, and he knew some secrets. Your Majesty, be careful. They don't dare to make a move directly. They're just playing a few tricks. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't really care. You came to tell me. How considerate of you. This is what I should do. Evening arrived. The city lord residence of Yan Huang City was brightly lit. The banquet tonight was held in the city lord residence, which made many envious. This was one of the centers of power in the flame yellow world, and most of the matters were handled by the city lord residence. Lin Fei brought the two first-step powerhouses to the city lord's mansion. After the life and death battle, Lin Fei had become a name that no one in the Yan Huang world did not know. When he appeared, the surrounding people let out soft gasps. No one would be able to forget the powerful visual impact of an expert exploding. At the very least, they would not be able to forget it in a short period of time. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. No one was willing to make an enemy out of someone like Di Tian who possessed such terrifying means. Lin Fei handed over the invitation. After a special person checked it, someone immediately came up and greeted him with a warm smile. Brother Di Tian, this way please. The banquet hall is this way. When he arrived at the city lord residence's hall, various voices could be heard. Di Tian from the sealed world has arrived. When Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of the hall, someone immediately shouted. In the hall, there were people in groups of 3 to 5. The voices came to a halt. Soon after, all kinds of gazes were cast over. There were all kinds of looks. I was wondering who it was. So it's our young hero, Di Tian. It's a pity that he can only rely on such underhanded means to show off. In the crowd, Mo who shouted. In the quiet hall, it was especially ear-piercing. Everyone could clearly hear that the other party's voice was very sour. As one of the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect, Mo who had always been unhappy with Di Tian. However, he didn't have a chance to make a move. During the group battle, Di Tian became famous and displayed terrifying means. This greatly provoked Mo who. When he saw that the dazzling Di Tian had arrived, Mo who was very unconvinced. It was good to mock him. After all, Di Tian wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the city lord residence's hall. Mo Yuan didn't blame Mo who for speaking nonsense. He wanted to know what Di Tian would do. He hadn't forgotten what happened 10 years ago. Now, Mo Yuan suspected that Di Tian was causing trouble behind the scenes. Lin Fei had a good temper, but it didn't mean that he would be provoked multiple times. Number 1, catch him and slap him. The first step powerhouse on the left was named Number 1 by Lin Fei. In fact, he was lazy and couldn't be bothered to remember names, so he simply gave him a name like Number 1. Yes. Number 1 took a step forward and appeared beside Mo who in the next second. Mo Yuan's eyes were like lightning as he struck with a palm. How dare you? Mo who was slightly stunned. When he saw a hand appear in front of him and that hand was getting closer and closer to him, his throat tightened and he lost his ability to control himself. Slap. 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 Beside Lin Fei, Number 1 carried Mo who with one hand and slapped Mo whose face with the other. The slaps continued until Mo whose face was a bloody mess. Everything happened too quickly. Mo Yuan was half a beat slower. He watched as the Mo clan's people were caught and slapped in front of everyone. His face instantly darkened. Di Tian, let go of Mo who. Netherworld child grabbed with one hand again, and a strong wind blew. Lin Fei didn't have to do anything as Number 2 blocked in front of him and easily neutralized the attack. Humph, I'm an overlord after all. How dare a small figure like you provoke me? I want to ask the Gue Yuan sect how to discipline their disciples. Lin Fei snorted. Continue to beat him. If they don't care, we will. When everyone reacted, the arrogant Mo who had been beaten to a pulp. If he didn't say it, no one would recognize him. Everyone was secretly shocked. Di Tian's temper wasn't small. This was the city lord residence of the Yan Huang world. Di Tian, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin tonight's banquet? Netherworld Child shouted angrily. This was a big problem. Netherworld Child had already realized that Di Tian was behind his defeat at the Zone clan. He was very unwilling to accept it. When he saw that Lin Fei dared to make a move, he knew that his chance had come. He couldn't beat Lin Fei in a fight, but it couldn't be easier to smear Lin Fei's reputation. If he angered the ruler of the Yan Huang world, that would be the best thing. Chapter 2303. Lin Fei's words were clear and logical, and he really couldn't find a reason for it. If it had been before, they might not have taken Lin Fei's words seriously. However, after the battle in the life and death space, the meaning of Lin Fei's name had changed. To be honest, Lin Fei's status had skyrocketed, and he was now qualified to be on equal footing with them. What? Weak? What was this? If the other party organized a suicide squad, wouldn't they be able to destroy whatever they wanted? They only needed to command from afar, and everyone would be dumbfounded. Young? Haven't you heard of the saying, be famous as soon as possible? Therefore, Lin Fei had the right to say this. Everyone present was a big shot, and they had yet to speak out against Lin Fei. For a junior to come out and make a scene, he was undoubtedly looking down on everyone. Mo Yuan's face sank, and he wished he could give Mo Hu a slap. Can't this brat find the right time to speak? No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. You're right. Little Tiger doesn't know what's good for him. He really needs to be taught a lesson. This old man is here to thank fellow Daoist Di Tian for your kindness in teaching him. Mo Yuan reacted quickly and directly admitted it. He even put on a grateful expression. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In truth, I didn't want to do anything. Unfortunately, some people don't understand the rules. Fellow Daoist Mo is truly understanding. My efforts were not in vain. Mo Yuan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. This bastard, to think that you would dare to say such words. You're really shameless. A small farce was resolved in a few words. Everyone present also saw this young Di Tian. His temper was not small, and he embarrassed the Gue Yuan sect on the spot. The disciples of the Mo clan were even thrown out, but they could not do anything. Brother Mo, it's just a small matter. It's not worth getting angry over. Yuming Zi came to Mo Yuan's side. That guy won't be able to be cocky for long. Even if we don't go deal with him, there will be others who will go and cause trouble for him. Mo Yuan was indeed angry. Now that he had calmed down, a smile returned to his face. Hee, it's a crime to have a jade ring. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yuming Zi added. No one is willing to let someone like Di Tian continue to grow. Both of them understood this point. No matter who it was, no one would be at ease with such a method in their hands. Today, they would be able to control the life and death of a giant. Who knew if he would be able to control the life and death of an unparalleled expert in the future? If it really reached that step, it would be terrifying. In fact, they still had a question in their hearts. Where did Di Tian find two unparalleled first-step powerhouses? This was much more difficult than inviting a giant powerhouse. No one doubted that these two first-step experts were controlled by Lin Fei's violent means. In fact, these two first-step experts were really controlled. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be so calm. Lin Fei held a cup of immortal brew and slowly savored it. People kept coming up to him to strike up a conversation. Even if it was just a small talk, they would never get tired of it. Fortunately, Sung Xingtian and Chu Huan came over. Lin Fei seized the opportunity to leave. Sigh, it's not good to be famous. No matter where I go, I can't find an empty spot. Lin Fei took a sip of the immortal brew. It actually tasted pretty good. Chu Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who asked Brother D to be in the limelight now? Who else can I curry favor with? To be honest, it felt good to slap Mo Yuan's face just now. It felt so good. No one liked to see Mo Yuan suffer more than Chu Huan. Ever since they rose up in the Cloud Prefecture world, they had a short period of peace. The Cursed Palace and the Gue Yuan sect didn't stop for even a moment. Over the past 10 years, there had been many small-scale battles, and both sides had lost many people. Seeing the other party suffer, Chu Huan was quite happy. If I would slap him personally. That would feel even better. Lin Fei laughed. Unfortunately, there isn't a chance for now. Chu Huan gave a thumbs up. Next time there's such a good thing, you must call me. That way, I can enjoy myself. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a chance. Lin Fei really didn't care about Mo Yuan, who was at the peak of the first step realm. If he really had the chance, he would definitely torture Mo Yuan to death. Your Majesty, someone is coming towards you. Sung Xingtian's gaze suddenly fell on a beautiful figure walking towards him. He then revealed a strange smile. It should be Your Majesty's luck with women. Chu Huan noticed this scene and laughed. What a beauty. Brother D is so lucky. Only now did Lin Fei notice that there was a beautiful figure walking towards him not far away. She was dressed in a fiery red robe, like a ball of raging flames. It was impossible not to notice her. The fiery red figure directly arrived in front of Lin Fei. A fragrant wind blew over and entered his nostrils. Can I get to know you? Lin Fei sized her up and had to admit that the beauty in front of him was very beautiful. Coupled with her fiery red robe, she was indeed very attractive. Nice to meet you. I'm Di Tian. Lin Fei laughed. Yan Zi. The other party's words were very direct. When the other party's name came out, Chu Huan and Sung Xingtian were the first to change. The surname Yan was not simple in the Yan Huang world. Moreover, to be able to appear in such an occasion, she was definitely from the main branch of the Yan family. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The beauty in front of him actually had the surname Yan. She might even be from the Yan family. Her background was not simple. Before he could say anything, she turned and left, leaving a fiery red shadow behind. Your Majesty, I've heard of this Yan Zi. Sung Xingtian whispered. It is said that this Yan Zi is the daughter of the holy master of the Yan Huang world, and the one he dotes on the most. At such a young age, she is already in the middle stage of the giant realm. In the future, if there are no accidents, she will easily enter the unparalleled realm. I also heard that this Yan Zi is very resourceful and has a lot of power in the Yan family. At the same time, she has the support of many elders. In the future, she might even be qualified to fight for the position of the Holy Master of Yan Huang. Chu Huan nodded. Yes, a very resourceful person. She looks like she is in a hurry, but in reality, she is not. It is said that those who are targeted by her rarely escape unscathed. Brother D, you have to be careful. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. To think that he would encounter such a thing. Against him? He was really not worried about this. As long as the ranking competition was over and the matter at the secret realm was settled, who would stay in the Yan Huang world? They would simply have nothing better to do. Yan Zi's appearance in the Great Hall caused quite a commotion. Especially when they saw that the daughter of a rich family, Yan Zi, actually took the initiative to greet her. This undoubtedly blinded the eyes of many. Who did not know that Yan Zi was one of the few who would compete for the position of the Yan Huang Holy Master in the future. She had a strong support behind her. Even though she was a woman, no one dared to offend her.